Chapter 1. Survival in the Catacombs. Welcome to the game of survival in the catacombs. As you can see, everyone is trapped in the catacombs. Survival is your only goal. If you want to live as long as possible, you must remember the following important points. 1. The soil can stop you from moving forward, but you can dig it out. There are 10 excavations every day. Only when you enter the next catacomb can you be considered to have dug it out completely. 2. Do not casually abandon the runic base. Below, the runic base is the most trustworthy. 3. The world you are in is connected to various subterranean caves. Choose carefully to excavate. 4. Upon entering the next subterranean cave, the return passage will be sealed. Do not dream of returning to the previous subterranean cave. Every step is exceptionally important. It is like playing chess. 5. The next catacombs might have survival resources, or there might be dangerous crypt creatures. Defeating the crypt creatures will bring a pleasant surprise. 6. Try your best to plunder as many resources as possible. It's not shameful to be a locust. 7. If you accidentally dig up your own kind, congratulations. Perhaps you can form an alliance or trade. Or you can plunder the resources that the other party has painstakingly accumulated and become a wave of fertilizer. 8. The runic base is bound to you. Once the chant is activated, the home will be opened. 9. There are days and nights in the catacombs world. 10. If you focus, you can open the game panel. There are more functions waiting for you to explore. There's no need to worry about the elderly, children, and pregnant women. They will be taken care of. The disabled will recover from their illnesses. I wish everyone a happy game. In the square, sealed catacombs, Klein frowned slightly. Rows of small words appeared on the translucent light blue panel in front of him. A hint of doubt flashed across his handsome face. If he remembered correctly, when he went shopping today, he saw people falling backward. Even he wasn't spared. After that, he lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself in a strange place. There was soil all around him. There was light inside, and there was no lack of oxygen. It was completely against the laws of nature. A survival game? Klein muttered as he squatted down, his palm touching the ground. He stroked the soil inch by inch before touching the surrounding soil walls. It was firm, tight, and cold. The space for activity was narrowed. It was about 2 meters in length and width. If it was a claustrophobic person, they would definitely feel particularly uncomfortable at this moment. There was a rusty shovel beside his feet. There was also an oval metal ball engraved with a strange texture, about the size of a thumb. Klein looked at the 2 items. Ordinary shovel, a trustworthy tool that can be used to dig a safe passage. Runic base, damaged. This is where you live. Try to repair and expand it. It might become a palace. The small words appeared again. Klein picked up the 2 items. The shovel wasn't unusual, but it was the first time he had seen a runic base. I'll first figure out the functions of the game panel. Klein focused his attention and silently read the game panel. As expected, the translucent panel unfolded in front of him. Chat, trade, auction, manufacture. There was a shovel icon in the upper right corner. The number behind it was 10, representing the number of excavations left for the day. Klein focused his gaze on the chat button. The page changed. 2 brand new buttons appeared. They were the world channel and the regional channel. He first entered the world channel. Can anyone see this? Help! I'm trapped in a cave. Can someone help me? I'm surrounded by red earth. Were we kidnapped by aliens? Do you also have rusty shovels? The end of the human world is coming. Everyone is going to die. One conversation after another slid by. Klein noticed the small horn pattern in the upper right corner. Following it was a number 1. Small horn. In the early stages of the game, you can only post 1 message a day in the world channel. If you want to chat freely, you can enter the regional channel. In the early stages, a loudspeaker a day was definitely not used to seek help. Klein looked away. From the looks of it, everyone was trapped in the catacombs. There was no difference in the beginning. There was only the shovel and the runic base. I can only try to save myself. Shouting in the channel is useless. If I don't exchange survival experiences, it will be a waste of time. Klein exited the world channel. He entered the regional channel to take a look. It was similar to a chat group. Members, 1,000. All the public channel's headshots were of real people. The nickname was a combination of name and height. Is anyone near me? I was shouting just now, but I heard a knock. I'm slapping the mud wall on the left. Can anyone hear me? I've never done any heavy work before. Now I have to dig. Boo-hoo. Klein silently observed for a minute before exiting in disappointment. All of them were in a daze, and no one was digging for the time being. Klein wanted to watch others dig first. The game had given him a hint. There might be dangerous crypt creatures in the next subterranean chamber. It was like opening a blind box, and no one knew whether the next subterranean chamber was a resource or a crisis. Therefore, he needed a guinea pig. Following that, Klein checked the trading and auction functions. The trading platform provided players with barter. The trading rules were free, and the items could be given away for free. An auction was similar to a transaction. There was no intermediary fee. The auction time and the price were set by the owner. Open the manufacturing interface. Klein looked at another function. Whoosh, it was a full page. Ordinary shovel. Wood 0/2, iron 0 to 2, ordinary spear, iron. Wood 0 to 2, iron 0 to 1, ordinary spear, stone. Wood 0 to 2, stone 0 to 1. Charcoal. Wood 0 to 1, fire source, ordinary light armor. Iron 0/4, rope 0/2. Each item and equipment required different materials to be synthesized. Obviously, gathering and producing materials was especially important in a survival game. Klein studied the game interface. His gaze landed on a runic base. Metal ball in his hand. This thing looked like a high-tech or magical product. Runic base, open, he chanted. Instantly, the metal ball vibrated. It gradually turned into a ball of light. The silver-white light radiated outwards. It was like a projector. The speed of light was projected around in about a few seconds. A simple and crude little stone house was formed. The entire narrow space was covered on the ground. There were stains. There was nothing inside, not even a bed. It really is a bear house. Klein shook his head and tentatively said, "Runic base close." The small stone house trembled slightly. It turned into dozens or hundreds of beams of light speed and flowed back into Klein's hand. The it condensed in the original metal sphere again. The it was very magical that a player was trapped in an enclosed space. There were two choices at the moment. First, find a random direction to dig in. Second, sit back and wait for death. The first choice was to die or live, depending on luck. The second choice might allow him to obtain a little more time. Without food and water, he would die in a few days. Klein preferred to take the initiative. Therefore, he planned to choose a direction to dig in. The item is rather suitable. Klein weighed the shovel. He put the metal ball into his pocket. He first looked forward. Which direction should I choose? I wonder how long it will take before I reach the next catacomb. As Klein pondered, he couldn't help but focus his attention on the earthen wall in front of him. There's nothing in the catacombs in front of you that you'll be wasting your energy. A row of pulsating golden words condensed in front of him. That it was completely different from the game prompt. That it was as though it was floating in the air. Klein blinked hard and focused his attention once again. The dissipated words condensed once again. This is a prompt? Klein didn't know if it was a game mechanism. He turned around and looked at the right-hand side. The right-hand side is a good choice. There's no danger. With the resources you need, there will be surprises if you search carefully. The golden text had already fixed every direction, even if Klein changed directions. The mud wall he faced was still known as the right-hand side. Klein looked elsewhere. Digging down, the soil is thin. The resources will be enough for you to eat and drink for a day. Good heavens that in the catacombs above, there's not only food and drink, but there's also a defensive weapon. Unfortunately, you can't climb up. Only fools dig to the left. There's a group of poisonous insects there. Although they're not fatal, it's enough to make you swell up. There's nothing in the catacombs behind that you'll be wasting your energy. There were 6 directions in total. All of them had golden text prompts. If the prompts didn't mislead Klein, then it would be best to dig the catacombs above. Unfortunately, without any tools to climb, it wouldn't be easy to dig. He took the next best option to dig to the right. Klein faced the right mud wall. After pondering for a moment, he opened the chat channel. Perhaps other people could see the prompts? He first looked at the world channel before opening the regional channel in a one mentioned. It seems like only I can see it. Klein came to a conclusion. Without a reference, he didn't know if the hint was right. I'll give it a try. He held the shovel and dropped it. It was easier to dig than he had imagined. Under Klein's labor, digging up soil was as easy as drinking water. Furthermore, it was clearly just a spade, but there was a large piece of soil missing. The amount didn't match at all. System notification. Sand +1. Klein paused. The soil that had been dug up just now vanished into thin air. The metal ball in his pocket vibrated gently. Automatically, put it into the base. That's right. Sand is also a resource. Klein continued brandishing his shovel, his speed constantly increasing. System notification. Sand +1. System notification. Sand +1. System notification. Sand +1. After the 26th time, there was no longer any soil blocking the road ahead. That it was pitch black, and he couldn't see the situation in front of him clearly. The entrance seemed to be covered by a layer of black film. I thought I could use a bug, but it doesn't seem to work. Klein had originally planned on only digging and not going in, but now he was observing the entrance of the passageway. If there was any danger, he would immediately retreat. The number of excavations hasn't decreased, I might have to enter the next catacombs before it becomes a 9. Klein turned his head back. He had just brandished it more than 20 times, but he had dug more than 10 meters. If he were to go back now, he could return to the catacomb from before. During the excavation process, he wanted to change the direction of the excavation that he dug a few meters to each side of the tunnel, and as though he had encountered a wall of air, the soil was as hard as iron. He could only proceed in the original direction that he judged that the entire tunnel had been fixed. He was only allowed to enter the connected catacombs. Let's go in and take a look. Klein bent his body and took a step forward. His field of vision instantly widened. The second catacomb was even larger than the first. It was no longer empty. There were some dark purple plants in the corner like seaweed. In the middle of the catacomb, there was a wooden treasure chest. Klein quickly approached and observed the wooden chest. Wooden treasure chest, the lowest level treasure chest in the catacombs. There are usually small surprises when opening it, but there might also be hidden dangers. A note from the game interface. There's water and food in this wooden treasure chest. There's no danger. The golden prompt text jumped above the treasure chest. Klein carefully opened the treasure chest. As mentioned in the question, it was safe and harmless without any unexpected incidents. System notification. 400 milliliters mineral water plus 2. System notification. 400 g wheat bread plus 2. System notification. Wooden treasure chest plus 1. 2 bottles of mineral water and 2 unpackaged bread. All 3 items were automatically sucked into the base. System notification. The wooden treasure chest can be decomposed into 4 pieces of wood that you wish to decompose. System notification. 2 bottles of 400 milliliters mineral water can be decomposed into 800 milliliters water and 2 plastic bottles that you wish to decompose. Klein calculated in his mind and muttered, the wooden treasure chest will be broken down, but the mineral water will not be broken down. System notification. Wood plus 4. If I put the item in, will it be convenient to take it out? Klein had a thought. Take out a bottle of mineral water. His hand sank. The mineral water that had been put in fell into his hand. It was like an interspatial ring. With bread and water, even if I don't move, I can live for a few more days. According to the golden prompt, there should be something else that can be gathered here. Klein walked to a corner. Plants might also be resources that could be gathered. Fluorescent grass cannot be used. When it gets dark, they will emit fluorescent light, the most common plant in the underground world. Oh, harmless fluorescent grass. One came from the game interface. The other was a golden prompt. Klein crouched down to gather it. Half a minute later, he had gathered everything. System notification. Fluorescent grass plus 6. System notification. Fluorescent grass seed plus 2. The seed was an unexpected harvest. Could it be that you didn't notice the small sand dune protruding in the corner? Just as Klein was about to get up, another golden notification appeared. There is something hidden. He focused his eyes and hurriedly picked up the shovel to dig. System notification. Sand plus 1. System notification. Sand plus 1 clang. The shovel had only been brandished twice before it hit a hard object. System notification. Iron plus 2. Klein was delighted. This was probably the surprise described in the notification. With iron, Klein could at least build a decent self-defense weapon. During this excavation, the resources collected were iron block 2, wood 4. Sand 28. Fluorescent grass 6. Mineral water 2. Bread 2. Among them, the value of sand was the lowest. Since they were trapped in the catacombs, any random shovel would yield them 1 unit. I wonder how much space these resources take up. Klein recalled that every time he brandished the shovel, he would get rid of a large piece of sand, that if he were to store the 1-to-1 ratio in the runic base, a small space of about 8 cubic meters would probably not be enough. Open the game interface, Klein muttered. A light blue translucent panel appeared. Other than a row of function buttons, there was a small room icon in the upper left corner. This represented the capacity of the runic base. The color of the room icon represented the degree of space taken up. If there was more than 80% of the remaining space, it was green. Between 60% and 80%, it was yellow. Between 40% and 60%, it was orange. Between 20% and 40%, it was bright red. Below 20%, it was dark red. That moment, the room icon was green. It meant that there was sufficient space left. Runic base. Open. Klein was puzzled as he opened the base to check. Whoosh! The runic base opened. Everything was neatly placed. Sand, iron, and were all placed in square shapes. They only occupied a corner. Furthermore, the ratio wasn't 1-to-1. Klein kept the base and took out a unit of sand. Voila! The square sand suddenly expanded. It formed a small sand dune, as expected. Klein didn't dwell on this matter. Next, he tried the manufacturing function. Open the manufacturing panel. The interface changed. Ordinary spear, iron, wood 4 halves, iron block 2/1. Materials met. Ordinary iron spear selected. Confirm forging. System notification. Wood 2. Iron block 1. System notification. Ordinary spear, iron, successfully forged. A short spear about 1.5 meters long appeared in Klein's hand. The body of the spear was a rough wooden stick. The spearhead was made of iron. Ordinary spear, iron. A brand new spear that has never seen blood before, but it's estimated to be 1.5 meters long. With it, you can deal with some weak crypt creatures. Not bad. Klein gestured a few times that he didn't feel good to the touch, but its weight was appropriate. Puffed, puffed, puffed. He aimed at the earth wall and stabbed it more than 30 times. He hadn't had any professional training, so he lacked knowledge in this area. He could only adjust it bit by bit. After finding a pose that he thought felt good, he would strengthen his training to ensure that he had a certain level of proficiency. From a moment he began digging, Klein understood at least one thing. The soil couldn't withstand digging to it wouldn't be surprising if a crypt creature suddenly appeared from his side. And to open the runic base, it would take a few seconds. If he was closer, he wouldn't be able to hide in time. Klein put away his short spear and thought of the other players. He wondered how their progress was. That he opened a chat channel. First, he checked the world channel. Where did the excavated soil go? Pay attention. The runic base can be used as an interspatial ring. I dug it out. It's dark inside. I didn't dare to go in. I just threw a rock in, but there was no sound at all. That black membrane seems to be soundproof. How terrifying. Who can save me, Mom? I want to go home. He looked at the regional channel again. I dug to the right, and it's all black. What should I do next? I made a new discovery that I can't change the direction during the excavation process. Brother, the next time we meet, everyone raise their shovels with both hands. That means we're on the same side, okay? I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten anything all day and was sent here. Can anyone spare me some food? A small group of people stood rooted to the ground as they looked around. For the time being, no one mentioned digging the second catacomb. Or rather, the fellows who had dug the second catacomb were all like Klein, silent. Klein observed for a moment and gained some information. Not only could the black membrane block movement of the next catacomb, one couldn't hear anything either. This information was rather important that if there was any sound from the excavation, the crypt creatures would come when they heard the sound and guard the exit. There was no way to play. Which direction should I dig in next? Klein exited the group chat. The subsequent adventures would be much safer. Klein first looked at the tunnel he had just dug. Unknowingly, the tunnel had been sealed by soil. Take your eyes back. It's impossible to dig here. Don't waste your energy. As expected, Klein checked the other directions and turned out he didn't look up, that he couldn't go up anyway, that if there was something good, it would make him uncomfortable. Continue digging to the right. There's still good luck. There's a bag of expired spicy sticks inside that could satisfy your hunger. There are flying snakes in the catacombs behind, that if you want to become their food, feel free to try. Dig down. There's a copper box at the bottom. There's a surprise inside. It's best to dig close to the corner so that you won't fall and hurt yourself. There's nothing in the catacombs at the front that you'll waste your effort. There was no doubt. The best choice was to dig down. There was a copper box at the bottom. Water and bread directly burst out of the wooden box. What would be in the copper box? Choose a corner first. Klein followed the instructions and found a random corner. Before he brandished the shovel, a line of golden words appeared once again. This corner is dangerous. Klein went to the other side. This corner is dangerous. The same hint. With no other choice, Klein could only shift another location. This corner is fine. Choose a location. Dig. Klein brandished a shovel. System notification. Sand +1. Sand +1. Sand +1. Klein didn't really need sand. The main reason was that it took up too much space. However, there was no need to pay attention to this at the moment. He directly dug down into the catacombs. Klein wanted to use the sand to create a cushion. He dug hard. Soon, the 20-meter deep underground cave was dug. Another shoveled. It was empty. Klein looked down. A black hole appeared. What could be inside? Klein thought to himself, unsure. However, Klein decided to try the situation first. Klein thought. There seemed to be the sound of a unit of sand falling. He pricked up his ears to listen, but he couldn't hear the sound of sand falling to the ground at all. Is the sound blocked? Klein muttered. Whatever. He continued to discharge sand. After throwing a few units of sand, Klein loosened his grip and descended freely. His gaze was constantly focused on the ground below. It didn't take long before he reached the bottom. The entire height of the fall was about 2 meters, as he had been prepared. He didn't get hurt. However, he didn't see the sand that had been laid down earlier. Anything that was thrown past the black hole would disappear. The spot where Klein stood belonged to the high platform in the third catacombs. That it was next to a corner of the catacombs. That it formed a slope. The first thing Klein noticed was the treasure chest leaning against the wall. It quickly slid down the slope. In front of him was a bronze treasure chest. Bronze treasure chest. one level higher than a wooden treasure chest, that there's a high probability of a small surprise, but there might also be a hidden danger. There's a unique blueprint inside this bronze treasure chest. There's no danger. There were two different notes. Klein opened the bronze treasure chest with ease after reading them. There was a blueprint inside. System notification, bronze treasure chest +1. System notification, bronze treasure chest can be split into 4 copper pieces that Oh, you wish to split it? System notification, excellent condenser blueprint +1. System notification. Do you wish to learn an excellent condenser blueprint? Klein didn't bother with the bronze treasure chest for the time being. The blueprint was clearly more attractive to him. He flipped through it carefully. There were dense lines and patterns on the blueprint. In addition, there were many unknown words. Excellent water condenser blueprint. It belongs to daily use runic devices. Together, it can condense water vapor in the air. The efficiency isn't bad. Every adventurer will fall in love with it. In the subterranean world, the quality of tools and equipment varied. They could be classified as ordinary, excellent, perfect, rare, epic, legendary, or divine. If an item was damaged, its grade wouldn't be displayed. For example, the runic base was currently damaged, so the grade couldn't be seen. Only after it was repaired would the grade be displayed. This is a runic device? Klein checked it a few times. There was no such thing on the manufacturing list. Klein was certain that it was a good item. It was just like a runic base. Just by having the word runic, it possessed a mystical ability. Learn. The blueprint in Klein's hand turned into a purple light and instantly entered his body. Learning successful. Following the system's prompt, Klein silently chanted in his heart. Open the manufacturing page. Instantly, a row of synthesis lists appeared in front of Klein. He searched for the water condenser and then automatically slid the interface to the end. Excellent water condenser. Copper 0/4, iron 0/2, with 2 halves, water rune 0/1, fire rune 0/1 of the 5 synthetic materials. Only wood was sufficient. If the copper treasure chest was decomposed, Klein would probably be able to gather the copper. The names of these 2 runes sound very impressive. Klein thought to himself, on the other hand, in order to save water, he hadn't been willing to take a sip even though his mouth was already parched. However, Klein had more important things to do, so he didn't have the time to care about anything else. Copper treasure chest decomposition. System notification. Copper block +4. With that, he needed to gather the other 3 materials for the excellent water condenser. The remaining 2 runes were definitely not easy to obtain. However, it was also possible that Klein was overthinking things. Perhaps the runes weren't anything valuable. Klein continued digging. The next 2 times, he chose to go forward and dig to the right. In total, he obtained for iron blocks, for wood, 2 wheat bread, and 1 mineral water. The length of the tunnel was different every time he dug. It varied from a few meters to dozens of meters. Furthermore, some of the catacombs didn't look as simple as he had imagined. They were even very troublesome. From the looks of it, Klein had to be careful in his next step. The left cavern is filled with poisonous gas. Please prepare a gas mask, or you will die if you enter. Continue digging forward. There are scarlet flying insects are waiting for you. There's a high chance that you won't be able to defeat them. In the cavern above, there are 3 anesthetized bats that, if you are bitten, you will fall asleep. In the right cavern, there's a sleeping crypt creature. But your short spear proficiency is not high enough. Below, it's better not to dig that you'll definitely die. Apart from a rear, the 5 directions were dangerous, and it was extremely large. Klein suddenly hesitated. Which side should I choose? It definitely wouldn't work from the bottom left. There were 3 left. There are too many scarlet flying insects that it wouldn't work. Up or right. Klein looked up that it was 4 meters tall, that if he relied on the sand to constantly raise his height, he could climb up, but the final step was very difficult. When he climbed up, if there was any movement, the 3 anesthetized bats would pounce on him. That if he was stuck at the entrance of the cave, he would be gone. He was too passive. From the looks of it, only the right side was feasible. Klein clenched his short spear and took a deep breath. Should I kill my way out now? Of course not. After some thought, he said, the hint told me that I don't have enough proficiency. Perhaps, when I have enough proficiency, I can kill my way out. Next, I should practice well and not dig any further. Klein had another thought. Crypt creatures should at least eat. Would they temporarily leave the catacombs? He stopped to observe for a moment. Klein tried stabbing a few times with a short spear. He had already summoned the runic base and was hiding inside to practice. Although the space was small, it was very safe. If a clumsy crypt creature came out of nowhere and was caught off guard, it would be easy for something to happen. 800, 900, 1,000 times. Klein kept practicing. When he was tired, he rested for a while and drank some water. Soon, there were only 2.5 bottles left to the 3 bottles of mineral water. It was time for rest, and he had nothing to do. Klein turned on the chat channel. After circling around for a while, he discovered that many people were asking for water and food. 5 or 6 hours had passed since everyone entered the catacombs. Klein had dug to the 5th catacombs, while most of the others stayed at the 2nd or 3rd catacombs. Some were injured, while others were lucky enough to dig up something good. Similarly, there were already people who had died. Each regional channel had a total of 1,000 people at the start of the game at that moment. All of them had their numbers reduced. There were 937 players left in Klein's regional channel. This was undoubtedly a form of hidden pressure. Choose carefully, or people will really die. When someone dug a 2nd catacomb, they could muster up their courage. When they were about to dig a 3rd catacomb and saw someone die, they immediately wilted. My progress is considered fast. If nothing unexpected happens from the 1st catacomb to the 2nd catacomb, no one will die. If they're lucky, they'll be able to dig up something good. Starting from the 3rd catacomb, the risk will gradually increase. Klein fell into deep thought. He logged out of the chat channel and entered the trading platform. There were people who began trading and bartering. So many people are short of water. Klein browsed through them and found that they were all asking for food and water. After all, survival materials were currently the most scarce and most important. No one is trading runes. He thought for a moment and said, break down a bottle of mineral water. He was prepared to throw 400 milliliters of water to the market later, only exchanging for water runes and fire runes. The other items could be traded, but the plastic bottle had to be kept. How the trader drank it had nothing to do with him. System notification, water plus 400 ml, system notification, plastic bottle plus 1 in the trading channel. Seller, Klein 182.56, item, 400 milliliters mineral water. Requirements, 1 water rune, shins, 1 fire rune inventory, 1. Just as Klein put the item up, the chat channel immediately exploded. Fuck, someone is trading with water. What's a rune? If anyone trades with him, I'll trade with you. Water is a scarce resource. I haven't seen a drop of it in the trading market today. Yet someone is willing to trade with it. Gone. That retard is spouting nonsense on the World Channel. I want to trade with Big Brother Klein in private. There was a heated discussion over here, on the other side. A bunch of people were privately chatting with Klein through the trade channel. Brother Way, can I exchange 100 units of sand for your water? Brother, do you want to trade with me? I can satisfy any of your requirements. Someone smiled and said, I'm a billionaire. Give me the water, I'll give you 10 billion when we get out. Someone then asked, Big Brother, do you want iron? I want the water. Not a single person had water or fire runes. Among the tens of thousands of private messages, there were some foreigners' avatars. However, the messages they sent to Klein were in Chinese. Probably, the system could automatically translate them. Among these people, there were some celebrities that Klein was familiar with, and even rich people and officials. Some begged Klein, some threatened him, some promised him rewards, and some seduced him with their beauty. Klein ignored all of them. In front of Klein, everyone in this world was equal. Without runes, there was no way they could be exchanged. God knew if they would be able to return to the real world alive. After resting for 20 minutes, no one traded. Klein got up and continued practicing his short spear. Hard work always paid off. Now, Klein's proficiency with his short spear had increased by a lot that a few hours later, the light in the catacombs dimmed. There was only a quarter of a bottle of mineral water left. He had also eaten a loaf of bread, tea that moment. Klein checked the catacombs on the right again. There was a change in the notification. In the cave on the right, the crypt creature has woken up. Don't startle it. Wait for daybreak and end it with your short spear. The notification revealed 2 pieces of information. Point 1, the crypt creature had woken up. 2, he no longer mentioned the proficiency of his short spear. Perhaps Klein's proficiency had reached the requirements. Chapter 6. Obtain the water rune and enter the next catacomb. Translator. Simple MTL editor. Simple MTL. The catacomb fell into darkness. Klein lay on the ground, his hands and feet cold. Even in the runic base, people couldn't withstand the cold of the night. Fortunately, Klein ate well, and his body was full of energy. As for those who were hungry without food, it was hard to imagine how miserable they would be. From time to time, Klein would check the catacombs in a few directions. He hoped that there would be some changes in the notifications. For example, that there would be a notification that the crypt creature had left. However, what he had hoped for didn't happen. The crypt creatures had never left the catacombs. Klein couldn't help but suspect that his previous guess was wrong. Can't this thing leave? It's a little like the monsters in the game. Could it be that it would always stay in one map and not have to eat or drink? Klein couldn't help but retort. He still wanted to steal from the crypt creatures, but it seemed like he had to give up on the idea. Everyone should be hungry by now. Klein guessed in his heart. He had eaten a loaf of bread 2 hours ago, and he wasn't even half full. There was no need to say anything about those unlucky people who didn't manage to dig up any. Food, he said. Hang a loaf of bread on it now. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up. With a bunch of people starving, the bread must be even more tempting. But a moment later, I in the trading channel. Seller, Klein, item, 400 g wheat bread. Requirement, 1 water room inventory. And with that, he had already hung up 2 items. During the day, no one had come to trade for 400 milliliters of mineral water. I in the chat channel. Many people couldn't sleep, and they didn't have any entertainment items, so they could only chat. Fuck, big brother Klein hung up his supplies again. I saw it. It's a loaf of bread. I'm so hungry. Sob, sob, sob. Can Lord Klein give a loaf of bread to a girl for free? Darn Americans, hanging up at a time like this. He wants runes again. What exactly is this? Does anyone know? If I have runes, I'll change them first. Sigh, it's more important to fill my stomach. When everyone realized that it was Klein again, they were filled with envy and resentment. God knows how lucky Klein was to have extra food and water. They didn't even have what he wanted. Klein was once again privately messaged by many people. This time, a group of people scolded him for being unsympathetic and even for moral kidnapping. Klein completely ignored them. He thought that he wouldn't gain anything tonight. 5 minutes later, a dialog box automatically popped up on the interface that I in the private message channel. A filtering function could be set. Klein set fire and water runes as the keywords. Once it was triggered, the dialog box would pop up. Alice said, I have water runes that if you are willing to use 5 pieces of bread, I can make a deal with you. The portrait was of a pretty girl. She had a good appearance and a good temperament. Klein raised his eyebrows and smiled. Finally, a buyer had come to his door. Alice smiled and said, asking for 5 pieces of bread at once. Haha, is that too much? Klein shook his head and replied to Alice. Klein said, you should know that food is very precious at the moment that I in the market. I'm the only one who sells it. Aren't you being too insincere by asking for 5 pieces at once? Alice, is 3 pieces okay? Klein, don't even think about it. I only have 1 piece left. If you don't want it, I'll eat it tomorrow. Alice, then wait a moment that I'll think about it. 2 minutes later. System notification. 400g wheat bread transaction completed. Water rune +1. Klein checked the transaction record. Sure enough, Alice had used the water rune to exchange for it. A piece of wheat bread in front of him vanished in a thin but at the same time, a wooden fragment landed in front of Klein. Material was unknown. There were waves on the surface. The pale blue fluorescence lingered around it. Water rune. The selenium runes in the catacombs world are in doubt. They contain a mysterious power and have a wide range of uses. Klein held it in his hand and felt it chilled. He tossed and turned it, but he couldn't figure out the material. Furthermore, the runes couldn't be decomposed. With a water rune, I'm missing a fire rune. Klein thought of this and hurriedly went to the trading channel to change the conditions for the 400 milliliters of mineral water. He would only use fire runes to trade for IT in the second half of the night. No one came to trade again. It was daybreak. The number of excavations had been restored to 10. He would head to the 6th catacomb today. Klein muttered to himself as he put away the runic base. At that moment, he focused his attention on observing the cave on the right. Sure, it has just fallen. Asleep. Now is not the time to attack. Klein was in no hurry. He first drank some water and ate some bread. An hour later, he checked again. Digging to the right is not bad. The one-eyed lizard is sleeping soundly. After entering, charge forward. With your short spear proficiency, when it opens its eyes, you can poke it blind. This will be a great harvest. As expected, the proficiency of a short spear was sufficient. Klein took a deep breath and took out his shovel. He dug out a tunnel first. The 2 catacombs were separated by an unknown number of meters. He wanted to dig out a large tunnel and adjust his condition before charging forward. That a black hole appeared at a full 20 meters. TOB on the safe side. Klein chose to watch again. The golden prompt didn't change. The one-eyed lizard was still sleeping soundly. The black hole completely blocked the sound of digging. Klein retreated back into the cave. He put away the shovel and sat down to rest. He had almost recovered his strength, so he got up and did some warm-up exercises. Everything was ready. He adjusted his state of mind. He gripped the short spear tightly. Charge. Klein was unprecedentedly calm. When he passed through the black hole, as expected from meters away, a lizard creature that was nearly 1.5 meters long was sleeping soundly. Its face was ferocious and its whole body was green. At IT was a one-eyed lizard. The 6th catacomb was about 10 meters in length and width. There was a faint smell of blood in the air. There were many rocks on the ground. When Klein rushed out, he charged at the one-eyed lizard as fast as he could. He stepped on the rocks. There was a subtle movement. The one-eyed lizard suddenly opened its eyes in the center of its head. There was indeed only one IT had caught the intruder. A hint of viciousness flashed in its eyes this moment. Klein and the one-eyed lizard were less than 2 meters away. Charge. Stab. He had practiced it more than 20 times in his mind, but he stabbed without any hesitation. He aimed at the one-eyed lizard. Although the one-eyed lizard had woken up, it was already too late. IT tilted its head slightly, but the short spear accurately pierced its eyeball. Puffed. The one-eyed lizard let out a pained roar. Klein pulled out the short spear and quickly retreated. The one-eyed lizard's thick tail only swept through the air. Anger and pain had already caused it to leave its food and attack its surroundings frantically. Without a vision, it could only protect its surroundings, unable to find Klein's position. Klein carefully moved his feet, held his breath, and circled to the other side, but a handful of sand appeared in his hand. Every time the one-eyed lizard approached, he would throw the sand to the other side. The one-eyed lizard would listen to the sounds and attack, but it would always miss. Now was the time to test his patience. Klein didn't dare to be careless that IT was best not to be injured before he dug up medical resources. The one-eyed lizard is bleeding. After missing a few times, it gradually loses its patience. Be careful that it doesn't dig up the soil and escape. Above the one-eyed lizard, the golden text jumped. Klein raised his eyebrows. IT seemed like his guess yesterday was wrong. Crypt creatures could leave the catacombs. He slowly moved his feet, occasionally throwing out a handful of sand to cover up the faint footsteps. Suddenly, the one-eyed lizard quickly dug up the ground. Shoo! 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 The digging speed increased. Now is a good time. The prompt changed again. Klein suddenly stabbed out with a short spear. IT was still aimed at its eyes. This time, the force was even stronger. IT nearly surged into the depths of its head. He stirred it violently again. The one-eyed lizard struggled on the ground for less than half a minute before it stopped moving. System notification. Soul +1. Klein obtained a one-eyed lizard corpse. Decomposing the one-eyed lizard. System notification. One-eyed lizard meat +6. System notification. One-eyed lizard skin +1. System notification. One-eyed lizard blood +800 ml. System notification. One-eyed lizard bone +4. Among them, the lizard blood needed to be stored in a container. Yesterday, Klein drank a bottle of mineral water and sold another bottle. The 2 plastic bottles were filled to the brim. Soul? The soul of a one-eyed lizard? A special substance that emitted a faint light floated in Klein's hand. IT looked a little like a ball of air. Soul. Kill the crypt creature, and you will obtain IT. IT has a wide range of uses. Klein put away and looked at the other trophies. One-eyed lizard meat. It's rich in nutrients, but it tastes a little sour. Current consumption of it has a satiation index of 4 stars. Overall score, 65. The overall score of wheat bread was less than 20.1 piece of one-eyed lizard meat was equivalent to 3 pieces of wheat bread. One-eyed lizard blood. Trace elements. Consume it while it's hot. It can improve your physique. The skin and bones were ordinary. The meat was edible and not bad for the blood. It could improve one's physique. Klein licked his lips. IT was just in time for his mouth to dry up. He picked up a bottle, looked up, and gulped it down. Lizard blood didn't smell good at all. Klein endured the fishy smell and drank a bottle without leaving a single drop. Suddenly, waves of heat surged through his body. Awesome! Klein shouted. The second bottle. He continued to drink it. Gulp, gulp, burp. Klein wiped the corner of his mouth. In just a moment, the streams of heat flowed through his body, replenishing his stamina. There's still something left to plunder in the 6 catacombs. He surveyed his surroundings. There were traces of dried blood on the ground. IT didn't belong to a one-eyed lizard. IT was probably food from before. Apart from that, there was a bronze treasure chest in the corner of the catacomb. Opening the treasure chest. System notification. Bronze treasure chest +1. System notification. Iron block +2. System notification. Fire rune +2. Klein was delighted. Fire rune. After exchanging for water runes last night, there were still 2 fire runes today with that. He had gathered all the materials needed to create the water condenser. Klein grabbed the fire rune. IT felt warm in his hands. The shape and material were similar to water runes. However, the surface was a flame pattern that emitted a red light. Klein then disassembled the bronze treasure chest. Present. His net worth was as follows. Water rune 1. Fire rune 2. Soul 1. Iron block 7. Copper block 8. With 6. Fluorescent grass 6. Fluorescent grass seed 2. Lizard meat 6. Bone 4. Skin 1. There was only 1 wheat bread left and less than a bottle of mineral water. Sand 20. Klein took the initiative to clear the sand so that it wasn't full. He opened the manufacturing panel. He selected an excellent water condenser. He confirmed the forging. System notification. Copper block 4. Iron block 6. Wood 2. Water rune 1. Fire rune 1. System notification. Excellent water condenser successfully forged. An instrument with copper and iron as the main body appeared in front of Klein. It was about a foot tall. It was like a small alchemy furnace that on the front was a wave pattern of water runes, that on the ground was a flame pattern of fire runes. Excellent water condenser. It's a daily runic device that IT can be activated by adding fuel. That IT cannot be activated in the state of combat. Klein's palm touched the water condenser. That IT wasn't big, but its design was rather exquisite. That IT had a lid and looked like a small pill furnace. The interior should be a water condenser. The storage state meant that it could be activated by placing it in the runic base. System notification. Adding 4 wood can put it into operation for 1 hour. System notification. Adding 1 soul can put it into operation for 8 hours. Klein was taken aback that a soul could be used as fuel. In addition, how much water would be left after 1 hour of operation? Klein didn't plan on consuming this soul. After all, it wasn't easy to obtain this thing from the crypt creatures. Obtaining wood was relatively easy. Let's first plunder the resources in the catacombs. Klein put the items away and looked elsewhere. There were some stones on the ground. He squatted down to pick them up. System notification. Stone +1. System notification. Stone +1. System notification. Stone +1. Stone +8. In addition, he dug out a large piece of wood and gained 2 units of wood. Klein opened the crafting interface that he locked onto one of the tools. Ordinary construction hammer. With 6 halves, stone 8 halves, he selected this item that he confirmed the crafting. Klein had wanted to craft this tool early in the morning. However, he was always short of stones. System notification. Wood 2. Stone to. System notification. Ordinary construction hammer successfully crafted. A simple-looking, large stone hammer appeared in Klein's hand. IT had a wooden handle. The hammer's head was made of 2 fist-sized stones. Ordinary construction hammer. It can be used to construct and repair buildings. Your runic base needs it. Klein opened the runic base without tying his belt. When he faced the runic base again, 2 options popped up on the interface. Repair. Construction. Among them, the repair button was bright and the construction button was gray. The repair wasn't complete and construction of the runic base wasn't allowed. Klein tapped on the repair function. Repair progress. 0/6. Repair materials. Soul 1/1. Stone 6/5. Copper 4 halves. Iron 1 half. Fire rune 1/1. Wind rune 0/1. A total of 6 materials were required. Currently, he was lacking a wind rune and a piece of iron. It seems like I can repair them separately. Klein first added a stone. The repair began. Stone 5. He raised his construction hammer and gave it a symbolic knock twice. The slightly damaged runic base was flattened in an instant. This moment, when he checked the progress of the repair, it was already 1/6. It looks better than before. Klein put away the runic base and opened the trade channel. And 01 had traded with the water that was put up yesterday. Klein already had fire runes. Therefore, he changed the trade request to wind runes. Let's continue to the next catacomb. Klein began to check the catacombs in 5 directions. From the 5th to the 6th catacomb, every choice had risks. And from the 6th to the 7th catacomb, Klein inspected them. Every catacomb had rewards, and there was no danger. There's a bronze treasure chest in the back catacomb. There seems to be quite a number of items. After some consideration, Klein chose to dig the tunnel behind. Huff, 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 huff. He buried his head and continued digging till he arrived at the 7th catacomb. Klein immediately came in front of the bronze treasure chest. The golden prompt was non-toxic and harmless. Open the bronze treasure chest. System notification. Bronze treasure chest +1. System notification. Bronze treasure chest can be broken down into 4 copper pieces. You wish to break it down. System notification. Flint +1. System notification. Bacon +4. System notification. Ordinary healing medicine forging blueprint +1. System notification. Do you wish to learn ordinary healing medicine forging blueprint? Several notifications popped up in succession. Klein first broke down the copper treasure chest and learned the recipe for healing medicine. A light flashed. System notification. Successful learning. Klein opened the recipe list and found the recipe for healing medicine that he had just learned at the bottom. Ordinary healing medicine. Fluorescent grass 6 halves, black vine 0/2, cold play grass 0/3, red flower 0/3, water 760/200 ml. There were only 2 materials he had. Klein took a glance and opened the trading channel. Searching for black vine, some people had collected it and put it up. While searching for cold play grass and red flower, there were also people putting it up for sale. These are not rare items. The seller only wants water and food. Also, no one is selling healing medicine for the time being. Klein ran to the chat channel again and searched for keywords such as injured and bleeding. Quite a number of results popped up that in less than 2 days, the catacombs had already produced many injured people. If he could produce healing medicine and throw it into the market, There would definitely be people who would want it out, of course, in the short term. Water and food would definitely be the most sought after. After some time, when everyone steadied their footing, the healing medicine would show its value. System notification. For 100 milliliters mineral water, completed transaction. Wind rune +1. As Klein pondered, the mineral water that he had put up for the entire night was finally sold. With that, all he needed to do was collect another piece of iron, and he would be able to completely restore the runic base. Klein only had less than a bottle of mineral water left, but he had exchanged it for a wind rune, a rune that symbolized the wind was engraved on the surface, and its surface emitted a green fluorescence. It felt as though a gentle breeze was blowing in his hand. Klein fiddled with the rune for a moment before putting it away. Continue digging. He picked up the shovel and checked the caves in 5 directions at once. The 8th catacomb. Klein was collecting black vines that had been attached to the wall. The branches were thin like vines, and its trunk was thicker. That a wave of harvesting yielded a total of 8 units of black vines. Apart from that, he also harvested the fruits of the black vines. The 8th cave was mainly made of materials in the 7th cave. Klein checked 5 directions and found that none of the caves had danger point 1 of. The caves was empty, and there were 4 caves left. Each of them had more or less some materials. Klein had already dug out 2 iron blocks, 2 copper blocks for stones, and 10 wood blocks. Along with 8 black vines and 3 black vine fruits, he had harvested quite a lot. Among them, the black vine fruit was edible. Black vine fruit. Remove the outer skin, and you'll be able to taste the purple fruit that tastes sweet and sour, and is rich in vitamins. Currently, you have taken 1.5 stars of the satiation index. Overall score, 24. Klein took out a fruit. His first laughed loudly. The outer skin was rough and appeared purple-black. It did not look good. However, in the underground world, it was good stuff to eat. Klein removed the hard outer layer. The purplish flesh was revealed. The air was immediately filled with a sweet and sour smell. In the 6th subterranean world. Klein pinched his nose and drank 2 bottles of lizard blood. There was still a strange smell in his mouth. After 3 days of being stimulated by the smell, a large amount of saliva was immediately secreted from his mouth. The first fruit to come to the subterranean world. Klein took a deep breath and took a fierce bite. The sweet and sour juice filled his mouth. It was seedless and tender. It felt good. He couldn't help but kick his feet. He didn't care about the juice staining his teeth as his lips turned purple. He took another bite. This was much better than eating wheat bread. 1 fruit was easily taken care of. Klein resisted the urge to eat the second fruit and opened the runic base. Holding the construction hammer in his hand, he opened the repair interface. Again, repair progress, 1/6, repair materials, soul 1/1, copper 10 halves, iron 3 halves, fire rune 1/1, wind rune 1/1. The remaining 5 materials were all gathered. Repair all. Klein raised the construction hammer and struck the runic base. System notification. Soul 2, copper 2, iron 2, fire rune 1, wind rune 1. System notification. The excellent runic base has been successfully restored. The reminder flashed by. The inside and outside of the rune base were completely new. The first thing was the internal environment. It was no longer stained. The ground was clean, and the firing was done quickly. The base had doubled in size. Some of the potholes had already been filled up. The ventilation effect had improved a lot. Moreover, one could feel waves of warmth. It was probably the effect of the wind and fire runes for the outside. It was originally like a dilapidated mud house, but when a strong wind blew, it would collapse. That was not bad. After taking a look around, he opened the runic base's construction interface. Wooden door. In the entire cheetah, the runic base's existing features could be upgraded. It could also be rebuilt to improve the facilities within the base. It was all very simple and very basic. All of them looked simple. For example, the lighting equipment inside the base is not shown in the list. He probably needed to look for a manufacturing blueprint to learn it. 3 digs today, 7 to go. Klein took out the condenser and placed it on the ground. Add 4 more pieces of wood and activate the water condenser, he said. System notification. Wood 4. The water condenser shook slightly and was already activated. The flame pattern turned fiery red. Klein touched the water condenser with his palm again and could feel the surface temperature increasing. This thing can be used as a heater at night. After more than 10 minutes, the temperature remained at about 70 to 80 degrees. Klein couldn't help but open the lid. He looked down and saw that some water had already gathered in the condensation tank. Water droplets constantly emerged from the small hole above and fell to the bottom. The water was normal, and he didn't believe that it would boil. It would be great if it could boil. Klein closed the lid and waited patiently. this rate, there would be at least 300 milliliters of water in an hour. For units of wood for 300 milliliters of water, it's worth it. I believe there are a bunch of people who are willing to exchange for units of wood for 3 to 400 milliliters of water. Even if it's 100 milliliters, there will still be people who are willing to exchange. Klein pondered for a moment and opened the trade channel. Currently, he could use the following resources: water, wheat bread 1, lizard meat 6, black vine fruit 2, bacon 4. Copper 8, iron 1, wood 10, stone 5, sand 20, lizard skin 1, lizard bone 4, fluorescent grass 6, fluorescent grass seed 2. Flint 1, plastic bottle 3. Trade channel. Seller, Klein 182. Trade item, 400 g wheat bread. Requirements: any 1 rune. Options: 1 soul. Inventory, 1 seller's message. If you have any special items, you can make a private transaction. The 2 items were successfully placed on the shelves. Under normal circumstances, any version of saliva would be around 15 milliliters to 20 milliliter, although Klein was a black-hearted businessman who traded 15 milliliters for 1 piece of wood. To some players who were jealous of the lack of water, he was equivalent to a savior. In addition, Klein had his own considerations as to why he set a limited trading limit. If he allowed multiple transactions, it would be easy for it to be hoarded instead of being traded away. 20 stocks could be exchanged for 20 logs. If he operated the water condenser again, it could produce about 1,500 milliliters of water. The net profit was 4 times the cost. In the World Chat channel, friends who lack water and have wood quickly go to the trade channel. Boss Klein is selling water again. What are you shouting for? Do you think there are too many people? Haha, don't even think about it. Boss Klein just put it up for sale, and in just a few seconds, it was already sold out. A group of people were staring at the trade market. What's wrong with Klein? This guy traded 400 milliliters yesterday, and now he's selling 300 milliliter. Does he have too much? Big Boss Klein, can you come out and say something? Which catacombs have you dug up? Can you tell me the strategy? There's bread over there. Klein needs runes or souls. I haven't even seen runes, and a few souls have appeared. Is this another killing tool? If nothing unexpected happens, he should have dug up quite a few catacombs. Sai's luck is really good. A group of people discussed the matter in the World Channel for the past 2 days. Klein was the most unique. Other people would trade resources for food and drink, but he was the only one who did the opposite. There were runes and souls. IT sounded like he was going to get high-grade resources. Water is too popular. Klein's wood supply had increased to 30 units. In less than a few seconds after it was placed up, it was immediately sold out. Many of the buyers who had managed to get 15 milliliters of water sent private messages to Klein thanking him sincerely for saving their lives. They also expressed that he could notify them in advance if he were to put up the water again. Alice sent a private message to Klein. Mr. Klein, can you tell me what a soul is? Alice, who had completed the transaction with Klein the last time, sent a private message. Klein happened to catch a glimpse of it. In fact, it wasn't just Alice who was asking. Thousands of people were asking about it one after another. The rest of the private messages were either begging Klein for alms, saying they were pitiful, or they wanted to use strange things to trade with him to be able to ask what a soul was. It was likely that she didn't need to consider eating or drinking in the short term. Should I reveal this information? Klein thought for a moment and decided to tell everyone. Firstly, this wasn't important information, and sooner or later, someone would be able to kill the crypt creature and obtain information about the soul. It was even possible that someone had already killed a crypt creature. Although crypt creatures were dangerous, there was no lack of fierce humans among the humans. A slide shovel would make a fierce tiger tremble 3 times. Killing a crypt creature will obtain a soul. Klein extracted the keywords and sent a group message. Alice, awesome. Boss is awesome. Are crypt creatures dangerous? What can souls be used for? Fuck, we're still struggling to survive. Boss, have you already fought monsters? What a joke. After learning that the soul came from the crypt creatures, all the players across from him had entered. There were also people who wanted to ask about the use of the soul. Regarding this, Klein chose to ignore them. Firstly, he didn't know much about it. Secondly, he wanted to exchange souls. If others knew about the use of the soul, they would unconsciously raise the bottom line of the transaction. He could hide it for a while. After Klein finished answering the private message, the news had already spread through the World Channel. I just asked Klein about it. He told me that only by killing the crypt creature can 1 soul be obtained. It wasn't just one person. The others also mentioned this matter. The boss must have killed a crypt creature before he found out. Many people speculated. The World Channel exploded. While they were carefully digging and struggling to survive, others had already killed a crypt creature. There was no way to compare. Klein didn't care about the situation in the World Channel. He only looked at private messages. It had to be said that after becoming famous, there were so many private messages that they exploded. Thankfully, private messages had a filtering function and could eliminate some junk private messages. Boss, do you need an ordinary down jacket blueprint? I want to exchange bread. Do you need an ordinary stone bowl blueprint? Can fluorescent grass be exchanged for bread? I have 10 units. Do you need a rope? Candles. Do you want a whip? There were all sorts of strange items to trade that IT was a little too nonsensical. Klein focused on the blueprints, souls, and runes, and one mentioned the soul and runes. After half an hour of filtering, Klein replied to a private message from one of them. Roger said, "Hey boss, I have an excellent machete blueprint and an ordinary barbecue grill blueprint. There's also a fire rune that if you can exchange them. Which one do you want?" Klein said, "I want all of them, but I can give you an extra piece of cured meat." Roger said, "That's great. Thank you, sir, that I'm starving." Klein said, "Wait a moment, I'll go down to the rack first." After the two of them saw each other, they completed the transaction in private. The food could be cut. The cured meat might not be as big as bread, but the meat made one famished. System notification. 400G wheat bread completed transaction. Fire rune +1. System notification. 1 bacon transaction completed. Excellent machete blueprint +1. Ordinary grill blueprint +1. 2 blueprints appeared in Klein's hands. None of them were runic devices that in the blueprint list. There were only spears and no swords. Learn them all. The 2 blueprints turned into 2 streams of light. Klein flipped open the blueprint list and looked at the synthesis formula. Ordinary grill, with 30/4, iron 1/4, copper 8/4, excellent machete with 30-1, iron 1/4. Klein currently had sufficient wood, but he lacked iron. However, as long as the batch of wood he had was converted into water, it wouldn't be difficult to exchange for iron. There were many people were selling iron in the trading market. However, iron was more valuable than wood at IT. It was impossible to exchange 20 to 30 milliliters of water for 1 unit of iron. When Klein went to the trading market, it was for a piece of iron. 1 to 200 milliliters of water could be exchanged for 1 unit of iron. Of course, very few people would exchange for it. There was still a shortage of water and food. In other words, everyone was hoarding. Apart from Klein, no one knew what was in the next catacombs. If all the excavations were used up 10 times a day, food and water would be used up. They would be uncomfortable for the entire day. The water condenser was still a few minutes away from its end. Klein had nothing to do, so he went to the chat channel to look. The main reason was to gather some information. There was too much information in the world channel. Klein quickly scanned through it. He would only stop to take a look when he came across a keyword he was interested in. Some players had encountered crypt creatures before. However, they weren't killed. They were mostly beaten back. According to the players' descriptions, don't be afraid of crypt creatures. If you encounter them, use a shovel to demonstrate your strength. As long as you hit them 2 or 3 times, the crypt creatures would dig up the ground and escape. Klein believed more in the survivor's words. Only by surviving could one speak. The dead were all shut up. There were probably many players who died in a crypt creature's mouth a few minutes later. The water condenser stopped functioning. System notification. Water plus 350 ml. Klein didn't put into a plastic bottle. Instead, he opened the manufacturing page. He chose to use 4 pieces of wood to create a wooden bucket. The bucket had a capacity of 12 liters, which was enough for now. Klein poured all the water into the bucket. Currently, the total amount of water resources was 410 milliliter after taking care of everything. He put away the water rune base and continued digging. The 9th catacomb was still a resource-based catacomb. There were 5 directions, but none of them were dangerous. One of them was empty. The basement on the left has a rich variety of resources. IT has the plants you need. Klein chose to dig to the left. After digging for about 10 meters, a hole appeared. He drilled in. He saw rocks, iron, copper, and wood all over the ground. In the corner, there were red flowers that looked like snakes. Klein first went to gather flowers. If he guessed correctly, this thing was most likely red flower. IT was also one of the ingredients needed for the ordinary healing medicine. Red flower. Edible plant. Be careful when picking it. Be careful of snakes nearby. Harmless little red flower. Pick it without worried. There's nothing nearby. Klein squatted down to gather it. It was still fully illuminated, leaving nothing behind. Red flower plus 6. He still didn't manage to gather any seeds this time. Next, he picked up the materials on the ground. Wood plus 6, iron plus 4, copper plus 3, stone plus 5. Now, I'm only 3 points away from being able to produce ordinary healing medicine. Klein opened the interface. The house in the upper left corner was still green. There's enough space to store the barbecue grill. If it's too crowded, I can also leave the grill outside. Klein didn't immediately build the barbecue grill. He would wait until lunchtime. He continued digging. He looked at the catacombs in 5 different directions. Digging upwards, there's a group of green scorpions here. Perhaps, when you dig upwards, the green scorpions will be nearby. With a light tap, you will die. Continue digging to the left. There's only one egg there. It contains a special power. In the catacombs ahead, there's an injured crypt creature. It's on high alert. If you scare it, it will immediately escape. There are only a few materials in the catacombs behind. It might not be enough to satisfy your appetite. Dig down. There's an erotic magazine that can kill time, as well as some snacks. If you feel lonely, you can give it a try. Only 3 directions indicated that there were resources. 2 directions indicated that there was a crypt creature. There's an egg on the left. Is it food? Klein pondered. Since the hint was that it contained a special power and didn't indicate any risk, it meant that it could be excavated. The resources in the other 2 directions weren't abundant, so they could be discarded. Klein continued digging to the left. The passageway was more than 30 meters long. There was an inflection point in the middle. He needed to use a shovel to try in order to find the correct direction. I've dug through. Klein put away the shovel, took out the short spear, and stepped into the 10th catacomb. And no matter what, there was nothing wrong with being cautious. This catacomb was relatively narrowed. It spanned about 3 meters. In the middle was a small protruding sand dune. Surrounded by sand, half of a big white egg was exposed. It was a size bigger than an ostrich egg. There's no danger around here. This egg is good stuff. Your lonely days are over. The golden words jumped. Lonely days are over. Could it be that a beautiful woman can hatch? Klein strode closer and observed the large white egg closely. Its surface wasn't pure white, but there were some silver patterns on it. He could only see it clearly when he got closer. The complicated patterns immediately made him think of the runic base and the water condenser. It related to runes again. Klein threw away the sand and picked up the white egg with both hands. System notification. Runic egg +1. Runic egg. Underage crypt creatures are sealed in the egg by runes, dripping blood on it. We'll break the seal and bind you. You will obtain a loyal companion that doesn't need a hatch. Bind it with blood? Klein took a closer look, but he couldn't see the situation inside clearly. He didn't know how big this thing was. If it was small in size, he could still feed it. If it was large in size, he couldn't release it for the time being. Otherwise, it would consume too much resources if he had an extra mouth. Under normal circumstances, if it was outside, Klein wouldn't think of it as a large-sized creature. But in the catacombs world, even a metal ball could turn into a big stone house, not to mention such a big egg. Klein put his ear to the eggshell. It's quiet in there. Nothing's happening. Keep it until the food is sufficient. Klein put away the egg and thought of something else. Since crypt creatures can dig for crypts, can a player's pet bring something back from another crypt? For example, if Klein wanted to excavate the left side, he could have his pet search for materials in the other subterranean caverns. Klein thought for a moment before saying, there's a clause in the rules that states that once you enter the next subterranean cavern, the return passage will be sealed. I wonder if there are any targeted crypt creatures. Klein didn't believe that the game creator would leave behind any major bugs, especially in the description of the runic DNA. The keyword was bound to you. Forget it. I'll dig another catacomb now. Klein's eyes darted around as he looked at the hints in every direction. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he chose to dig ahead. There was a copper treasure chest in the front of the underground cave, and the hints indicated that there were no crypt creatures in less than 3 minutes. He successfully entered the 11th underground catacomb. Klein went straight for the copper treasure chest. However, he didn't open it immediately. Be careful. This treasure chest is smeared with poison. If you touch it, you'll be poisoned as well. It will cause you to have difficulty moving for the next 3 days. The hint this time was different. Good Lord, they even smeared some poison on the surface of the treasure chest. If I'm not careful, I might have to stay here for 3 days. Klein secretly rejoiced at the golden hint. If it were anyone else, they would definitely have opened it foolishly. Use lizard skin. A piece of skin appeared in Klein's hand that he was opening the treasure chest. The material inside was relatively rich. System notification. Excellent dagger +1. System notification. Map, small, +1. System notification. Flint +1. System notification. 250 milliliters pure milk +2. System notification. Excellent sleeping bag +1. The dagger was exquisite, about 10 centimeters long, and it had a scabbard. The pure milk was in a paper bag without a label. The sleeping bag was stuffed under the treasure chest that it was. Dark blue in color and 2 meters long. As for the treasure chest, Klein touched it from the inside and disintegrated it into copper on the spot. The toxicity naturally disappeared of the few rewards. The sheepskin map was the most special. Map. Small. This is the distribution of the nearby catacombs. It's an explorer's favorite. Klein unfolded the map. He saw that the middle location was marked with a red. With his catacombs as the center, it extended outwards, with dozens of catacombs of various sizes. Furthermore, each catacombs would be marked. For example, with the red dot as the center, the catacombs at the back, which was the 10th catacombs that Klein came out of, were clearly marked with the runic egg. There was no risk. The map didn't only show the adjacent catacombs, the 5 catacombs adjacent to the 10th. Catacombs were also marked. It meant that with this map, one could know the specific situation of the 2 catacombs below. Ordinary players. This was a good item. Klein. Its usefulness was discounted by his system. After all, he could see the hints of the adjacent catacombs. I don't know if the sheepskin is 100% accurate. As Klein looked at the map, he looked at the golden hints of the next catacombs. The next catacombs could all be matched. This catacomb matter is xenogeneic? What is this thing? Klein decided on a mark on his map and fell into deep thought. If he wanted to go to the xenogeneic catacombs, he needed to dig to the right first. After reaching the next catacombs, he would dig further down. There was nothing in the catacombs on the right that if he followed the instructions, Klein wouldn't have chosen to dig to the right, and he would have missed the xenogeneic catacomb. It's marked as harmless, and it's another special item. I have to get it. Klein put away the parchment and decided on the order of the next 2 excavations. He thought for a moment before saying, "Let's first plunder all the materials in this catacomb." He walked around and found 2 iron blocks and 2 wood blocks. After confirming that there were no other items, he headed to the catacomb on the right. I end this round of harvest? The sleeping bag could improve the quality of life. The dagger could defend himself and cut. And the good milk could be drunk as water. Only flint. Klein already had one, and it could be used for a long period of time. The second flint could be stored or traded on the market. The 12th catacomb. The moment Klein entered, he immediately checked the catacombs below. There's a strange item in the catacomb below. However, a crypt creature is wandering in the catacombs. If there's a sharp sword, it's very easy to deal with it. There's a slight deviation in the bottom chart. In other words, as long as I have ultimate move, I won't have to be afraid of the yellow sand octopus. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. If the risk of digging down was too great, he might have to give up. Open the manufacturing interface. Klein thought to himself. He slid the list down. Excellent machete. With 34-1, iron 7/4. Selected machete. Confirmed manufacturing. System notification. Wood 1. Iron 4. System notification. Excellent machete. Successfully forged. A shiny machete appeared in Klein's hand. It had a wooden hilt. The blade was 1.2 meters long, reflecting the luster of metal. The blade was extremely sharp. It is a very excellent machete. Feel free to use it. It will definitely be a good weapon. With this machete, you can easily break through the hard surface of a crypt creature. Klein slashed a few times into the air. He gradually became familiar with the weight of the machete. He had played with the machete a few months. It hadn't been long. 3 to 4 months. Back then, he had signed up for a club on a whim and spent a small sum of money. Now that he held the prop again, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. Back then, he was only at the beginner level and couldn't use it skillfully. But for the current Klein, the skills he had learned regarding the use of the machete, as well as a bit of proficiency, were all extremely crucial. There's a strange item in the catacomb below. However, it's a troublesome yellow sand octopus that's wandering around in the catacombs. Use a machete to chop it up. Be careful of its sand-spitting ability. You should know the consequences of being caught by the monster. Klein checked again, and the notification changed. With that, he could dig without worry. He sheathed his machete and took out his shovel. He picked a spot. He began digging. He continued downwards. The tunnel grew longer and longer. Klein focused his attention and threw away the last shovel. As he fell, he put away his shovel. This time, he landed on the high platform in the catacomb. He took out the shovel and quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for the location of the yellow sand octopus. There were multiple spots in the 13th catacomb. It was 14 to 15 meters in length. The ceiling was slanted and Klein's side was the high spot. In addition, there were more high platforms. They were not far from Klein, so he could jump over them. That thing, the xenogeneic? Klein immediately saw a strange, fleshy thing on a stone pillar 10 meters away from him. It looked like a sarcoma. It was roughly oval in shape, and it could beat like a heart. It was indescribably strange. Where is the yellow sand octopus hiding? Klein searched carefully, but he didn't find it. He jumped onto an adjacent earth pillar and searched again, but he still didn't find it. Since it is an octopus, could it be hiding in the sand? Klein was taken aback and immediately raised his vigilance. There was an earth pillar under his feet. At the same moment, the entire earth pillar quickly collapsed. Thankfully, Klein had been warned beforehand and quickly adjusted to the ground. Just as he landed, 2 children's thick arms swung at him. Klein quickly retreated. His arms weren't grabbed, but his ankles weren't spared. Klein put away his machete and cut off both of its tentacles. Just as the hint described, it wasn't difficult to deal with yellow sand octopus. The tentacles looked like tofu under the excellent machete. My strength has unknowingly increased by quite a bit. Klein guessed that it was due to the lizard's blood. After digesting it during this period of time, his physique had improved in all aspects, including his reflexes. Including the fact that his arm wasn't entangled just now, it was also because his reflexes were faster that he managed to escape. The severed tentacles quickly retracted. However, it also exposed the yellow sand octopus's location. This fellow had fallen under the sand layer of the earthen pillar. When it retracted its tentacles, it brought along dark green blood and two colored holes. Klein quickly rushed forward. Poof! Suddenly, a yellow sand octopus's head popped out of the sand. It opened its mouth and a ball of yellow sand protruded out. Klein was already prepared. A mineral water bottle appeared in his left hand. Before the yellow sand reached his eyes, he had already raised his hand to block it. It was transparent and could effectively block the sand a course through. The yellow sand, the visibility was still not high. However, the yellow sand did not enter his eyes, but it would not cause him to temporarily lose his vision. Suddenly, another tentacle swung over. The yellow sand octopus probably thought that Klein had been hit came at the right time. Klein did not retreat, but advanced instead. He flashed past. He raised his hand and slash landed on the octopus. His hand slid down from the depths of the octopus. Yellow sand octopus, dead. System notification. Soul +1. Klein dug the yellow sand octopus out of the soil. Each tentacle was about 4 meters long. This fellow's entire body was earthy yellowed. It didn't have a unique smell of seafood, but had an earthy smell. That it had a soft appearance and bulging eyes. That it had a bunch of sharp teeth that were as long as a thumb. Klein disintegrated the corpse. System notification. Yellow sand octopus meat +12. System notification. Yellow sand octopus blood +200 ml. System notification. Yellow sand octopus decompression +1. The one-eyed lizard was large, but it didn't have much meat. The yellow sand octopus was soft and rich, and it could be used as food. Klein immediately checked its meat and blood. The lizard blood from last time was a great tonic. He wondered if the yellow sand octopus would have a similar effect. Yellow sand octopus, rich in nutrients. The meat is tender and tastes good. Current satiation index, 3 stars. Overall score, 68. It had a slightly higher score than the lizard meat. Yellow sand octopus blood that doesn't have much nutrients. That it has a certain degree of attraction to most crypt creatures. Klein put away the blood in disappointment. That it had other uses after all. That he couldn't throw it away. At the very least, there would be people who would be willing to take it if it was put on the market. The blood of the yellow sand octopus could be used as a water supplement. Next, it was time to look at that xenogeniac. Klein walked towards the xenogeniac. The stone pillar wasn't tall, only about a meter. Looking at it up close, its appearance was even uglier. Ordinary xenogeniac, implanted into the body of a crypt creature, it can create a meat field as long as it is watered daily. It can produce an endless amount of meat. When Klein saw the description of the item, he tried his best to imagine the so-called meat field. What exactly was it like? As long as it is watered, it will grow meat. Was there no need to eat? In less than half a minute, he touched something that a defective xenogeniac. System notification. Ordinary xenogeniac +1. A heart-sized sarcoma-like xenogeniac was held in his hand. Plop, plop. The xenogeniac was gently beating in Klein's hand. He could understand some of the minute blood vessels from looking at it. There was even hair on the surface. Klein observed it carefully again and said in astonishment, "No, it's not hair, it's more like a short fur. This thing looks really unlikable." However, when he thought about how this thing could solve the problem of meat in the future, he had to put it away no matter how ugly it looked. The xenogeniac could only be implanted in a living crypt creature. It wasn't easy to deal with that. If he were to fight a crypt creature, he might lose his life if he wasn't careful. How would he dare to show mercy and get a living creature? The yellow sand octopus's attack power was weak, so it was easy to capture it first. I might be able to use the octopus, but I still need cash, for example, a large net. Klein gently waved his hand. He opened the manufacture page again. Large stone bowl. Stone 10 halves. After consuming 2 stones, he created a large bowl made out of stone. Klein then put away the stone pillar as well, that he used the shovel to dig a few times before it suddenly loosened. He picked it up and threw it into the base. Then, he dissected it. System notification. Stone +10. He had used up 2 units and was immediately replenished. He already had 18 units of stone, and it took up quite a bit of space. He said, "Let me take a look at the next catacombs." Klein had 2 more excavations left today to tea this moment. It wasn't noon yet. The main reason was that the route he had chosen today was less risky. He had killed 2 crypt creatures in total. The one-eyed lizard was relatively stronger, but the reason was because he had hit first poked out its one eye. The yellow sand octopus's attack ability was weak, so he had used a plastic bottle to resolve its trump card. The main reason was to rely on intelligence to win. Continue digging down. You will encounter a small pond with a nest of poisonous flying insects. If you can wrap your entire body, you can give it a try. In the cave on the right, there is a room full of air. In the cave on the left, there are treasure chests that you have not opened before. As long as you bypass a few traps, the materials are at your fingertips. Dig ahead. There's a plant waiting for you to harvest. You might even be able to find a few materials. Digging in the back isn't a good idea. This is a fire chamber. Unless you're willing to take the risk of being burned and digging a tunnel to escape, you can mature as much as you want. Klein looked in 5 directions. He didn't need to think much and directly chose the left catacomb. Traps were fatal to others, but they were useless to him. He chose a suitable spot and began digging in less than a minute. He could already see the black hole. Klein carefully stepped into the 14th catacomb. His gaze instantly focused on the treasure chest that was 10 meters away by the corner of the wall. From the looks of it, it should be an iron treasure chest. It was naturally above a bronze. Treasure chest, he said, find the location of the traps. With a standing position as the center, Klein swept his gaze across the ground and walls. There's a hidden danger under the sand at this location. Once you step on it, you will sink into the sand and become delicious meat paste. There's a hidden danger under the sand at this location. Once you step on it, you will sink into the sand and become delicious meat paste. There are more than 1 or 2 spots. There are a total of 8 spots that I can't step on. Unless you're extremely lucky, it's very difficult to avoid them. Klein secretly clicked his tongue. Then he stepped on the empty space outside the mechanism and came before the iron treasure chest. Iron treasure chest. It's a level higher than a copper treasure chest. Usually there will be a small surprise when it's opened, but there might also be hidden danger. There's a small surprise inside this iron treasure chest. There's no danger. Klein first checked the situation of the treasure chest. After confirming that it was harmless, he opened the iron treasure chest. System notification. Iron treasure chest +1. System notification. Iron treasure chest can be decomposed into 4 pieces of iron. You wish to decompose it? System notification. Perfect runic crossbow blueprint +1. System notification. Do you wish to learn the perfect runic crossbow blueprint? System notification. Excellent anesthetic blueprint +1. System notification. Do you wish to learn the excellent anesthetic crafting blueprint? System notification. Wind rune +1. 2 crafting blueprints and 1 wind rune. Furthermore, it was the first time he had obtained a perfect crafting blueprint, as expected of an iron treasure chest. Klein held a crafting blueprint in each hand. Perfect runic crossbow crafting blueprint. It belongs to a runic combat device. The bolts it fires can easily pierce through iron plates, and the speed of the bolts is as fast as the wind. The water condenser was a daily runic device, while the runic crossbow was a combat device. Excellent anesthetic blueprint. Just a little bit is enough to make a cow fall in 5 seconds. This was the second medicinal formula that he had collected so far. Obsidian could create runic crossbows. With the anesthetic, wouldn't it be able to capture crypt creatures alive? Klein's eyes lit up. These 2 items could solve the problem, but he kept the runes. The iron treasure chest was disintegrated. He learned all the blueprints. 2 beams of light fused into Klein's body. Klein couldn't wait to open the list of items to be made. He looked at the list of runic crossbow and anesthetic. Perfect runic crossbow. Iron 7 halves, copper 15 halves, wind rune 1 half. 5 crossbow bolts. Iron 7 halves, excellent anesthetic. Cold play grass 0/2. Cricket flower 0/2. Skeleton grass 0/2. Fire source. The runic crossbow had a set of crossbow bolts, so there was no need to obtain the blueprint again. The runic crossbow is missing a wind rune. The ingredients for the anesthetic aren't complete either. I wonder if other people still have wind runes? The ingredients for the anesthetic should be relatively easy to obtain. Klein had previously browsed the exchange market and saw all sorts of strange plants. To most players, it was better to try to exchange for other resources if they didn't have enough food to eat. I'll search the catacombs first. I wonder if these traps can be dug out. Klein closed the interface and looked elsewhere. A qualified locust. It was natural to pluck its surroundings bare. Other than illustrations, anything that could fit inside had to be taken away. Klein took out a shovel and dug near one of the traps. After 2 or 3 tries, there was a poof under the sand, followed by black smoke. It's destroyed? Klein forcefully shoveled and dug out the sand. There was nothing else. The golden words no longer indicated that there was danger there. Klein stepped on a corner. This place was no different from other places. I don't believe it. He went to dig out a few more traps, and no matter how careful he was, the final result was black smoke. There was nothing below. Klein couldn't help but suspect that the trap was too fragile to be supported by runes that it would shatter at a touch. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have needed to carefully go around it. Klein searched the entire area. There was only an iron treasure chest in the catacombs. There were no other resources. There was only one excavation opportunity left today. Klein planned to strike while the iron was hot. He checked 5 directions. There's nothing in the catacombs on the left. Dig backward and you'll encounter a single-horned sandhound. There are many resources available in the catacombs. Perhaps you can wait a little longer. It's still a little risky to enter now. There are some fruits in the catacombs ahead. There's only lava and rocks in the catacombs below. The lava will limit your next choice. Dig upwards. You'll encounter a single-horned sandhound that, if you're lucky, you might lose an ear or a nose. Digging in ahead was not only safe, but there were also fruit resources. But Klein didn't plan on choosing to go forward. Instead, he planned on digging backward. If he could produce anesthetics, even without the runic crossbow, he would still have a chance of capturing the single-horned sandhound alive. According to the hint, there was only a small risk if he went down now. The reason why Klein wanted to wait was that he wanted the golden hint at his constitution again, or perhaps he needed to contact his saber techniques more. Klein opened the trading channel. Klein opened the runic base and sat on the ground. Currently, the resources he had were as follows: water 410 milliliter, 250 ml pure milk 2, black vine fruit 2, lizard meat 6, bacon 3, octopus meat 12, copper 15, iron 7, wood 31, stone 18, sand 10, lizard skin 1, lizard bone 4, fluorescent grass 6, fluorescent grass seed 2, black vine 8, red flower 6, octopus fangs 2, soul 1, wind rune 1, fire rune 1, runic egg 1, ordinary xenogenic 1, flint 2, plastic bottle 3, sleeping bag 1, sheepskin map 1, octopus blood 200 milliliter. Even if he didn't move, he could hold out for a long time. These people were selling at too high a price. Klein browsed around and wasn't satisfied with the price of the materials he needed. He thought for a moment and said, "It's better for me to collect them myself and use water to exchange for other materials." Klein pondered for a moment and listed a few trading methods. Seller. Klein item. 20 milliliters water requirement. 1 cold play grass inventory. 12. Item. 25 milliliters water requirement. 1 skeleton grass inventory. 2. Item. 1 cured meat plus 70 milliliters water requirement. 1 wind rune inventory. A total of 410 milliliters water and 1 cured meat. 3 sets of trading plant ingredients could be used to concoct 2 sets of ordinary healing medicine and 1 set of excellent anesthetic AS for the wind rune. Klein didn't know if he could exchange for it. Perhaps he would need to increase the price before anyone would be tempted. In less than half a minute after the 4 sets of trading were done, the 3 sets of trading plant ingredients were all completed. "Boss, why didn't you inform me? I have cold play grass too." "Brother Klein, can you give me some water? I'm so thirsty." "Fuck, boss is selling water resources again." "Boss, I have a lot of wood here. Can I exchange it for water?" Private messages came one after another. This was already Klein's 4th time selling water and food. They didn't know how much of Klein's stock was left. The World Channel and the Regional Channel once again revolved around Klein's discussions. After Klein received the plant materials and set the keywords in his private message, he ignored the private messages. He began producing anesthetics. System notification. Stone. 1. System notification. Stone bowl successfully created. System notification. Wood. 1. Klein used a flint to ignite a portion of wood. To make an anesthetic, he needed a source of fire. In addition, he needed utensils. Firstly, it was necessary to make it, and secondly, it was used to store the powder and juice that he was ready to. He opened the production interface that he selected the anesthetic. He chose to produce it. System notification. Cold play grass. 3. Cricket flower. 2. Skeleton grass. 2. All the medicinal herbs landed in the stone bowl. The flames enveloped the stone bowl. System notification. Excellent anesthetic has been successfully produced. The flames disappeared and a ball of black medicinal powder appeared in the bowl. Excellent anesthetic. 3/3. Klein picked up the stone bowl that he wanted to take a closer sniff, but he was worried that he would be affected. The number of times the anesthetic was used meant that it could be used 3 times. If he was worried that the effect of the anesthetic wasn't enough, he could apply it all 3 times to his weapon or pour it into water. "I need to add water to the healing medicine, but I don't have any water at the moment, so I can't immediately produce it." Klein put away the anesthetic and looked at the hints in the catacombs behind him again. Dig backward, and you'll encounter a single-horned sandhound. There are many resources available in the catacombs. Perhaps you can wait a little longer. There's still a bit of risk if you enter now. There was no change. Clearly, the anesthetic wasn't enough to change the situation. Should I continue waiting or use the runic egg? Klein removed the runic egg as his eyes burned. As long as he caught the crypt creature in the next catacomb, he would no longer have to worry about not having any meat to eat. Perhaps having an extra pet could change the situation. I'm not waiting anymore. Klein thought about it and desperately wanted to know the specific situation of the runic egg. He had some concerns previously, and he was worried about having an extra mouth to eat. Now that he had a xenogeneic on hand, he was worried about having an extra mouth to eat. Now that he had a xenogeneic on his hand that could create a meat field, most of his worries were dispelled. Klein took out a dagger and gently cut open a wound on his finger that a drop of blood fell on the runic eggs. Surface. Instantly, the silver patterns on the eggshell emitted a luster. The runic egg shook gently. Then, it became more and more intense. Klein placed the runic egg on the ground and quietly waited for his pet to break the shell. It lasted for more than 10 seconds. Finally, with a crisp cracking sound, the eggshell shattered into pieces. The fragments turned into powder. Under the silver light, a creature that was obviously bigger than the wall runic egg gradually took shape. Cat? Dog? Wolf? From the outline of the silver light, Klein thought it looked like a dog. The silver light converged, a figure pounced into Klein's arms. Woo! Klein subconsciously hugged it. From the moment it broke out of its shell, Klein had already formed a strange connection with it. When it pounced over, it showed a sense of closeness, so Klein didn't dodge it. It felt furry and soft. Klein looked down at a pure white creature was lying on his body. Its two forelimbs hung on its left and right shoulders. It raised its head and was also observing Klein. Tail fox. A gentle crypt creature that it was born with 2 tails. As its bloodline grows stronger, the number of tails will increase until it becomes 9 tails. System notification. The pet interface has been activated. You can check the pet's abilities and status at any time. The tail fox was half a meter long, and its 2 furry tails were slightly longer than its body. It hung on Klein's body. Its watery eyes blinked, and the corners of its mouth curled up. For a moment, Klein felt like he was seeing a woman. Klein swore that it was definitely not because he hadn't touched a woman in a long time. It was because the tail fox's demeanor was indeed like a human. He almost instantly thought of the legendary vixen. Female. Klein grabbed the back of the tail fox's neck and lifted it up. Tisk, as expected, there's no penis. He laughed. The tail fox drooped its body and let Klein do whatever he wanted. It had no intention of resisting. It only stared at him with its 2 tails moving slightly behind it. It doesn't look too powerful. Can it help in battle? Klein looked left and right, but he didn't see any sharp teeth on the tail. Fox that it was also small in size, and it didn't just have an extra mouth to eat. The tail fox cried out indignantly. It raised its 2 front limbs and bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its foreclaws didn't look like a fox, but more like a cat. There were pink and tender pads. Ding! From the 2 pink pads, sharp claws that were as sharp as knives extended out. They were curved and long. It seemed to be saying, "Master, I'm very powerful." It looks pretty good. Klein smiled and threw the tail fox aside. He opened the pet interface. Tail fox name, unnamed, status, healthy ability, high-speed movement, checking its ability, high-speed movement. After the ability is activated, the movement speed will be increased by 3 times. Last for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Klein looked down. The white tail fox was demonstrating its running speed. Shoo, shoo, shoo. It shuttled back and forth around him. All he could see was a flash of a white shadow. It was a little fast. He hadn't activated his ability, yet if it were to use high-speed movement, it would be very easy for it to succeed in a surprise attack at close range. Klein nodded secretly, acknowledging the strength of the tail fox. "Little fellow, stop," he shouted. "Shoo!" The tail fox obediently stopped at Klein's feet. "You don't have a name yet. I'll give you a name." Klein paused for a moment and said, "I'll call you Little Fox for now. If I think a good name in the future, I'll change it for you." This was the only way to give a useless name. Woo woo woo. The little fox rubbed its head against Klein's calf as though it was happy to have a name. It was so easily satisfied. Klein smiled and looked away. He checked the notification for the 3rd time. This time, the hint finally changed. Dig backward, and you'll encounter a single-horned sandhound. There are many resources available in the catacombs. A fox is enough to take down a single-horned sandhound. It's not shameful to live off a woman. Klein muttered, "Live off a woman." However, since the little fox could deal with the single-horned sandhound, there was indeed no need for him to make a move. "Klein, little fox, come over." Klein squatted down and waved at the little fox, who was enjoying herself on the ground. Little fox pounced into Klein's arms and rubbed her head against his chest. Her two pink ears gently shook and hit Klein's chin. Klein, little fox, I'll give you a mission later. Klein saw the little fox, stop acting cute, and listened carefully. He smiled and said, I'll smear an anesthetic on your sharp claws. Remember, it's an anesthetic, so don't lick it. Little fox tilted her head and thought for a moment before nodding. Klein, we'll go to the catacombs at the back. After entering, we might encounter a big dog. Your mission is very simple. Use your powder-coated claws to give the big dog a few vicious blows. Don't kill the big dog, understand? Klein had already taken out a bowl of anesthetic. Little fox sat upright with a serious expression. This was her first mission, so she had to perform well for her master. Klein said, Come and stretch out your right paw. Klein's finger gently tapped on the little pad on the right side of Little Fox. Little Fox obediently raised her right forelimb. With a brush from metal-like sharp claws shot out, Klein's fingers were dipped in the powder, and he carefully smeared it on the tips. The system reminded him that there were 2/3 of the excellent anesthetic left. He would just have to smear the remaining 2 times. Klein was worried that the dosage wasn't enough, so he decided to use all of them, since the cost wasn't high. It was safer to use 2 more times. Klein said to the fox, Follow me. Before we enter the next catacomb, it's best if you don't let the anesthetics on your 4 paws fall off. Retract them first. Klein patted Little Fox's head and took out a shovel to start digging. The fox followed closely behind. The black hole appeared less than 20 meters from the excavation. Klein turned his head. The fox was standing on 3 feet on the ground, her right forelimb still raised. Klein said, You've already retracted your claws. Don't worry, the anesthetic will fall off. He didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Only then did the fox put down her right forelimb. Remember what I said just now. All you have to do is give the big dog a few hits, don't kill it. After the mission is accomplished, I'll treat you to roast meat for lunch. After giving his instructions, Klein took the lead and stepped into the black hole. The small fox followed closely behind like a loyal bodyguard. The 15th catacomb. There was a wide field of view that IT was about 30 meters wide and flat. Klein immediately became alert the moment he stepped into the catacomb with his machete in hand, but a series of low growls came from in front of him. He focused his eyes and looked over 10 meters away. A big, yellowish-brown wolf dog was baring its teeth that IT had a black foot, little fur on its body, and a robust body that a pair of ice-green eyes stared fixedly at Klein, as if warning him, You've barged into my territory. The moment the fox entered the catacomb, she saw a single horn. The fox immediately flew into a rage because it was disrespectful to its owner. The fox's voice was soft and cute, and it didn't have much of a deterrent effect. However, the single-horned sandhound wasn't willing to be outdone and provoked her again. Soon, Little Fox was like a white shadow and charged out like a cannonball. The single-horned sandhound also began to charge. This fellow wasn't slow. He lowered his head and aimed the horn in the direction of the fox. Klein didn't know if Little Fox was a match for it, but she quickly caught up with it with claws in her hands. Suddenly, Little Fox's speed increased. The single-horned sandhound wasn't expecting this, and there were 4 wounds on its body. Little Fox was light as a feather. She jumped away from the single-horned sandhound and landed lightly on the ground. She raised her chin slightly, feeling pleased with herself. The single-horned sandhound was even more infuriated that IT ignored Klein and charged at the Little Fox once again. The high-speed movement skill wasn't over yet. Little Fox's speed wasn't something that the single-horned sandhound could catch up to. Its nimble movements allowed Little Fox to turn the tables once again, leaving another 4 scratches. The hound realized that its opponent was difficult to deal with. IT glanced at Klein and slowly retreated. IT that moment. Its hind legs went limp and it sat down on the ground without Little Fox. Needing to go up, Klein hurriedly called out to Little Fox, who was about to attack again, that a line of golden words jumped above the single-horned sandhound. The anesthetic has already taken effect. IT can hold on for another 3 seconds at most. Klein silently counted down to 3 seconds. Once the single-horned sandhound lay on the ground, it gradually lost its movements. Klein took large strides forward and gave it a light kick. The effect was really good. Klein opened the runic base and first added 4 pieces of wood to the water condenser before starting it. The meat field needed to be watered and prepared in advance, that he didn't know what the meat field looked like. So he pondered for a moment before taking out his construction. Hammer knock. Knock knock. System notification. Stone. In the corner of the base, the 2 large stone slabs were placed at right angles and upright, forming a container with the 2 walls. Once it was done, the meat field would be stored there. He didn't know if it had enough capacity. Klein picked up the unconscious hound and placed it into the 4-sided container. Not only could it be placed down, but it also had extra space. The anesthetic effect hadn't worn off yet, so when there was more water, he would implant the small fox in it. He wouldn't have to worry about the single-horned sandhound waking up and causing trouble. Half an hour passed, and the single-horned sandhound gradually regained consciousness. The anesthetic effect had yet to disappear, so it could only move in a small area. However, it was trapped in a square container, and it could only stare blankly. Klein opened the lid of the water condenser and took a look. The water was already about 200 milliliter. He began the process that he took out a dagger and came in front of the single-horned sandhound. He wanted to implant the xenogeneic into the single-horned sandhound. The single-horned sandhound had its 4 limbs clamped in the corner of the wall, with its back facing the outside. Klein used all his strength to slide the dagger to tear a hole in his back. The single-horned sandhound let out a low growl, and the pain instantly struck it. Klein took it out from the boulder and gently propped it open. The flesh on the back of the single-horned sandhound was forcefully stuffed. The eyes of the single-horned sandhound revealed a look of fear. Klein saw a shocking scene through the crack, that he saw a type of tentacle that grew rapidly after touching flesh and blood. It was rooted into the flesh like the roots of a large tree. It was an internal blood vessel. It was an increasingly repressed, tumor-like substance that was firmly attached to the single-horned sandhound's body. In just a dozen seconds, the single-horned sandhound's body was reduced to nothingness from the bones that had disintegrated its body from the inside. Its body collapsed like a puddle of mud. The system reminded him. Klein leaned forward and looked down. There was only a puddle of meat under the xenogeneic. It looked like it was made from minced pork. Ordinary meat was the sweet main ingredient that was made from the life of a single-horned sandhound. This was the sweetness of meat. Klein had goosebumps all over his body. After watching the entire process, Little Fox shivered and jumped into Klein's arms to act coquettishly. She pointed at the meat and pointed at her own teary eyes. Klein understood what Little Fox meant and couldn't help but laugh as he said, "Don't worry, I won't do this to you." Little Fox shivered. She was clearly shocked. Curiosity had killed the fox. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have watched. Klein used the water dispenser to pour all of the water into the meat field. About 200 milliliters of water touched the meat field and was quickly absorbed into it. It even made gurgling sounds, as though it was drinking water. At the same time, the entire meat field floated up a little. Boy, it was growing fast enough. Klein hesitated for a moment and didn't prepare to use his knife, that he hadn't eaten a single piece of the one-eyed lizard meat or the yellow sand octopus meat. That it was enough for a few meals. He didn't touch the meat field for now. He had used up all his excavations today, and it was already noon that Klein's stomach began to growl, and Little Fox wasn't doing any better either. She stared at him anxiously. Klein said, "I'll cook some barbecue for you later." An ordinary barbecue required 30 pieces of wood, 13 pieces of iron, and 15 pieces of copper. That it was 1.3 meters tall, 1.8 meters long, and 1.6 meters wide. The system reminded him to add a piece of wood so that it could run for 30 minutes. The system reminded him to add a fire source on his own. Klein brought the barbecue and added a unit of wood to it. The moment there was more than enough wood for 25 units of barbecue. He fired a flint and took out a piece of one-eyed lizard meat and 2 pieces of yellow sand octopus meat that he used a dagger to cut them into pieces to be placed on the barbecue. Under the sizzling heat, the barbecued meat emitted a meaty fragrance that it was too fragrant. Klein took a deep breath of the meaty fragrance. Although he had been in the catacombs for less than 2 days, Klein felt like he hadn't eaten meat for at least a month or two. His mouth was salivating crazily. It would be even better if there were spices. As Klein flipped the barbecued meat, he opened the trading channel and searched for spices. There were more than 100 types of seasonings, and their prices were all inflated. There were quite a few types of seasonings. There was pepper powder and sea salt message using cured meat to exchange for seasonings. Klein wanted to put the trade on hold, but on second thought, even half a piece of cured meat was definitely worth more than a bottle of seasonings. He might as well try on the world channel. He immediately opened the world channel. He hadn't used the small speaker today. Klein, savory cured meat for seasonings. If the price is high, do not contact me. This piece of news from the world channel immediately spread through the entire channel. In China, Klein was now very famous. The moment the news was released, it was immediately captured by many people. Klein, the rich man, is here again. Some people had already given the title of rich man to Klein. In just a few seconds, Klein received tens of thousands of private messages. Some of them did have condiments, while others planned to use other substances to exchange for them. "Boss, give me a piece of meat to eat. I have an ordinary doll blueprint that I can exchange for it." "Boss, I have a bottle of pepper. Can I exchange for it?" Klein naturally chose the best. He would trade with whoever gave him a lot of conditions that, of course, if there were special items, he didn't suggest using cured meat or lizard meat or yellow sand octopus meat to trade. Now that he had sufficient capital and a meat farm, he would trade if he could. Klein's exchange of condiments became the topic of discussion for a moment. Is this the difference? We are still worrying about food and drink, and the big boss has already begun to improve the quality of life as much as possible. Could it be that condiments can be synthesized? It had been a long time since he had eaten meat. There was a high probability that Klein could already make a fire and cook because he could trade extra bacon for condiments. Everyone, please give me a bite to eat. I haven't had a bite for an entire day, and I feel like I'm about to die. Is Klein already so full of meat that he can't finish it? There's also a piece of cured meat hanging on the trade channel. IT can only be exchanged with wind runes. Everyone's envy was self-evident. They hadn't even finished eating, and Klein was already thinking of ways to improve the quality of his life. Point one had to know that no one cared about the condiments put up for trade. Although some people were hungry enough to eat the condiments, it was a forced choice. Furthermore, eating an entire bottle of condiments often brought another problem: drinking water. Mike Wilson, hey sir, I have a bottle of black pepper, a bottle of rose salt, and a serving of chili noodles. Can I exchange them for the cured meat on your hands? Klein found such a line from many private messages. Most of the traders had a condiment on hand, which was already pretty good. Point two of them were already very good, but this guy actually had 3. Klein immediately replied that it was fine. Mike Wilson, thank you. Klein went to the exchange market and hung up a whole piece of cured meat. Then, he chose 3 condiments as the exchange item, and he didn't need to worry about others being one step ahead of him. The seller could set it to be private when he placed it up and only allow the sharing to be similar to sharing links with friends on his communication software. Klein threw the link to Mike Wilson, but a moment later, the transaction was completed. The black pepper powder, rose salt, and chili noodles were all in his hands. The seller also stripped the packaging and only gave him spices. Klein had no choice but to make 5 additional stone bowls. Point 3 of the bowls were used for spices, and the other 2 stone bowls were used for eating. Point 1 of them was for Klein to give to the little fox, while the other was for himself. Little fox was already drooling, swallowing from time to time. Her bright eyes could no longer be moved away, and she obediently sat by the barbecue grill, raising her head and constantly sprinkling seasoning on the barbecue. Klein had just washed his hands with a bit of water from the water condenser. He grabbed a bit of black pepper with his fingertip and gently sprinkled it on top. The black pepper emitted a charming smell under the roasting flames. AS for the rose salt. It didn't need to be added. The black pepper was enough to enhance the flavor. The fox couldn't wait any longer. Don't rush me, you little glutton, it's almost done. Klein poked it gently with his dagger. The roast meat was already cooked. He split the roast meat in half and placed it in 2 bowls. Be careful, it's hot. Klein placed one of the portions in front of the fox. The fox couldn't help but stretch out its tongue and agilely roll up a piece of meat. The tongue was pink with thorns. Little fox took a deep breath and chewed as if it had been scalded. Klein smiled and shook his head as he started eating. The roasted meat was extremely delicious in his mouth. That IT was better than any experience Klein had before. Klein chewed very carefully and slowly experienced the taste of the roasted meat exploding in his mouth. After entering the catacombs, it was his first time eating meat. How refreshing. He had also dug up cured meat today, so he hadn't eaten it yet. Compared to the yellow sand octopus meat, the taste of the one-eyed lizard meat was much worse. The muscles were a little tough, so he chewed on more. The tender taste of the octopus was completely different from the octopus he had eaten before. The man and the fox ate their fill, and their mouths felt uncomfortable after eating the roasted meat. Klein took out a bottle of pure milk and poured half of it for the fox. Then he drank another half. The afternoon was very leisurely. Klein had already exhausted the number of excavations he had done today. When the food in his stomach was more or less digested, he began to practice his knife and short spear. Midway, there was poop nearby, so he dug a pit to settle it. When the little fox saw the squat toilet, she ran over and sat beside him. Klein tore the parchment map into 2 parts, and one of them was used as toilet paper. After each of them was done, they would deal with it separately. However, the stench in the air wasn't very pleasant, so Klein temporarily stopped the water condenser from producing water. After all, it was absorbing water vapor. If the stench was sucked in, the water condenser would be in operation since noon. Klein added 24 units of wood in one go that IT could last for 6 hours, and he would receive 350 milliliters per hour. After 6 hours, Klein would receive 2,100 milliliter with the remaining amount. If he didn't consume it, it would be close to 2,300 milliliter. The bucket had a capacity of 12 liters, and it was fully capable of holding it. The sky gradually darkened. System notification, stone. System notification, Stone pot has been successfully forged. There was 1 unit of stone left in the inventory. Klein held the stone pot and planned to make meat soup for dinner. The stone pot was still placed on the grill and added to the wood. Just as Klein was about to light the fire to cook, a private message popped up. "Do you want earth runes?" It was a message from Alice. Previously, it was Alice who had exchanged water runes with Klein. "Yes. Do you want food or water?" Klein's current demand in the market was for wind runes. However, as long as it was a rune, he would accept it. He wouldn't use it for the time being and could use it as a strategic reserve. Alice had used runes to exchange for a piece of bread the last time, but this time, she didn't know what substance it was. The girl looked like she had a good connection with the elements. She found another earth rune. Alice said, "I want to sleep. Can I exchange 1 earth rune for 500 milliliters?" Klein said, "Sure." Alice said, "Since it's so simple, I should ask for more. Can I go back on my word?" She had thought that it was the same as last time when she had been slashed. Klein said, "It's useless to go back on your word if you want to raise the price now. I won't agree." He took precautions in advance to prevent the other party from raising the price. Alice said, "Boss, you're too heartless. 500 ml of water is fine too. I haven't found any water for a day, and my mouth is so dry." Klein said, "Okay, I'll connect it to you later. In the future, if you have anything good, you can look for me that I can give you a discount for my old customers." Alice said, "Sigh. All right, if it weren't for the fact that I can't exchange for water now, I wouldn't be willing to use runes to exchange for it." Back and forth, he had conned 2 runes from her. Klein didn't feel any guilt. Everyone took what they needed. Runes IT was temporarily difficult to exchange for food and water outside. He estimated that in another 3 to 5 days, the food and water trade would gradually appear. When that time came, the price would definitely rise. Even as a player, he wouldn't be the only one to find the water-making equipment that a moment later. System notification: 500 milliliters of water completed transaction. Earth Rune Plus. 1. After the transaction ended, Alice sent another message. "Even though this water is enough to last me for a few days, I've seen you trade water many times today. Did you dig up a water source? Or do you already have the ability to make water? In my regional channel, someone dug up a water gathering item, and the materials required to make it are especially high." A water gathering basin? Klein guessed that it was probably similar to a water gathering basin. It could also be that Alice was lying.as for the reason. She probably wanted to get some information from Klein. Klein thought for a moment and replied, "Help me ask if they want to exchange a water gathering basin. The price isn't a problem. If there really was a water gathering basin, it would naturally be good to get IT. IT wouldn't be a pity if it didn't have a name." Alice said, "All right, I'll help you pass the message." The other party seemed to understand that Klein wouldn't answer the question, so she didn't continue to pester him. He wouldn't go to FA or that IT wasn't as far as Klein could go. Continue cooking dinner. Pork soup was made by adding 600 milliliters of water into the pot, followed by adding 1 ladle of octopus meat. Normally, if one wanted pork soup, they would need more water. But to conserve water, there was no harm in drinking some soup. 2 pieces of meat were cut into slices and put into the water to boil thoroughly. Then, some seasoning was added. 2 bowls of steaming hot broth came out of the pot. During this period of time, Alice sent a message saying that the others didn't plan on selling the water gathering basin. Klein could only give up. After dinner, the water condenser had stopped functioning. The transactions used 500 milliliters, the preparation of the broth used 600 milliliters, and the watering of the meat field. The current stock was 1,100 milliliter. The wood resources were all used up. It'll take about 10 hours until daybreak that I'll exchange for 50 pieces of wood first. Klein opened the transaction channel and continued to sell water resources.as for the price. It was the same as last time. Seller: Klein. Item: 15 milliliters mineral water. Requirement: 1 wood. Stock: 50. Transaction settings: you can complete a transaction only once. Seller's message: if there are special items, it can be privately communicated. Water is not a problem. Inventory: 50, a total of 750 milliliters of water. That was too extravagant. The put-up sale once again caused a heated discussion in the chat channel. Some people suspected that Klein had a water-making device, while others said that he might have dug into an underground river. There were many strange ideas. In just a dozen seconds, all 50 sets of transactions were completed. Klein added 40 more pieces of wood to the water condenser. He didn't immediately activate the water condenser. IT had been operating for half a day, so it needed a rest for an hour or 2. There's 350 milliliters of water left. I can first make a set of healing medicines. Klein turned to the manufacturing interface. Ordinary healing medicines: fluorescent grass 5 halves, black vine 8 halves, cold play grass 9/3, red flower 6/3, water 350 milliliters per 200 milliliters. Selected items. Selected production. System notification. Fluorescent grass. 2. Black vine. 2. Coldplay grass. 3. Red flower. 3. System notification. Ordinary healing medicine has been successfully produced. In the stone bowl in front of Klein, there was an additional bowl of sticky black medicinal paste. Checking the details. Ordinary healing medicine. It won't let you down just because it doesn't look good. In the subterranean world, healing medicine is a good thing that can be trusted. External medicine can quickly heal wounds, and internal medicine can treat internal injuries. It's a must-have item for adventures. It was different from the anesthetics. Point 1 said of healing medicine could only be used once. Klein put away the healing medicine and continued reading his private messages. He was quite lucky. He traded another piece of yellow sand octopus meat for fire runes. Unfortunately, there was still no sign of the wind runes. Just as Klein thought that he wouldn't receive any wind runes today, he successfully sold the cured meat and water that had been put up there for an entire day. As a result, the runic crossbow was ready to be made. System notification. 1. Cured meat plus 70 milliliters of water. Completed transaction. Wind rune plus 1. Klein had just logged out of the chat channel when the transaction notification followed closely behind. I've gathered all of them. He was delighted as he opened a manufacturing page. At the bottom of the manufacturing list, he could see the formula for the synthesis of runic crossbows. Perfect runic crossbow. Iron 9 halves, copper 11 halves, wind rune 2 halves, crossbow bolts. Iron 7 halves, select perfect runic crossbow and crossbow bolts. Confirm forging. System notification. Iron 4, copper 2, wind rune 2. System notification. Perfect runic crossbow has been successfully forged. Klein's left hand had a crossbow with a compact and exquisite structure, and his right hand had 5 crossbow bolts carved out of mold, that long-range weapon in hand. The runic crossbow wasn't heavy. It was about a foot in length. There was no bowstring and a trigger at the bottom. The body of the crossbow was gray and had many complicated patterns. There were wind icons on both sides. Behind it, there was an ammunition slot. There were a total of 5 openings at the back of the crossbow, which meant that 5 bolts could be loaded at once. The bolts were palm long. Each of the arrowheads was sharp. Perfect runic crossbow, a runic combat device that has 2 firing modes, single shot and multiple shot. The bolts can easily pierce through iron plates, and the speed of the bolts is as fast as the wind. 2 firing modes. Klein looked at the runic crossbow and discovered that there was a small button on the handle. His thumb could reach it. He pressed it, and a crisp sound could be heard. Klein inserted all 5 crossbow bolts. He aimed them at the earth wall and pulled the trigger. There was no movement. System notification. Additional soul required. As expected, Klein finally understood. As long as it was a runic device, fuel was essential. He thought for a moment before saying, "It would be great if I could add wood." The water condenser can be activated with wood. Klein had 2 souls. Point 1 was a yellow sand octopus soul, and the other was a single-horned sandhound. Add a soul. As soon as Klein said that, a ball of light entered the runic crossbow. System notification. Soul 1. The runic crossbow vibrated gently. The complicated patterns on the surface lit up one by one. Perfect runic crossbow. 100/100. The number represented the number of times it could be fired at. A soul could be fired 100 times, and the multiple shot mode counted as 1 shot. Give it a try. Klein drew the runic crossbow with one hand and aimed it at the earth wall again. He pulled the trigger. Shoo! 5 crossbow bolts were fired in unison. They were as fast as the wind, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Poof, poof, poof. They all plunged into the earth wall and disappeared without a trace. They're a little fast, but they're powerful enough. Klein quickly approached the earth wall. There were 5 holes on the wall. They weren't arranged in a row, but intersected. I wonder how deep it is? Klein took out his shovel. The number of times he had left to dig a tunnel was none, but didn't mean that he couldn't dig. It was just that no matter how he dug, he was unable to enter the next catacomb. He only used the shovel once and found a crossbow bolt. Klein reloaded the crossbow bolt and returned to its previous position. Shoo! The speed of a single crossbow bolt was even faster, at least 3 times faster than before. Klein dug again. The first time he didn't manage to dig it out. The second time he managed to dig it out. Its power was more than doubled. Let's try again. Klein needed to be familiar with a runic crossbow, from its power to its range, trajectory, and the feeling of shooting today for the number of times he could fire a crossbow. He could completely afford it. 100 shots were enough for him to save dozens of times. Furthermore, he had another soul. With the runic crossbow and little fox, it wasn't difficult to kill a crypt creature. Poof, poof, poof. He shot again and again, digging again and again. Klein had a methodical way of training. After every shot, he would either adjust his posture slightly or stop to think for a few seconds. With constant adjustments, his proficiency increased. After firing more than 40 times in a row, Klein could shoot instantly. Without aiming, there was a 70 to 80% chance of hitting the target. Apart from that, he could also quickly reload and simulate shooting. Klein could already quickly reload a crossbow bolt and finish shooting in a second. If he were to encounter an emergency, this move could save his life. Klein thought for a moment before saying, if I apply poison or anesthetic on the crossbow bolts, I'll gain an additional boost in battle. Klein muttered to himself. The runic crossbow's remaining firing times were 55. Klein forged 2 more sets of crossbow bolts, using a total of 4 iron blocks. With the crossbow bolts, I'll pick a cave with crypt creatures tomorrow. Klein put away the runic crossbow and looked at the mud wall on his left. During the day, the left side of the wall had a notification. Dig to the left. There are 2 copper treasure chests and rich resources. Unfortunately, there are 2 rock armor crocodiles guarding them. Although they move slowly, they have a hard outer skin. The fox can't break through the defense, and you, a weakling, can't do anything about it. Dig to the left. There are 2 copper treasure chests and rich resources. Unfortunately, there are 2 rock armor crocodiles guarding them. Although they move slowly, they have a hard outer skin that's best if an arrow hits their head. Otherwise, you'll suffer. If there were no runes, Klein planned on digging left. There were resources and crypt creatures in the catacombs there. Little Fox could deal with 1. 2 of them. Their movements are slow. As long as I make a plan, it won't be difficult to destroy them one by one. Klein already had a plan in mind. Tomorrow, he would have Little Fox stall one while he dealt with the other. It was late at night. Klein opened his sleeping bag. He could only sleep on the ground last night, but he already had a sleeping bag today. Furthermore, the entire runic base wasn't as cold as it was last night. The water condenser was in operation. It was suspended in the middle of the wooden bucket. If the water was full tonight, it would drip into the wooden bucket. Both sides of the water. Condenser had a structure similar to a pot handled. It was just right to use a wooden stick to pass through and place the instrument in the middle of the wooden bucket. Sleep. Klein yawned and entered his sleeping bag. He adjusted his posture. I could see this moment. A white figure quickly entered. Little Fox rubbed its head wildly. It seemed to be saying that she wanted to sleep in here at night too. It's too crowded. Klein grabbed the back of her neck and threw the little thing outside. Sob, sob, sob. Little Fox sat upright and whimpered in grievance. All right, come in as well. It happens to be cold at night. You can be my thermos. Klein smiled helplessly. Little Fox quickly crawled into Klein's arms. Don't move. Sleep well, there's still a mission tomorrow. Klein patted Little Fox's head. Little Fox lay down quietly. It's indeed a little warm. Klein closed his eyes and gradually fell asleep. It was daybreak. Klein woke up naturally. The second night in the catacombs was much more comfortable than the first night. With a sleeping bag, it was warm enough in the base. After a while, he said, Little Fox, get up and stop pressing down on my chest. I thought it was a ghost pressing down on me. Klein yawned and took the Little Fox away. Little Fox cried out aggrievedly and yawned as well. Its 2 furry white tails moved back and forth, and its eyes were sleepy. Wash up first. Klein went to check the water bucket. After a night of accumulation, the water was about a quarter of its original height. The water condenser was already full. Klein played with the water and didn't pour it into the wooden bucket. He dug out some water to wash his mouth and face. The grill was turned on, and the pot was placed on top to boil water to drink. A leisurely morning had begun. Probably no other player in the subterranean world could enjoy it as much as Klein. It was already an extravagant wish for others to have a mouthful of water to drink, but he could use it to brush his teeth and wash his face, and no one would believe him even if he told them. Little Fox, like Klein, rinsed her mouth before using her claws to soak her face in water and comb her snow-white fur. Let's take a look at the situation of the meat field. Klein came to a corner. He had continuously watered the meat field the day before, and after a night, it had already grown by a large circle. Klein thought for a moment before saying, Good Lord, with this growth rate, I should be able to produce at least 10 caddies a day. I wonder if I'll be able to grow a little more. I'll eat at this morning to see how it tastes. Klein took out a dagger and cut a piece of meat from the sky. A piece of meat landed in his hand. The meat field squirmed slightly and smoothed out the cut area. System notification. Excellent single-horn sandhound meat +1. Excellent single-horn sandhound meat. Specially modified. Tender meat, good taste, and rich in nutrients. Currently, it has a 5-star satiety index. Overall score, 70. Klein was taken aback. After being modified by a xenogeneic, quality has appeared, be it lizard meat or octopus meat. There were no prefixes. After a night, my physique has strengthened quite a bit. My satiety index is actually 5 stars. Klein cut off a piece and prepared to make a meat soup later. The satiation index would change according to each person's physique. Yesterday's octopus meat satiation index was 3 stars. Today, it had dropped to 2.5 stars. I poured about 500 milliliters of water yesterday. The new meat from the meat field can probably cut out 10 units of fresh meat that I'll try pouring 10,000 milliliters of water today. Klein made a simple calculation in his mind, point one by one. The meat grew out, excluding the basic meat field. Breakfast was hot stewed meat that A.S. Klein ate. He put it up for sale in the trading market that a few hundred milliliters of water was exchanged for a batch of plant ingredients. Then he put up another piece of lizard meat that didn't taste very good. The main purpose was to exchange runes. The message was that there were still good things that could be traded privately. Almost as soon as the water went up, it was immediately sold out. Klein received the production materials and made another set of anesthetics. Before he went to the next catacomb, he had to apply anesthetics on the bolts to increase the safety. After the meal, he digested the food for half an hour. Everything was ready that he dug open the layer of soil on the left. Little Fox, are you ready? Klein asked with a smile. In. Little Fox raised her claws. All right, you'll attract an enemy later. Klein machete in his left hand and crossbow bolts in his right hand as he stepped into the black hole. Whoosh, a man and a beast arrived at the 16th catacombs. A fishy smell assaulted his nostrils that Klein's gaze swept past the two boxes in the corner and the various materials on the ground. Two black shadows pounced over. Klein and Little Fox were already on alert, so they separated from each other. Little Fox's claws didn't create any blood on the black shadow's body. Only 4 scratches appeared. The rock armor crocodile looked at the man and beast contemptuously as it opened its bloody mouth. Little Fox flashed past, and the rock armor crocodile missed its bite. The master had instructed them to lure one away. Little Fox deliberately slowed down, as expected. The rock armor crocodile was tricked. Every time it felt like it was about to catch up, the distance would always be pulled apart, causing it to roar in anger on the other side. Klein was faster than the rock armor crocodile as well, pulling 7 to 8 meters apart. Suddenly, he turned around and aimed the runic crossbow at the rock armor crocodile. A cold light flashed. A hole appeared on the rock armor crocodile's head. It let out a sorrowful cry and crashed to the ground at a fatal blow. Klein grinned, revealing 2 rows of bright teeth that he never expected that the first time he aimed at the goods, he would hit a fatal spot. As expected. Do I have a shooting talent? System notification. Soul +2, 2 souls obtained in one go. Klein was stunned. Before this, when he killed a crypt creature, it would only have 1 soul. His gaze was directed at the remaining rock armor crocodile. It was being played around by Little Fox that It couldn't catch up, and Little Fox was constantly loitering in front of It. It stopped and waited for it to catch up. Little Fox also tried to attack. She only left a few bloody marks on its body, and its defense was too astonishing. Little Fox, get out of the way, Klein shouted. Little Fox understood and increased its speed. It threw the rock armor crocodile far away in 2 or 3 tries. The rock armor crocodile was incapacitated and enraged as it shifted its target to Klein at AS for the death of its companion. It hadn't noticed It. It thought that its companion wouldn't be able to catch up, so it planned on pincer attacking the enemy. Klein raised the runic crossbow again, but he calculated the speed of the rock armor crocodile in his mind. He predicted its position in advance. Shoo! The arrow brushed past the rock armor crocodile, but it missed. Klein's eyelids twitched. His heart couldn't help but beat faster when he faced the 2-meter-long crocodile that looked like a beast. Calm down. Klein had experienced 2 small battles, so he took his time and aimed once again to predict his positioning. Shoot! The arrow produced sparks as it pierced through the rock armor crocodile's head. The rock armor crocodile rolled forward and fell at Klein's feet. System notification. Soul +2. Few done. Klein collected the 2 rock armor crocodile corpses before dissecting them. System notification. Rock armor crocodile, meat +12. System notification. Rock armor crocodile, tooth tip +6. System notification. Rock armor crocodile, blood +1. 200 ml. System notification. Rock armor crocodile, skin +2. Just the meat on their bodies was already a great harvest. Klein checked the crocodile blood first according to the usual practice. Rock armor crocodile blood. Cold blood. It can be used to temper close combat weapons. There's a certain chance to improve the quality of the weapon. Although it didn't meet the expectations, it could be used to refine and discard that It was barely acceptable. Klein had already tasted the benefits of blood medicine, so he hoped that the crocodile blood would also have the effect of strengthening his physique. Then he checked the crocodile meat. Rock armor crocodile meat. It tastes average if taken frequently. It can strengthen one's resistance to blows. It must be cooked at high temperatures. Otherwise, in the fishy smell, the current consumption of it has a satiation index of 3 stars. Overall score, 72. It can strengthen one's defense. Klein's eyes lit up. It can strengthen one's defense. It's good stuff. Klein happily accepted it. Open the treasure chest. Klein strode towards one of the copper treasure chests. He checked it, and there was no harm. System notification. Copper treasure chest +1. Excellent toilet paper blueprint +1. Perfect clothing blueprint +1. Cloth +4. Cotton thread +10. The first treasure chest had 2 lifestyle blueprints. There were also new materials, cloth, and cotton thread. With just these few items, this excavation was already worth it. Klein opened the second copper treasure chest. System notification. Copper treasure chest +1. System notification. Excellent towel +1. Ordinary toothbrush crafting blueprint +1. Ponytail hair +4. Iron block +4. Another lifestyle crafting blueprint appeared. A new material. The copper treasure chest was completely disintegrated. And the copper block he gained was 8. He learned all 3 crafting blueprints. He kept the remaining items. He opened the crafting list and looked at the synthesis formula for the new items. Excellent toilet paper 30 sheets. Wood 9/1. Water 2800 m/200 ml. Perfect clothing. Cloth 4/3. Animal skin 3/1. Cotton thread 10/6. The skin of crypt creatures could be collectively referred to as animal skin. Ordinary toothbrush crafting blueprint. Wood 9/1. Ponytail hair 4/1. Klein paid the most attention to the toilet paper. After all, he had just used the parchment map yesterday. It wasn't comfortable at all. The toilet paper came just in time. He couldn't use it for the time being. There was no need to immediately produce it. Klein began to plunder the resources on the ground. Wood +18, iron +20, stone +18, copper +16. There should be nothing left. Klein stopped, just as he was about to use the rock armor crocodile blood to refine his machete. The earth wall on his left rippled. Kanan, Little Fox, was the first to notice the commotion and shrieked. Klein looked up and narrowed his eyes. 2 figures passed through the complete earth wall and arrived at the local catacomb. It was a young man and a middle-aged man. The 2 of them held short spears and knives in their hands. They were originally smiling, but when they saw Klein, their smiles froze. Klein. The 2 of them had seen Klein's face in person on the World Channel, and they recognized the celebrity at a glance. "What should we do?" the youth whispered. The 2 of them knew that the catacombs contained rich resources, but it seemed like Klein had arrived before them. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and sized up Klein, seeing that he had nothing in his hands and that there was a weak and cute white fox sitting by his feet. He couldn't help but think of something. The 2 of them had met in another catacomb. They had been digging together since yesterday afternoon. "Klein," the middle-aged man asked tentatively, "whichever direction you want to dig in, please feel free." Klein didn't plan on making things difficult for the 2 of them, unless the 2 of them made things difficult for him. The middle-aged man said, "My name is Jack, and he's Tom." The middle-aged man said, "We would like to invite you to join the team, that we would like to excavate together and share resources so that we can survive in the catacombs world." In order to increase his persuasiveness, Jack said in a deep voice, "Tom and I dug up a subterranean creature yesterday, and we killed it together. If we had your materials, the strength of the team would be even stronger." The key was that Klein seemed to have an endless supply of meat and water. If he could team up with Klein, the problem of food and water could be solved. It wasn't surprising for Klein to encounter players in this catacomb. There were billions of people in the world. Even if a portion of them had been eliminated, it was still a huge number. The number of people in the Fishing Zones channel was originally 1,000, but now there were more than 700 people left. They gradually stood firm in the catacombs. After more than a dozen excavations, Klein was already far away from his starting point. It was definitely the same for the other players in the region. As long as the catacombs were connected to each other, there was always a chance of meeting each other. Klein wasn't interested in meeting the 2 players. He was more interested in the period of time before they entered the catacomb. The wall was intact, and, just as he had guessed, the sound was completely isolated. When the 2 of them entered the catacomb, they didn't appear with their feet or hands first. Instead, their complete bodies appeared at the same time. In other words, the moment they stepped into the black hole, it was a bit like space-time teleportation. Perhaps the black hole wasn't thin, but when players stepped into it, they would have an illusion. "I have no interest in joining your team." Klein directly rejected Jack's suggestion. Joining the team was fine, but the prerequisite was that the other party had something that Klein wanted. The 2 of them were covered in dust. They only had a short knife and a short hair on their weapons, and they weren't any better off. Furthermore, Klein could see the hint and avoid any risks. There was no need for him to repeat his words and let others take advantage of him for no reason. Not joining. Tracking Jack's gaze, Tom said, "Isn't it better for everyone to practice and survive in the catacombs? As the saying goes, 2 fists can't block 4 hands. You should understand this principle." As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally made use of the short knife in his hand. It looked like he was trying to dissuade him, But in fact, he was full of threats. Two fists were no match for four hands. That wasn't it just Klein alone against the two of them? As for the little fox, Jack didn't take it to heart. What kind of evil intentions could a cute little fox have? It might be Klein's reserve rations. When the two of them entered the catacombs, they didn't see the rock armor crocodile's corpse. Otherwise, they would definitely leave obediently. What can you two men provide me? Let me be clear in advance that my sexual orientation is fine. Klein chuckled. I don't need to rely on others to survive in the catacombs. Please feel free to leave. Jack's arm touched his companion Tom without leaving a trace. The two of them exchanged glances. Tom immediately understood Jack's thoughts. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded slightly. He agreed with Jack's idea. Seize the material goods. Klein was too famous. Everyone knew that he was a big piece of meat. If Klein joined, everything would be fine. If he didn't join, then don't blame them for being ruthless. If he wanted to live longer, he had to be ruthless. He had to take a gamble. Klein hand over half common goods you have, and we can let you go. Jack and Tom held their weapons and approached step by step. The two of them bet that Klein would admit defeat. Handing over half was equivalent to giving Klein a chance to live, so Klein wouldn't be desperate. Only half. Klein said in surprise. Yes, as long as you are willing to cooperate honestly, we will only take half. Jack thought that Klein had agreed, and he was overjoyed. As expected, he had made the right bet. Klein shook his head and said, I just feel that you guys aren't ruthless enough. What a pity. What's a pity? Jack felt a chill. Klein shook his head and said, Aren't you guys a little slow-witted? Do you really think that I relied on luck to gather so many resources? Klein grabbed with his hand, and the runic crossbow appeared in his hand. The two people opposite him saw the runic crossbow. No player had long-range weapons. They were all melee weapons. As a result, the two of them didn't think too much about it in close combat. There was definitely an advantage in numbers. Klein didn't look tall or strong. Ahem, boss. We were just joking just now. Don't be rash. Tom's mind was sharp as he hurriedly said something nice. Shoo! A crossbow arrow pierced through Jack's chest, bringing with it a flower of blood. Jack widened his eyes as his body fell backward. Boss, spare me. Tom was frightened and hurriedly knelt down. After all, he wasn't a warrior who had been through hundreds of battles. He was instantly scared and didn't rush forward with a short spear. Sorry, I don't like to joke around. The moment he said that, another arrow flew out. Tom was so frightened that he wet his pants as he slumped to the ground. The arrow had brushed past his cheek. Sorry, I missed. Klein smiled awkwardly. An arrow appeared in his hand and was quickly loaded. Without waiting for Tom's reaction, another arrow was fired. This time, it hit him right in the forehead. Both of them died. Unfortunately, there are no souls. Klein now understood that not all creatures had souls. The two corpses could be stored in space and disintegrated. However, Klein wasn't interested in this. He hadn't reduced his standards to the point of eating human flesh, a short hair, a short knife, and 2 runic bases. How do I take out the things in the runic base? Klein picked up his weapon and took out 2 runic base metal balls. System notification. Ordinary spear +1. System notification. Ordinary short knife +1. System notification. Ownerless runic base +2. System notification. Ownerless runic base detected. Oh, you wish to absorb it? I can absorb it. Klein took out his runic base and said, absorb it all. The 2 ownerless runic bases transformed into streams of light and entered Klein's runic base. Buzz! The runic base took a light frame. The number of runes on the surface increased. System notification. Absorption successful. System notification. Iron block +18. System notification. Wood +22. System notification. Copper block +16. System notification. Map. Medium plus system notification. Incomplete crypt biology guide. Damage +1. System notifications popped up one after another. Tea was small harvest. There were more than a dozen items in total. Beef jerky, bread, and pure milk. They also obtained a batch of materials. Not mentioning copper and iron, there were also some plant materials and seeds out of all the items. The crypt biology guide and medium-sized map were the most eye-catching. The two of them obtained a medium-sized map, so they judged that the place was rich in resources. Who would have thought that due to a series of mistakes in their decision-making, they would die here, letting Klein off the hook for nothing? Klein thought for a moment before saying, if I receive so many resources at once, won't the runic base's capacity be full? Runic base open. As Klein opened the base, he looked at the upper right corner of the interface. The icon for the small house was still green. It meant that the space was far from full. Whoosh! The runic base expanded. Klein was astonished to find that the entire base had expanded greatly. The IT was originally about 3 meters in length, but now it had expanded to 5 meters in length. The overall decoration had improved, with some additional details. Klein went outside the base to check. The tile surface was still a monotonous small bungalow. It's already pretty good that the area has increased. Klein couldn't help but think, if I encounter players in the future, should I fish more? His principle was not to casually kill people. However, if someone made a move first, he would definitely retaliate. It was quite normal to accidentally kill someone. Fishing for law enforcement was definitely not a bad idea. He thought for a moment before saying, "First, check the crypt biology illustration manual." Klein flipped his hand and a pamphlet appeared. Incomplete crypt biology illustration manual. Damaged. It can only be used after it is repaired. There is a portion of the information on the coke oven. Klein thought for a moment and silently recited, "Repair manual." This was important information that could deepen his understanding of the subterranean world. He now had 5 souls and a runic crossbow, so it wasn't difficult for him to obtain souls. There was no need to save. System notification. Soul. System notification. The incomplete crypt biology illustration manual has been successfully repaired. System notification. Do you wish to learn the incomplete crypt biology illustration manual? 3 consecutive system notifications. It was about the same as the blueprint. After learning it, it would be loaded into the system interface. Klein chose to learn that a beam of light fused into his body. He then opened the system interface. As expected, behind the pet button, one word appeared. Guide. Klein opened it. A dense list appeared. Green scorpion, poisonous bat, rainbow, snake brain, eater, kobold details. Kobold. Governs walking crypt creatures. Is good at digging holes and creating traps. Worships evil dragons. Moves in groups. Never fights alone. Likes to collect treasures everywhere. Ability. Uses weapons weakness. Weak body danger factor. 42. Apart from the description, there were also 3D images of the crypt creatures, and he could adjust the angle to view it. I wonder if there's any information about the tail fox? Klein looked at the obedient little fox by his feet. A box popped up on the interface. Tail fox. A gentle crypt creature. It has 2 tails at birth. Its bloodline grows stronger. The number of tails will increase until it has 9 tails. Ability. High-speed movement. Weakness. Insufficient defense danger factor. 22. There is no need to take the initiative to search for it. It will automatically pop up. It's very convenient, but the danger factor of a tail fox is only 22, although Klein was unwilling to admit it. The lethality of a tail fox was indeed limited. It was more of strategic use. Its movement speed was fast, and with its high-speed movement skill, the fox had already fooled most of the crypt creatures. Klein looked up a few more crypt creatures he had encountered. Yellow sand octopus danger factor. 13. Rock armor crocodile. 25. Single-horn sandhound. 20. He didn't have any information when he fought them. If the title of the movie was based on the danger factor, the life chart score would still be accurate. Of course, he couldn't directly use the danger factor to determine the strength of the crypt creatures. For example, Klein could use the runic crossbow to kill 2 rock armor crocodiles. If he encountered a tail fox, it would be very difficult to hit it. He might even be killed instead. There was definitely a theory of restraint among crypt creatures. There were more than 1,000 types of crypt creatures in the entire catacombs. Klein briefly browsed through them, closed the interface, and took out the medium-sized map he had just obtained. It was similar to the structure of a small map. There were also red dots indicating the location, and every catacomb had notes. The small map was centered around the red dot catacomb, extending out to 2 catacombs. The medium-sized map had 5 catacombs. Klein compared the resources of the previous catacomb and looked in 3 directions according to the hints. He could already determine the location. Here, the 2 of them have already dug to the 2nd catacombs, according to the map. Klein took out his dagger and marked it on the map. From his position, according to the mark on the map, he could plan the next 3 excavations. Klein entered from the left catacomb and eliminated 1 option. Out of the remaining 4 directions, the 2 of them had just arrived from the catacomb ahead, so they could eliminate another option. The remaining 3 directions, Klein pointed at the catacombs above the map. From a moment he arrived in the catacombs world, he had never excavated upwards. Today would be the first time. The map indicated that the catacomb above was dangerous and had resources. If he chose the 17th catacomb above, then the 18th catacomb would be able to dig up an iron treasure chest, and the 19th catacomb would be a silver treasure chest, a silver treasure chest that was even more advanced than an iron treasure chest. To be able to obtain a perfect runic crossbow from an iron treasure chest yesterday, the items in the silver treasure chest would definitely be even more impressive. Jack and Tom would definitely not dare to choose this route. It was fraught with danger. But Klein could give it a try, especially with the help of Little Fox. He could let Little Fox lure the enemy away first. Klein looked up at the earthen wall above him. There's a dog spider in the catacomb above. If you have a source of fire, You can easily burn the spider silk to avoid being tied up into a mummy and harvest some resources. Klein flipped through the illustrated list and searched for the dog spider. Danger factor: 2.6 that IT was non-toxic, and the spider web was resilient that IT was unbreakable with a knife. Its weakness was that it was afraid of flames, so the spider silk would catch fire easily. Without the protection of the silk nest, its strength would be greatly reduced. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "I'll choose to dig upwards, that I can little fox bring the source of fire up first." Klein put away the map and first opened the runic base. They could first climb to the top of the runic base to dig. The runic base was 6 meters tall. The ceiling of the catacomb was about 7 meters above the ground. "I'll dig a tunnel first." Klein piled up the sand beside the runic base. He continued to build up, that he used the sand to climb to the roof of the runic base. Little Fox came up with him. Klein half squatted and held the shovel with both hands. "I'll start digging in an uncomfortable position." Digging upwards bit by bit. Klein had already entered the tunnel, and he walked using the runic base. Every time he lowered the shovel, the sand would be taken away. The difficulty of digging was greatly reduced. He dug 15 meters upwards and dug through. Klein placed his 2 feet on both sides of the tunnel and took out half a parchment. "Little Fox, take the fire source and go up later to be careful of the big spiders on it. That if you see a spider web, light it with fire." Klein curled up half of the parchment into a roll. The parchment was a small map that was never used. "Bite it." He stuffed one end of the parchment into Little Fox's mouth. Little Fox, who was squatting on Klein's shoulder, obediently held in her mouth. Klein took out a flint and a dagger. He rubbed it lightly. The sparks lit up the parchment. It was like lighting a cigarette. The fox also took a puff and puffed out her cheeks. "Go up." Klein gestured. Little Fox exhaled a puff of white smoke and jumped gently into the black membrane. Klein used both his hands and feet to reach into the black membrane. With a strong push, his body became lighter than usual. He jumped out of the tunnel. The 17th catacomb. As far as the eye could see, there were fires everywhere. With half a parchment in her mouth, the fox ran about, lighting fires. The web caught fire like a fuse and quickly spread. Spiderwebs crisscrossed the catacomb, on the wall with the head of a dog and a spider body. The dog spider continuously spit silk, wanting to stop Little Fox. Little Fox was dexterous, dodging easily and igniting the webs. Klein took out the runic crossbow and found a good position to aim at the dog spider. The back of this fellow looked like a dog's head. It had short brown fur all over its body. Switch to multi-shot mode. Klein pressed his thumb lightly. Multi-shot mode activated. He pulled the trigger. Fire! The dog spider focused on dealing with Little Fox. Only when the arrow was almost in front of it did it sense danger. It jumped to the side. Puffed. The bolt pierced through the dog spider's fragile body. Under the multiple shot mode, the 5 arrows were concentrated, making it easy to hit. The dog spider slid down the wall. It only struggled on the ground for a moment before it stopped moving. System notification. Soul +1. Little Fox, come back, Klein shouted. There were 2. Many spider webs in the catacomb, and half of the catacomb was on fire. Little Fox nimbly returned to Klein's side. Klein brought Little Fox to another side of the catacomb and hid in the runic base. Although the fire wouldn't burn the 2 of them to death, the runic base could withstand the high temperature. Otherwise, the beautiful fur of Little Fox might be charred. A few minutes later, Klein walked out of the runic base. The air reeked of roasted meat. The dog spider was already burning. Klein went over to pick up the dog spider's corpse. System notification. Roasted dog spider meat +1. Roasted dog spider meat. Fragrant dog spider meat. It has average nutrition, tastes sour, and is succulent. Current consumption of it has a satiation index of 3 stars. Overall score, 60. It couldn't be further decomposed. Succulent. Klein thought of the dog spider type and felt a chill run down his spine that if he were to eat it, it would probably explode. Klein was unwilling to eat it. "Do you want to eat it?" He lowered his head to look at the fox. The fox shook its head repeatedly and took a step back in disgust. "All right, I can only hang it up for sale." Klein opened the trading channel and traded while it was still hot. "I'll just exchange it for some blueprints." His gaze swept across the trading market. He filtered the blueprints. Below him were all blueprints. Some needed to be changed for water, while others needed to be changed for bread and meat. "This blueprint isn't bad. I'm still familiar with it." Klein smiled. Rogers 178.23. Item. Exquisite runic pot blueprint. Requirement. Any meat at least 1500 G plus 300 milliliters water. Inventory. -1. Message from the seller. "Bosses, come and pet me." The price wasn't cheap, but it was within Klein's acceptable range. The dog spider in his hands had exceeded 1000 G. Adding a random piece of lizard meat would be just enough. Water wasn't a problem either. There was a pile. Excellent runic pot blueprint. It's a daily runic device that be why adding soil into it. Seed can be planted, there's no need for fertilizer, and plants can grow quickly. Klein learned the blueprint and opened the synthesis list to quickly take a look. There were 4 main materials: iron, stone, copper, and earth runes. Point one of the earth runes was required, and the conditions were just right. Klein hesitated for a moment and didn't choose to produce it the moment. The seeds he had on hand were the fluorescent grass and cold play grass. He had obtained them from his previous collection of fluorescent grass, as well as the stock of Jack and Tom. However, regardless of whether it was the fluorescent grass or cold play grass, they could be easily exchanged on the market. Money was about to arrive that if he used 1 earth rune to plant 2 types of grass, the cost-benefit ratio would be too low. Black vine seeds were more or less the same. The very least, they could produce sweet and sour fruits. However, there were no black vine seeds on the market. Klein thought for a moment and said, "I'll leave them for now, that if I find fruit seeds in the future, I'll make them the very least. They have to be vegetables. I'll open the copper treasure chest first." Klein walked to the corner. Under the fire, the copper treasure chest was only blackened. There wasn't much of a problem overall. The inspection was flawless. System notification. Copper treasure chest +1. System notification. Wind runes +2. System notification. Soap +1. I'm pretty lucky. I actually got 2 wind runes. The soap isn't bad either. It can improve the quality of life. Klein happily put it away. He didn't decompose the copper treasure chest. There were quite a few small items now, and they could be placed in a chest. There was no shortage of copper resources anyway. After dealing with the treasure chest, he continued to plunder the ground. There were plants in the original catacomb, but they were burned clean. Even the wooden blocks weren't completely preserved. They were turned into charcoal. Iron +2, stone +4, charcoal +6. 5 more crossbow bolts were collected. The next catacombs are on the right. Klein took out a medium-sized map. The map indicated that there was a dangerous crypt creature in the catacomb on the right. Klein focused his gaze, and a golden prompt appeared. "Congratulations! There was an iron treasure chest in the catacombs on the right that a few hours ago, the foolish crypt creature choked itself to death." Klein was dumbfounded. Choked to death? All right. It was just as well that there was no danger. Klein picked up the shovel and dug to the right. His speed was extremely fast. After a while, Klein arrived at the 18th catacomb. This catacomb wasn't boxy, but a zigzag. Klein took out his machete. After circling half a circle, he saw a huge corpse lying on the ground, a huge snake. Its body was green with patterns. It was 5 meters long and as thick as an arm. There was a faint stench of decay in the air. Its throat was bulging, and it was unknown what it had swallowed. Florid snake. Violent, likes a cool environment and loiters in the subterranean caves, likes eating sand, and its corpse will quickly decompose after death. Ability, binding, weakness, not very smart, danger factor, 24. Klein read the illustrated description and immediately guessed at a possibility. Probably choked on the dirt. No wonder it was judged to be stupid. Klein said he went to the front of the snake and looked through its open mouth. It really is. A lump of earth was big enough and hard enough. The snake ate the whole thing. Then he dissected it. The snake was dissected into 10 pieces of meat for 100 milliliters of blood and 1 piece of skin. The blood and flesh were not fresh. After the snake died, its corpse would quickly decompose. After an hour, the blood and flesh would have a faintly fishy smell. However, according to the description, it was edible. The blood of the snake was harmless and had no effect. The description of the meat was that it tasted bad, but could satisfy hunger. Its nutritional value was also extremely low. Because it wasn't fresh, there was a chance of stomachache after eating it. I'll throw into the trading market. With the principle of not wasting it, Klein opened the trading market once again. Once again, he saw Rogers put up a sale. This time, he put up a fire rune for sale. It required an internal mass of more than 1,000 grams. For the flesh of the florid snake, 300 grams per unit was more than enough. Since there's a risk involved, I'll give you 2 more pieces. Klein chose to trade 5 pieces of florid snake meat that he successfully obtained the fire rune. Klein casually glanced at it and used the remaining dog spider meat to exchange for a blueprint of an ordinary leather glove and an exquisite blanket. The rest, no one on the market collected beast blood. They only collected water. I can only put it up and sell it. As Klein was thinking, a private message box popped up. There were 3 main types of private messages that popped up on their own. The first type had a keyword set. The second type was that both parties had just spoken to each other and had replied to each other's messages. The third type was that both sides had conducted transactions, making it easier for buyers and sellers to communicate. Rogers 178.23. Boss, you just traded me a roasted spider. The taste was so sour and it was exploding in my mouth. Now, you gave me a snake that might cause stomach pain. Could you blame him? This guy was the one who had put it up for transaction, and there was only a chance that the snake would give you a stomachache. Maybe you'll get lucky. Klein 182.56. My conscience won't hurt. Rogers 178.23. Klein 182.56. Isn't this a premium exchange? I'll give you 5 pieces of snake meat that oh, you want a temporary pain? Or do you want to starve to death? Rogers 178.23. But that meat doesn't smell good. Klein 182.56. Even at this stage, do you still think it tastes bad? Do you believe that after starving you for 5 days or 7 days, you will still be willing to eat a piece of acid in front of you? Rogers 178.23. Klein 182.56. How about this? I still have 400 milliliters of beast blood here as a supplement. You should know the importance of water resources. Blood can also replenish water and has a certain amount of nutrients. Rogers 178.23 said, "All right, thank you, boss." A moment later, Klein traded 400 milliliters of snake blood to Rogers. Rogers 178.23 said, "QAQ." It seemed like he wanted to express that the smell was still bad. Klein stopped chatting with Rogers. The other 2 buyers who received the snake meat didn't complain. This was because Klein was trading at a premium. An extra piece of meat could last for a few days, that a stomachache was small price to pay. It wasn't diarrhea. Klein found an iron treasure chest on the other side of the subterranean gallery. After checking it, he opened it. System notification. Iron treasure chest +1. System notification. Perfect floating propeller blueprint +1. System notification. Earth rune +1. System notification. Fire rune +1. First, he disassembled the iron treasure chest. He kept the earth rune and fire rune. Klein only had a blueprint left in his hands. Another perfect blueprint dropped. If nothing went wrong, it would be another runic device. Perfect floating propeller blueprint. A daily/combat runic device that hangs behind you like a backpack. It's portable and can shoot out powerful winds, allowing the user to float in the air. A flying backpack instantly appeared in Klein's mind. This thing could be good or be it depended on the flying speed and the dexterity in the air. If he flew slowly after floating, he would only become a living target. If he was agile enough and equipped with a runic crossbow, he wouldn't be able to fly kites slowly if he encountered flying creatures or long-range attacks. Learn. Klein's hand lightened, and the blueprint turned into a beam of light. He opened the production list. He found a synthesis formula. Perfect floating propeller. Wind rune 2 halves, copper 42/12, iron 45/12, silver 0/2. He happened to find 2 wind runes in the previous catacombs. However, he was lacking silver. If the crypt creatures in the next catacombs can be solved, then according to convention, the silver treasure chest could be broken down into 4 silver pieces, and the materials would be gathered. Klein's gaze landed in front of him. According to the map, the catacomb in front of him was his final destination. There's an attractive silver treasure chest in the catacombs ahead. There's a pair of carrion jackals waiting for you. If you're willing to sacrifice your pet, you can give it a try and patiently wait for the opportunity to come. The hint wasn't optimistic. Klein's expression was solemn as he looked at Little Fox. Although they hadn't known each other for long, they already had some feelings for each other. Sacrificing Little Fox? That was definitely impossible. He opened the illustrated page, search, carrion jackal. Klein could only gather information before slowly choosing a countermeasure. The search result appeared. Carrion jackal. Fast and very flexible. More than 70% of its body has been decomposed. The T won't feel any pain even if one uses a knife to slash at the decomposed area. The decomposed area caused it to lose its sense of smell. Its hearing is weak, and its eyeballs have mutated in the dark environment. All of its vision is lost. Ability, mental roar. Weakness, night vision ability is 0. Danger factor, 28. Check the details of the ability. Mental roar. Through unique pronunciation method, it causes a mental shock to the surrounding creatures. There's a chance to cause the target to temporarily lose focus. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. After Klein browsed through the information in the illustrated handbook, he regained hope. No wonder I have to wait. The reason is here. The movement speed is fast, so it's indeed difficult for me to hit it. And the advantage of Little Fox lies in its speed that, if I'm honest, I can't take advantage of it. It's very unlikely that I'll be able to survive against 2 more powerful crypt creatures. Klein sighed that he had to wait until tonight before he could take action. Because he had consumed lizard blood, Klein's night vision had already been enhanced last night. That IT would definitely be enhanced by today. IT was impossible to make night as bright as day, but it wasn't to the point of being blind. Last night, under the dark environment, his range of vision could reach 10 meters. With an increase today, he should be able to increase it by a few meters, 10 meters. If he quietly approached and relied on a runic crossbow, it would be easy to complete a sneak attack. Klein thought for a moment and said, "There's still a long time before it gets dark. Let's wait patiently." Klein rested in his spot. At the same time, he looked in the other 4 directions. Unfortunately, it was indeed as indicated on the map. There was only a silver treasure chest in the catacomb ahead. In the other 4 directions, the best reward only had a bronze treasure chest. It was too different from a silver treasure chest. There were still more than 10 hours before nightfall. Klein stationed himself there. There were 7 excavations left for today. He didn't know if he could use them all. Normally, the catacombs were 2 different worlds during the day, and at night, it was like the wilderness, with many ferocious beasts appearing at night. Perhaps it was the same in the catacombs world. Furthermore, at night, the eye would always have its limits. Even if Klein's night vision had been enhanced, it wouldn't be particularly convenient at night. In fact, with Klein's current conditions, he could completely rest in place for a month. He could only rely on the water condenser and meat field to support himself for a long time. But Klein wasn't satisfied with his current situation. He wanted to improve the quality of his life and constantly increase his strength. Especially after reading through the illustrated handbook, which was incomplete, many powerful crypt creatures had been recorded. It wasn't that they couldn't move, that if one day they took the initiative to seek him out, his strength would be weak. And it would be difficult for him to fend them off with little fox Klein. Didn't stay idle after that. First, he added 40 pieces of wood to the water condenser and continued making water. Then he watered the meat field. The rest of the time was used to train. Strength training, push-ups, sit-ups, knife and spear training, stabbing, slashing, posture runic driving training, accurate shooting, rapid reloading, multiple shots. When he was tired, he would stop to rest and stroke little fox. Or he could look at the chat channel and check his private messages. Klein learned more information from the world and regional chat channels. It was mainly about the current situation of the various major players. Most of them had dug up 5 or 6 catacombs, while the best was about to dig their 10th catacombs. They weren't Klein. Every time they dug up a blind box, they would find something. Some fierce players had to stop because they were injured from fighting the crypt creatures. Most of them were only willing to move forward when their food and water ran out. Today, a large portion of the players had already met others. Most of them would choose to form an alliance. There were also a few who chose to plunder resources. There were 3 types. There were successful counterattacks, some who only received resources and didn't kill others. And there were also those who killed and stole treasures. Among them, there were a few who killed and stole treasures. In other words, there were only a few who were known by outsiders. The killer wouldn't take the initiative to speak. Before the victim died, he called for help in the chat channel. When others went to ask, there was already no response. Similar bloody incidents continued to play out in the catacombs. There were already players calling for everyone to work together and not engage in internal strife the next time they met. Only cooperation can increase the chances of survival. 2 people have a much higher chance to survive than just one person. It can also relieve loneliness. Cooperation is advocated, not plunder. Killing is against the law. Don't do things that violate the bottom line. And so on. After Klein finished reading, he could only say that this small number of people were too They had actually moved the morals and regulations of a civilized society to the cruel underground world. Most of the people in the chat channel didn't respond. Most of them understood the logic. If there were food and drink, and they could coexist with each other if there was a lack of food and drink, who would care if they killed or not? After all, no one knew they were killing people here, and there was no need for them to be put on trial. With more players forming teams, will there be more resources on the market, or fewer? Klein was unable to come to a conclusion. Forming teams would make digging safer, and they could take care of each other. It would also make them safer when they faced crypt creatures. The team had to go to a crypt together, and the number of times the team could dig together could not be combined. The maximum number of times a day would still be 10. If they did not form a team, they would not be sharing the same team. The total number of times they could dig could be stacked, but it was more dangerous to go alone. Each had its pros and cons. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon. Lunch was stewed meat. The meat was made from rock armor crocodiles and one-eyed lizard. In order to make the taste more layered, the juice of the black vine fruit was added to increase the sweet and sour taste. After seasoning, this lunch was the most delicious meal Klein had ever had since he entered the catacombs. That rock armor crocodile meat could increase one's resistance to blows. Klein wasn't sure if it would work on foxes as well. The sky turned dark. After dinner, Klein made his final preparations. weapons inspection that he gave the fox some important instructions. He also did some warm-up exercises. At the same time, he would occasionally observe the movements of the next catacomb. Perhaps the carrion jackal would automatically leave that it was completely dark, that Klein's night vision had indeed improved once again, that in the past, he couldn't even see his own fingers. Now, his visibility was around 15 meters. The night vision of the carrion jackal was close to zero. They had no sense of smell, and their hearing was weak. As long as he was 10 meters away, Klein was confident that the arrow would hit a vital point. At that moment, Klein looked at the catacomb in front of him again. There's an attractive silver treasure chest in the catacomb ahead. There's a pair of carrion jackals waiting for you. Now is a good time to attack. You can easily take care of them. Hint. Easily finished. Klein and Little Fox entered the tunnel they had dug beforehand. They arrived in front of the black membrane. Klein looked at Little Fox and said, "Be careful and don't alert the enemy, understand?" Klein wasn't too worried about Little Fox. Before he entered, he instructed once again, "Without my orders, you are not allowed to attack in advance." Woo, woo woo. Little Fox patted her furry chest, as though she was saying, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Klein stepped in the black membrane first. Little Fox followed closely behind. The 19th catacomb, it was silent. Klein observed his surroundings. With his limited vision, he tried his best to find the location of the carrion jackals. Whoosh! Little Fox tugged at Klein's pant leg. Looking over, Little Fox gestured diagonally forward. Its night vision was better than Klein's, so it naturally discovered the enemy ahead of time. Klein nodded slightly and slowly moved in the direction of Little Fox. Every step he took had to be light enough. He walked for a full 2 minutes over a distance of more than 10 meters. Klein stopped his tracks. He could already see the outline of the 2 carrion jackals in the darkness. The time for the hunt had begun. The smell from the carrion jackals was strong. On the left and right, 2 carrion jackals lay together. The night. They lost all sight, no different from a blind man. This was the most dangerous time for carrion jackals. Therefore, carrion jackals usually appeared in pairs at night. They took turns keeping vigil. Although they couldn't see, they would prick up their ears and try their best to capture the sound around them. If there was a slight movement, they would immediately wake up their companions. Klein and Little Fox were already 10 meters away. The carrion jackal that was keeping watch still didn't notice. Klein took out the runic crossbow. He loaded the crossbow in advance. There's no mistake in shooting at the head. Klein held his breath and aimed at the head of one of the carrion jackals. If it was during the day, he could guarantee that he would hit every target that moved night. His vision wasn't very good, so he needed to aim carefully. He adjusted his posture and pulled the trigger. Crack! In the silent darkness, a crisp sound appeared. The carrion jackal that was on night watch instantly got up. The carrion jackal let out a strange roar. The it sounded like a wailing ghost. System notification. Soul +2 at. The same time, Klein's body trembled. His vision was blurry, and his brain seemed to have stopped working. About half a second passed before he recovered. Fortunately, it was nighttime, so the carrion jackal couldn't discern the enemy's position at all. After it roared, it slowly retreated. Was its companion dead? It wasn't sure. Gritting its teeth, it let out a low roar, hoping to scare the attacker. Looks like I don't need Little Fox to do anything, Klein thought to himself. Its night vision was really trash. No wonder the notification said that it was easily resolved. There was no danger even if he came alone. Klein took a step forward and closing again to it was another arrow. Roar. The carrion jackal fell. Another headshot. System notification. Soul +2. When Klein saw the notification, he could confirm that he had nailed the carrion jackal to death. But that was the best part about the system. He didn't need to worry about the crypt creatures faking their deaths. The 2 carrion jackals only provided Klein with 4 souls AS for the corpses after decomposition. The blood couldn't be eaten. The bones had already rotted. The entire body was filled with trash. The carrion jackals weren't the main point. Klein lit a bonfire and used the light from the fire to search for the situation inside the catacomb. Here. Klein ran straight for the silver treasure chest in the corner. He picked it up and walked to the side of the full fire. Under the light of the fire, the silver treasure chest reflected a luster. It was made of pure silver. If it was sold outside, it would be worth a lot of money. Come, Little Fox, let's see how your luck is. Klein recalled that outside, someone had opened a chest with the help of a pet, and even obtained some good items. They were there to entertain him. Woo, woo, woo. Little Fox looked up at him in confusion. Klein grabbed one of Little Fox's paws and placed it on the treasure chest. Open it together. System notification. Silver treasure chest +1. System notification. Low-level rune base upgrade scroll +1. System notification. Perfect runic speed blade blueprint +1. System notification. Fragrant rice tree seed +21. After dissecting the treasure chest, Klein couldn't wait to examine the 3 brand new items. The focus was on the runic base upgrade scroll, as well as the fragrant rice tree seed. Low-level runic base upgrade scroll. Used to upgrade the base to X? 50 iron blocks, 50 copper blocks. Fragrant rice tree seed. When it matures, it will be a small sapling, but you can use it to grow white spring rice that there's a lot of it. Perfect runic speed blade blueprint. The scripture of the nation. When used, it can increase the speed at which it can be modified. Like the wind, it can easily cut through copper and iron, that it's a rare close combat weapon. After Klein looked through the details of the upgrade scroll, the corner of his mouth twitched at a weapon that he actually needed so many materials to upgrade. Copper and iron were easy to collect, so he had quite a lot of them on him that he also had 5 souls. Runes were more difficult to deal with. The current number of runes Klein had were as follows. Wind rune 2, fire rune 4, earth rune 2, water rune 0. He was lacking 1 wind, 1 earth, and 3 water. The base was sufficient at the moment, so he could choose. Not to upgrade, he would first forge the runic speed blade and the floating propeller. Klein reluctantly put away the upgrading scroll. IT would be the slowest. Now that he had more water and meat, he wouldn't have to buy them at a high price that he didn't believe that no one would come knocking on his door. Rice tree seeds. It was necessary to create the runic planting pot. Perfect runic speed blade blueprint. Learn. Klein looked down at the blueprint. The next moment, it turned into a beam of light. He chose the manufacturing list and looked at the formula for the runic speed blade. Perfect runic speed blade. Wind rune 2/2. Iron 45 to 8. Copper 42/8. Wind runes again. Should he create a floating propeller or a runic speed blade? Both required wind runes. He could the moment. He could only forge one. Klein thought for a moment before saying, I have a runic crossbow now. As long as I don't encounter any fast-moving crypt creatures, I don't need to engage in close combat. Compared to my full-range melee abilities, at the current stage, long-range attacks are more suitable for me. At the very least, it can guarantee that I won't be easily injured. Klein thought about it and decided to first create the floating propeller. He would wait until he was more proficient with his knife skills or had gathered enough materials before creating the runic speed blade. Perfect floating propeller. Wind rune 2/2, copper 42/12, iron 45/12, silver 4/2, confirm creation. System notification. Wind rune 2, copper 12, iron 12, silver 2. System notification. The perfect floating propeller has been successfully forged. Klein's hand sank. A backpack-like instrument appeared in his hand. As usual, there were many complicated patterns on the surface. The main materials were copper and iron. This meant that the internal parts were silver. The entire instrument was not as bloated as expected. IT was less than a foot in length horizontally, half a foot in length lengthwise, and 3 inches in thickness. There were 2 jet tubes on the right. System notification. Additional soul required. Klein pursed his lips, as expected. He needed another soul as an energy source. After adding 1 soul, he checked the details of the item again. Perfect floating propeller, 30 minutes, 1 soul could fly for 30 minutes. I wonder what the flying effect will be. Klein flipped his hand and placed the floating propeller on the waist of his back. Crunch! The floating propeller had 4 ring-shaped grappling hooks, 1 on the left and 1 on the right, firmly grasping his waist. The 2 jet pipes on his back immediately spewed out powerful winds. Let's levitate. Klein's feet left the ground as he slowly flew up into the sky. This thing was a little good. He could control it with his mind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The little fox, who was originally bored and playing with fire, was very curious when she saw Klein fly up into the sky, descend, and run laps below. I'll try my speed. Klein thought again. Phew. The force of the wind increased. He transformed into a shadow and flew out, down, front, back, left, right. His speed wasn't slow at all. Furthermore, he could turn nimbly in the air. Klein tried for 2 minutes and gradually grasped the control method, becoming more and more adept at it. He was even more agile than he was on the ground. On the ground, he could only move forward, backward, left, and right. He could move up and down in the air, and his speed was faster than his running speed. Woo, woo, woo. The fox chased after him on the ground as though it was saying, Master, take me flying. Klein laughed and landed. He picked up the fox and continued flying. After flying for a total of 5 minutes, Klein was already familiar with the operation. I'm not playing anymore. There are still many resources on the ground waiting for me to gather. Klein smiled as he landed and put away the floating propeller in this catacomb. Not only were there silver treasure chests, there were also a lot of resources. Wood plus 20, stone plus 15, iron plus 18, copper plus 12, black vine plus 4, black vine fruit plus 2. He looted everything. There are still 6 excavations left today. Now let's take a break first. Klein needed to observe the hints in 5 directions first, then go to the market to sell some goods. He was in a charge top dollar for a bunch of runes. The upgrade scrolls needed to runes as well as the runic speedblade, and the pot also needed it. There's fresh air in the caves above. The catacombs below are extremely dangerous, full of booby traps and meager supplies. Keep digging. The ground is full of lava, but there are 3 treasure chests high up. Dig to the left. There's a one-eyed lizard and some resources there. Dig to the right that a nest of poisonous insects is waiting for you. You can try turning into a pig's head. Klein took a glance at the cave ahead. With the floating propeller, he could easily avoid the lava on the ground. However, the next cave would only have 4 directions to choose from. Klein temporarily didn't have the ability to dig into the magma. If the 4 directions of the next catacombs were extremely dangerous, I shouldn't be so unlucky. There's no need to be so cautious. Klein patted his cheek and muttered, I don't want to think too much. I'll go put it up and sell it first. He opened the trade channel. Goods on sale. Seller. Klein 182.56. Products on sale. 2 one-eyed lizard meat. Requirements. Any runes. Inventory 2. Products on sale. 2 yellow sand octopus meat. Requirements. Any rune. Inventory for products on sale. 800 g wheat bread. Requirements. Any runes. Inventory. Products on sale. 600 milliliters water. Requirements. Any runes. Inventory. 3. Klein listed 4 items in a row. Among them, wheat bread was obtained from Jack and Tom. The meat of the one-eyed lizard and yellow sand octopus only had some nutrients and could only be used. It didn't have any extra effects that it was worse than a meat farm. Therefore, it was also emptied out. If this meat was kept for too long, it would gradually or OT. In contrast, the rock armor crocodile meat had a special effect. Even if it wasn't fresh, it had to be eaten. The reason why the water was only 1,800 milliliters was because there wasn't much stock. Although he had prepared another 3,500 milliliters today, the overall consumption was high. After drinking, stewing, watering the meat field, and so on, there was only 2,100 milliliters left. I wonder how much I can sell it for. My price is definitely one of a kind on the market. How many people are willing to exchange runes with me? Klein closed the interface, picked up the shovel, and dug the tunnel in the dark. The rune transaction would definitely not be completed in a short period of time, so he didn't need to pay attention to it for the time being. After recuperating, Klein waited for the next day to arrive. Everyone was either chatting to relieve boredom, gathering intelligence, or paying close attention to the trading channel. When they saw food or water, it instantly attracted the attention of many people. Today, there were actually people trading food and water earlier than Klein had expected. It was basically a small portion for trade. It could be dozens of grams of meat or dozens of milliliters of water. The price was even more treacherous than Klein's, but there were still people who were willing to trade, compared to the flying meat on the shelves of others. In comparison, Klein was acting like a nouveau riche in the world channel. Why does Klein feel like he has endless supplies and can't finish them every day? Sigh. The gap is widening, if I'm not wrong. The one-eyed lizard and yellow sand octopus are definitely crypt creatures that he killed. Does anyone know how many catacombs he has dug up? As far as I know, the highest record is William's 12 catacombs, that he's a special forces soldier. The entire channel was in heated discussion. There were already people considering whether or not to exchange with Klein at the same time. Klein had already arrived at the 20th catacomb. Just like the hint, the ground in the 20th catacomb was filled with lava. If he fell down, he would melt. Red lava. The entire catacombs was hot, and waves of heat assaulted him. Little Fox curled up in Klein's arms, lowered her head, and looked down. Then, she retracted her head in fear, its 4 claws. Hugged Klein tightly, afraid that it would fall into the lava. Klein floated in the air. The cool breeze from the propeller behind him made him feel slightly more comfortable. Open the treasure chest and leave as soon as possible. Klein quickly searched. Although it was at night, the red light emitted by the lava illuminated the entire catacomb. The catacomb wasn't big, but it was high enough. Klein continued flying upwards. Above him was a protruding rock mass that was about 5 meters long. Klein landed on the rock mass. First, he saw 3 treasure chests 2 steps away. They were placed side by side. They were all bronze treasure chests. What a pity, they're only bronze treasure chests. Klein suddenly frowned. That was because he saw a black cave at the end of the rock mass. The entrance of the cave was covered in a black membrane. Someone came to dig it? Klein approached carefully, his gaze never leaving the black membrane. In front of you is a special cave. There are 6 kobolds in it. All the treasures they have painstakingly gathered are piled inside. As long as you fly in the air, the kobolds can't do anything to you. Klein was stunned. Kobolds. Because they were in groups, the danger factor for kobolds was 42. If they were alone, their lethality would be limited and the danger factor wouldn't be that high. According to the illustrations, kobolds could use weapons and set traps. They liked to collect treasures, as long as one avoided the traps and floated in the air. They could use the runic crossbow to fire one shot at a time. Open the treasure chest first. Klein squatted down and chose to open the treasure chest first. The 3 treasure chests were opened at the same time. System notification. Bronze treasure chest +3, system notification. Earth runes +1, system notification. Wind runes +2, system notification. Water runes +1, system notification. Silver block +2, system notification. 300 milliliters Coke +1. There's Coke. It's not labeled. Klein put the items away. It was a pleasant surprise to see 4 runes appear from the 3 bronze treasure chests. I've gathered all the wind runes that I can create a speed blade. Klein opened the creation interface. Perfect runic speed blade. Wind rune 2 halves, iron 51/15, silver 4 halves. Klein chose to create it. With the notification, the creation was successful. A straight-edge blade about 1.5 meters long appeared in Klein's hand. The blade's width was about 2 fingers placed together. The surface of the blade was bright. There were silver-white patterns from top to bottom. Klein waved it a few times, and it was very light. Furthermore, there was no reminder to add a soul this time. When I wave it, it feels like I'm being pushed by a gust of wind. It's too easy to as expected of a runic knife. Klein couldn't put it down. He slashed more than 10 times without any effort. And every time he brandished the knife, the shadow of a knife flashed past quickly. It was silent and as fast as the wind. Let's test its sharpness. He slashed. He aimed at a bronze treasure chest. A cold glint flashed. The treasure chest split into 2. It was as though he was chopping wood. Good blade. Klein raised the knife and checked the position of the blade. There was no curl blade, so it was intact. Compared to it, the machete is simply trash. Klein clicked his tongue. Machetes were unable to cut through copper and iron. The 3 treasure chests were all broken into copper pieces by Klein. Let's head to the next catacomb. Klein held a runic crossbow in his hand and brought the little fox through the black membrane. The stuffy feeling instantly disappeared. It was replaced by cool shade. It wasn't completely dark inside. Klein also saw the flames. The entire catacomb was long and narrow. Pitch-black. It was like a piece of intestine, with a slight bend in the middle. Klein remained in the air as he looked down. Golden prompts kept appearing. There were many traps on the ground. The sound of the propeller spewing gas wasn't quiet at all. In the long and narrow catacomb. It was abnormally ear-piercing. Klein had no intention of concealing himself. He would use his voice to lure the kobolds out and use his aerial advantage to exterminate them. 2 balls of fire were approaching. With the help of the flames, Klein indeed saw a squad of kobolds. Although they were called kobolds, their heads didn't look like dogs. Instead, they looked like lizards. Their skin was dark brown or black. They were also wearing tattered clothes. The 6 kobolds' pupils flickered in the darkness. They had already noticed Klein. As for Little Fox, she had been placed on the ground by Klein. The traps placed on the ground had all been destroyed by Klein's knife, stone, and other means. They were either turned into iron resources, copper, or stone resources. The kobolds weren't as fast as Little Fox. Only then did Klein dare to place Little Fox on the ground. There was only one mission for Little Fox. When the kobolds approached, she would quietly circle to the back and block the kobolds' escape route. Little Fox hid among the lush cold-play grass and only revealed her head when the kobolds passed by in a hurry. She circled to the back like a thief and hid in a corner. Klein smiled inwardly when he saw the little figure slip past. Then he looked carefully at the 6 kobolds on the ground. All of them were wielding spears and brandishing them into the sky as they roared. They tried their best to pretend to be scary, using the fact that they had many companions around them to bluff that if Klein didn't know their information, he might have really been intimidated. They're just looks. Klein took out the runic crossbow and aimed it at one of the kobolds. Abba, Abba! One of the kobolds screamed in panic. The remaining 5 kobolds understood and took out their short spears. They made a projection pose. Klein raised his eyebrows. They recognize runic crossbows? That's true. The illustration shows that they can use tools they've probably seen them before. They're smart, and they can also use javelins. Klein flew quickly in the air. The short spears slid past him, but they didn't hit him. Shoo! The crossbow arrow pierced through the kobold's chest. It struggled twice on the ground and died on the spot. System notification. Soul +1. Klein received the notification. The other 5 kobolds screamed in exasperation, but at the same time, there was a hint of fear. They couldn't reach him at all. What should they do? Run. They didn't need to communicate and hurriedly threw down their torches to escape. They could clearly see their surroundings at night. They came with their bright torches to bolster their courage. Some creatures in the catacombs were afraid of fire. Klein was speechless. Should he praise them for their intelligence or cowardice? The kobolds weren't fast. Klein followed closely behind. Both sides were moving. It wasn't easy to hit with the runic crossbow. Klein put away the runic crossbow and switched to the runic blade. The kobolds didn't have any will to resist, if they were. Alone, the danger factor was probably only a dozen or so. They mainly relied on unity to win. That if Klein hadn't been in the air, the kobolds' morale wouldn't have collapsed so quickly. They would have even fought with Klein. Die. Klein quickly flew past one of the kobolds. His huge head flew high into the air, and his body, which had lost its head, staggered a few steps forward and fell to the ground. Klein did the same thing and killed two more. The remaining two kobolds had already escaped to where Little Fox was hiding. Little Fox suddenly rushed out and jumped, landing a claw on one of the kobolds' throat. Blood spurted out of its neck. It was then kicked down by Little Fox. Klein happened to catch up, and he stabbed the remaining kobold in the back. The knife and sword easily pierced through its chest. The kobold team was completely annihilated. Klein sheathed his saber. 6 kobolds corresponded to 6 souls, including the kobolds that Little Fox had killed. The sample was on Klein's account. Even though there were few treasures on this trip, he had already reaped a bountiful harvest. The short spears and javelins that the kobolds had left behind were all kept by Klein. These weapons could also be broken down into resources. Little Fox raised her claws and came to Klein's feet, flaunting her battle achievements. Klein silently touched Little Fox's head and laughed. "I'll reward you with another piece of meat tomorrow." Bow. Little Fox was instantly extremely excited as her head rubbed against Klein's palm. Klein dissected the 6 corpses and obtained a batch of blood, meat, and bones. The meat tasted sour and smelly. It didn't taste good at all. The blood had no nutritional value. There was no need to mention the bones. Klein decided to put up all of the kobold's flesh and blood on the market, as usual. He only collected runes. 0.5 units of meat and 1,000 milliliters of blood were divided into 3 groups. The taste wasn't good, but the quantity was the best. If he pursued a price-performance ratio, there might really be people who would want it. Let's go in and take a look. After dealing with the trading, Klein held up the torch the kobold had brought. He brought Little Fox and walked into the darkness. What resources would there be in a kobold's treasure? In the World Channel, the topic of Klein started again. Klein put up 3 sets of kobold meat and blood. Each set had a high cost-effectiveness ratio, causing another wave. Does anyone want to eat kobold meat? It sounds a little awkward. Have you guys looked into the details of the meat that was just on the shelves? It's actually warm. Big brother way, are you still going to buy it in the middle of the night? Yeah, it's super fresh. However, it doesn't seem to be delicious. The price-performance ratio is so high that I'm tempted. The kobolds sound so powerful. Has anyone encountered them before? Everyone's focus was mainly on Klein digging the catacombs at night. It was already risky to dungeon during the day, let alone at night. Just how far had this fellow progressed? Everyone was extremely curious. Many people had sent private messages to Klein, but they had yet to receive a reply. Klein seemed to be shrouded in fog, filled with mystery. It was cool all around him. Klein held his torch and lit up his surroundings. If he were to walk alone, he would feel a chill run down his spine. He wasn't afraid of the dark and walked around. The kobolds only set traps at the periphery. Inside were their residences and places of activity. It was impossible for them to set traps. Over there, Klein shook his torch and saw a large treasure chest in the corner at the end. It was made of wood and was painted with brown-red paint. It was much larger than the few treasure chests that Klein had encountered before. Be careful. There are traps set inside the treasure chest. Be careful of the bullets and arrows inside. Standing in front of it is equivalent to courting death. Out of habit, Klein looked around and indeed found the traps. It wasn't surprising that the kobold would set more than a dozen traps outside and place a few traps inside the treasure vault. Klein thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll go to the side." Klein called Little Fox over and carefully reached out his shovel. He inserted it roughly. With a crack, the treasure chest was opened. Shoo! Shoo! Ping! 3 short arrows shot out. Klein walked into the treasure chest and looked down. Diamond, it's more than half full. System notification. Large wooden treasure chest +1. System notification. Silver block +6. System notification. Gold block +6. System notification. Wind rune +1. System notification. Water rune +1. System notification. Fire rune +1. System notification. Crystal +5. System notification. Excellent runic lamp blueprint +1. System notification. Low-grade strength enchantment scroll +1. A series of resources notification popped up. There were runes that Klein needed, as well as new materials such as crystals. There's also some jewelry, but most of them were trash. They were broken down into 4 gold pieces, 6 silver pieces, 6 jade stones, and 3 crystals. The excellent runic lamp blueprint isn't bad either, I'll learn it. Klein grabbed another eye-catching item and muttered to himself. Another scroll. What can this scroll do? Enchant weapons. He first went to the crafting interface to take a look at the synthesis list of runic lamp. This item is a daily runic device that can be used for illumination. Its effects far exceeded that of torches and bonfires. It required crystals and fire runes. The description described it as having low energy consumption, but it was unknown whether it was true or false. I just happened to find crystals in the treasure chest that I'll synthesize it directly. Klein currently had 5 fire runes, which was the rune with the most inventory. System notification. Fire rune, 1, crystal 2, copper, 2, silver. System notification. Excellent runic lamp has been successfully forged. System notification. Adding 1 wood allows it to be used for 60 minutes. An object in the shape of a trophy appeared in Klein's hand. The top was a crystal ball, the bottom was brass. Add 1 piece of wood. When Klein saw that he was using up wood, he felt no heartache. There was plenty of wood that it was good as long as he didn't use up his souls. The addition of wood was complete. In an instant, the runic lamp shone with the effect of an incandescent light bulb that lit up the surroundings. Not bad, a long-lost light. Klein couldn't help but sigh. After coming to the subterranean world, he wasn't too used to relying on fire to light up at night. With the runic lamp, he could greatly improve the quality of his nightlife. In addition, the runic lamp had 2 modes of illumination. Point 1 was to shine in all directions. The other was to focus the light into a beam, just like a flashlight. Klein played with it for a moment, and he used the light to examine the scroll he had just obtained. The material was paper. When he unfolded it, he could see many abstruse characters. They were densely packed, like tadpole characters. Low-grade strength enchantment scroll. After using the scroll, one can condense a power charm in any living creature's body, and their biological strength will be enhanced. There is no need for any materials. Power charm? Can it increase strength? Any living creature can use it, which means Klein lowered his head to look at the enchantment scroll and muttered, using low-grade power enchantment scroll, the target of the enchantment, me. The enchantment scroll trembled slightly, in the blink of an eye. It turned into ashes, as though it had just been burned. The ashes surged towards Klein's body. There was some heat on his chest. Klein pulled down his collar and saw a strange rune condensing at the burning spot. From light to red, it gradually disappeared, completely returning to calm. Klein could clearly sense that his strength had increased by a large margin. That it was even more amplified and exaggerated than drinking the one-eyed lizard's blood. However, the muscles on his body didn't change. This is only a low-grade enchantment scroll, that if it was any higher, Klein's eyes were burning. If there was a low-grade enchantment scroll, then there must be a high-grade enchantment scroll. If there was a power enchantment, then there must be other enchantment methods. Perhaps even flames, lightning, and the like could be enchanted. There are still many mysteries in the catacombs world that were worth exploring. Klein stayed here for more than 10 minutes and plundered everything. The useless items in the wooden treasure chest were all broken down into resources. After doing all this, he raised a runic lamp and headed to the next catacomb. At the same time, people began to complete the transactions with Klein as the runes arrived in his account. They were about to meet the material requirements for the low-level runic base's upgrade scroll. Klein listed 4 sets of items in the trading channel. If all of them were successfully exchanged, he would be able to obtain 10 runes. Before Klein headed to the next catacomb, the system sent back the news of the successful exchange. Wind rune +1. Water rune +2. Rune +1. 4 sets of items were sold consecutively. Among them, the cobalt meat was the first to be sold out. It was evident that everyone valued the price-performance ratio more today as for how it tasted. Whether it was disgusting or not, they didn't care. Survival was more important. Although it was a cobalt, it wasn't a human. Under extreme hunger, it could still be eaten. With 4 sets of runes in his hands, all he needed to do to use the low-grade rune base upgrade scroll was to obtain another wind rune. At this moment, Klein was holding a runic lamp as he explored the 22nd catacomb. This catacomb only had a bronze treasure chest. The other 4 directions were either empty, or there were only crypt creatures and no resources. When opening the treasure chest, Klein hoped to open a wind rune, but the result wasn't satisfactory. Not to mention the wind rune, there were no other elemental runes either. There were only some materials and 2 bottles of milk. At this point, Klein only had 3 excavations left for today. Klein encountered a difficult problem in the next subterranean cavern. Continue digging down. The poison gas will suffocate you to death. There's an iron treasure chest in the subterranean cavern ahead that might yield good items. IT would be dangerous to enter now. There are two night whistlers lurking in the darkness. They can display their ferocity at night. The subterranean cavern behind is empty. Excavate to the left. There's a wooden treasure chest that can be opened. There's only barren soil in the catacombs on the right, as well as some animal traps. Of the 5 directions, the catacomb in front had the best supplies. There was an iron treasure chest. Klein didn't pay attention to the other directions. However, heading to the catacomb ahead was risky. Klein could either wait until daybreak before excavating the catacomb ahead, or he could head to the catacomb on the left. He could wait until daybreak to obtain a stable income from the iron treasure chest. If he continued digging, he would have to try his luck, perhaps the resources he would excavate the next 3 times wouldn't be as good as an iron treasure chest. Forget it. Let's call it a day. I'll excavate the catacombs in front of me at daybreak. Klein was still a little unwilling. He opened the biological atlas and looked at the information on Night Whistle. If it was lurking in the darkness, wouldn't he be able to illuminate it with his runic lamp? Klein searched with questions. The results were out. Night Whistle, a creature that looks like a wolf or a lizard at IT, is completely black and has wings. When night falls, it will enter a berserk state. Compared to its daytime self, they are 2 different creatures. Ability: Night Berserk. Weakness: Daybreak Weakening. Danger Factor: 15 of 35. Daytime Danger Factor: 15. Nighttime Danger Factor: 35. Compared to nighttime, daytime and nighttime were indeed 2 different creatures. There were 2 night whistles in the basement. The degree of danger was self-evident. Furthermore, they had wings and could fly. Klein's advantage in the air was completely gone. He thought for a moment before saying, "It's simply the opposite of a carrion jackal." No, the night whistle is at least better than a carrion jackal during the day. Carrion jackals are weak at night and can only roar. After reading the information, Klein dispelled his only thought of taking a risk. If the night whistles didn't have wings, he could give it a try, but they did, so there was nothing he could do. First, he turned on the water condenser and added 40 pieces of wood. There was still a long night ahead. Klein continued to immerse himself in practicing his blade and crossbow. During this process, he could clearly feel the effects of his strength talisman. The runic speed blade in his hand became lighter and lighter. He did more than 100 push-ups without even taking a breather. He trained for more than 3 hours in a row. Klein was tired. The runic crossbow's 100-shot limit was exhausted, so he could only add another sold. He was covered in sweat, and his clothes were dirty to a certain extent. Klein dipped a towel in the water and wiped his entire body. If it weren't for the fact that there wasn't too much water, he would have wanted to take a good bath. That IT was already quite extravagant to use clean water to wipe his body. Others wouldn't dare to do so. They wished that every drop of water could be used to drink. The used sewage couldn't be poured out, so he washed his clothes and pants. Finally, he used some water to do a simple wash at AS for drying them. It could be set up by the campfire outside the base. Furthermore, Klein could make clothes. After consuming 3 pieces of cloth, a piece of lizard skin, and 6 cotton threads, a set of close-fitting clothes appeared in front of him. IT included shirts, pants, underwear, socks, and shoes. IT was a 5-piece set. Klein changed into clean clothes and felt much more comfortable. Klein woke up early in the morning. There were a few transaction records in the system notification record. After a night, all the items on sale were sold out. He obtained 2 wind runes, 1 water rune, 1 fire rune, and 2 earth runes once again. With the original runes, Klein now had 4 wind runes, 5 water runes, 5 fire runes, and 6 earth runes. Klein didn't bother to wash up and took out the low-level rune base upgrade scroll. Low-grade runic base upgrade scroll. Water rune 5/3, earth rune 6/3, wind rune 4/3, fire rune 5/3, soul 12/5, iron 68/50, copper 61/50, stone 80/50, wood 22/50, sand 100/100. He had used 40 wood to make water last night, or he would have had enough materials. This matter was easy to resolve. Klein directly put up a piece of fine single-horn sandhound meat onto the trade channel. Half a piece of sandhound meat for 50 pieces of wood, and the stock was 2.I in less than a minute. 2.5 pieces of sandhound meat were sold. With that, the materials requirement for the upgrade scroll had been met. Klein held a low-level upgrade scroll in his hand. Following his confirmation, a large amount of resources were deducted. Like a power enchantment scroll, the low-level runic base upgrade scroll gradually turned into ashes. However, the ashes didn't fuse into Klein's body. The ashes were blown away by an invisible wind and flew in all directions. The number of ashes continued to increase, like a swarm of bees. They swept through the entire runic base. The ashes stuck to the ceiling, ground, and walls. The entire runic base began to tremble as the ground expanded at a visible rate. The walls were also growing taller, 0.1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Woo woo woo. Little Fox was startled awake as she shrank into Klein's embrace in fright. The little fellow was fierce in battle, but at a time like this, it was scared out of its wits. It was suspected to be acting cute. Boom. Klein could clearly feel the ground beneath him rise up. This is an additional layer? Or is it floating? Klein couldn't help but imagine that IT would be great if he could float. The entire upgrade process took a full minute. System notification. The runic base has been upgraded. System notification. Excellent runic base upgraded to perfect runic base. At this moment, the runic base was no longer shaking. The interior decoration was completely nude. IT looked even more detailed. The walls were snow white, and the wooden floor was decorated with patterns. Furthermore, the interior was no longer a room. This is a bedroom. They gave a large bed for free. Klein seemed to be in a bedroom. There was a bed and a wardrobe. Light entered through 2 windows on a wall. There was only one bedroom, and the area was no different from before the upgrade. Let's go out and take a look. Klein walked out of the room. Outside was the hall. The area was about the same as the bedroom. There was a brand new fireplace in front. The large iron door was half open. Klein walked towards the door and looked curiously. The floor outside wasn't sand. Klein walked out of the door and was surprised to find that he was on the 2nd floor. He was standing on a balcony that was made of stone, or rather, a gazebo. It was a semicircle with a 1.2 meter tall stone wall surrounding it. Klein stood on the balcony and looked down before turning back. This is an ancient castle. Klein had a strange expression. The interior was modern, but the exterior was in the style of an ancient castle. The overall look was dark. Let's go downstairs. Klein entered the hall and followed the winding stairs to the ground floor. The area below was larger and more spacious than the upstairs. The barbecue grill, meat field, and so on were all piled up below. The main door also became an iron door. Klein pushed it open and walked out of the runic base. This was about 12 to 13 meters tall, equivalent to a small castle. Klein faced the base and kept retreating until his back hit the mud wall. Little Fox did the same thing by his side, following his every step. The entire castle was filled with a heavy, ancient, and simple feeling that IT stood there, looking indestructible. Klein took a stroll around the runic base that he was quite satisfied with the upgraded base in the entire world. He was probably the only one who had upgraded the runic base. After washing up, he had a simple breakfast. This moment, he went to check the notification that IT had already changed. There's an iron treasure chest in the catacombs ahead. IT might yield good items. Point 2 pitiful night whistlers are hiding under the soil. They're praying that they won't be discovered by other crypt creatures. Klein picked up a shovel and began digging. After 20 or so excavations, he dug through. He put on a levitating propeller, a runic speed blade in one hand, and a runic crossbow in the other. The two stepped into the black membrane. In the 23rd catacomb, Klein first caught sight of the iron treasure chest not far away when he entered. Over there, Klein simultaneously noticed that there were 2 mounds of sand near the iron treasure chest. Upon careful observation, he noticed that there were 2 pairs of eyes under the sand. They were similar in color to the sand. It was easy to miss them. Woo-woo. The fox secretly tugged at the bottom of Klein's pants. Klein squatted down and deliberately patted the root of the sand at his feet. At the same time, he lowered his voice and said, "Little fox, pretend that you can't see." The fox understood. Although night whistlers were weak during the day, they could fly, so it wasn't easy to kill them. Therefore, he would pretend to open the iron treasure chest and suddenly launch an attack. I'll catch them off guard. Klein took a step forward, his gaze always focused on the iron chest. Little Fox followed by his side. She raised her head and swaggered around arrogantly, ignoring the sand pile. A human and fox crossed the sand pile and went around to the back. Klein turned his head and made a hissing gesture at the little fox before tiptoeing back like a T that moment. The 2 sand mounds also slowly moved. Whoosh, the sound was faint. The 2 night whistlers revealed themselves. They looked like a mix between wolves and lizards. Their bodies were pitch black and patterned. They had wings on their backs, and their mouths were as long as whistles. Point 1 of their tails was split into 2. They seemed to have the same idea. Sneak attack. Little Fox turned her head, and Klein had already raised his runic blade. The 2 sides met. Klein grinned. The 2 night whistlers were stunned before they realized the danger. They hurriedly flapped their wings in an attempt to escape. Whoosh! The blade flashed. Only the night whistler's head was split in 2. Just as the other night whistler took off, Klein took a step forward and stabbed through the fellow's neck. He drew his blade and blood spewed like a fountain. System notification. Soul +3. System notification. Soul +3. The 2 night whistlers provided Klein with 6 souls. Among the crypt creatures that Klein had killed, this was the one with the most souls. Fortunately, it was daytime, that if it was nighttime, the 2 night whistlers would be enough for him to drink a pot. Klein conveniently collected the 2 corpses. System notification. Night Whistler meat plus 10. System notification. Night Whistler blood plus 100 ml. System notification. Night Whistler skin plus 2. System notification. Night Whistler bone plus 8. As usual, he checked the details of the meat and blood. Night Whistler meat. The meat is full of fat and tastes greasy. If eaten frequently, it will make the creatures restless. The current satiation index is 3.5 stars, with a comprehensive score of 66. Night Whistler blood. Consume after boiling. Once consumed at night, the physique will be slightly strengthened without any side effects. The meat wasn't very useful. It could only be eaten or pressed for oil, but the blood had a special effect. Klein licked his lips and poured all of the 100 milliliters of blood into the stone pot. He placed it on the grill, added wood, and lit a fire. The blood was boiled first. He still had to open the iron treasure chest. In the corner, Klein came before the iron treasure chest. The golden prompt said that there was no danger. Open the treasure chest. System notification. Iron treasure chest plus 1. System notification. Earth rune plus 2. System notification. Sweet fruit seed plus 1. System notification. Perfect wrist guard blueprint plus 1. Klein raised his eyebrows. Another perfect blueprint. Furthermore, there was a fruit seed. Sweet fruit seed. The main body is small and doesn't need to be watered often. It can also grow a large number of sweet fruits that are rich in vitamins. Perfect strength bracer blueprint. With strength, the strength bracer is your reward for living at night. It will increase the strength of an arm if you are a woman. Good stuff. Klein was delighted. It could increase his strength again, and it was even a runic device. Learn the blueprint. Klein read that a light flashed. Learning successful, he quickly opened the blueprint. Perfect strength bracer. Earth rune 5/2. Wind rune 1/1. Copper October 21st. System notification. Earth rune 2. Wind rune 1. Copper 4. System notification. Perfect strength bracer successfully created. Klein got a wristband. It was about 5 centimeters long and dark yellow. There were a few characters that were very close to the power symbol that Klein saw last night. Klein extended his right hand into the bracer and pushed it up, trapping his arm in the middle of the bracer. The bracer had a suction force that stuck to the surface of his skin. Following that, Klein clearly felt a warm current flow through his right arm. It flowed endlessly. It was as though he had injected a surge of energy into his right arm. Klein lifted the iron treasure chest with his right hand, feeling much more relaxed than before. Klein took a deep breath and said, "There's still some resources on the ground, that I'll first plunder them before drinking the blood." There was fragrant rice tree seeds. The remaining 3 earth runes were just enough to produce 2 runic planting pots. Klein plundered all the resources in the catacomb. Wood plus 22, iron plus 16, copper plus 7, stone plus 2. The large amount of materials consumed this morning were replenished a little. Klein added all the charcoal into the grill and increased the intensity of the fire. It still took some time to boil. During this period of time, Klein didn't idle around. He first created 2 fine runic planting pots. Total consumption: 10 iron blocks, 10 stones, 10 copper blocks, and 2 earth runes. The planting pot was round. The diameter was the size of a wash basin, and the depth was about a meter. With the planting pot and seeds, he also needed soil. Under normal circumstances, the soil dug out from the catacombs wouldn't be fertile, making it difficult to use the pot. However, this wasn't an ordinary pot. Excellent runic pot. Even if the soil was poor, it would become fertile if placed in the planting pot. The prerequisite was that you added a soul. A soul was equivalent to fertilizer. Klein made 2 pots of sand and buried the seeds at a fragrant rice tree seed and a sweet fruit seed. After that, he added a soul into each pot. Excellent runic pot. 30th day, yes. The number represented that the soul was valid for 30 days. Klein placed the pot on the balcony of the 2nd floor of the base. He then watered the 2 pots. By the time he was done, the blood of the night whistlers downstairs was already boiling. I wonder if I have to swallow it while it's boiling, or can I wait until it's cold? Klein moved his nose closer and took a whiff of the smell. After it boiled, the pungent smell was almost gone, and the color of the liquid also became lighter. It didn't look like blood. Klein tried to take a small sip, but his tongue was immediately scalded. He could only wait until it was slightly cooler before he started drinking. I hope the effects of the medicine don't disappear. Klein blew on the stone. It was too hot for him to put his mouth on. Unless he wanted to burn himself, he had some healing medicine on hand. Gulp. Klein drank the last mouthful of warm night whistler blood. After boiling it, the taste was actually not bad. The tea wasn't as disgusting as the last time he drank lizard blood. There's no change? Klein sat quietly for a few minutes, but there was no change in his body. Should I wait until night? Or is it already ineffective? From what he knew, he could only wait until night before he could verify it. Klein put the stone pot away and took out a large jar of blood point 1200 ml of rock armor crocodile blood. IT could be used to temper melee weapons. IT also had a certain chance of improving the quality of the weapon. Klein then took out the runic speed blade. The way to temper a weapon with rock armor crocodile blood was relatively simple. There was no need to heat it up. All he needed to do was smear the blood onto the weapon. Klein smeared the runic speed blade with the crocodile's blood bit by bit. After smearing it a few times, the blood of the rock armor crocodile was immediately halved. Every time it was smeared, the blood would quickly disappear as though it had been absorbed by the blade. The runic speed blade didn't change at all. Failed? Klein scratched his head. Let's try using another weapon. He took out the machete. Following the same pattern, he smeared the dagger with blood. System notification: the exquisite machete has been successfully tempered. System notification: the exquisite machete has upgraded into perfect machete. Is it a probability problem? Or is it because it's a runic weapon that it's more difficult to upgrade? Klein pondered for a moment and smeared the remaining crocodile blood onto the runic speed blade until it was completely absorbed. The runic speed blade still didn't respond. It's most likely because the runic weapon was too high grade. Klein put away his tools and prepared to go to the next catacomb. Boom! Suddenly, a 2.5-meter-long crypt creature collapsed in front of Klein. It looked like a leopard, and a bloody scar appeared in the middle of its forehead. With a thud, its head was split into two. Klein didn't levitate in the air, nor did he use the runic crossbow. Instead, he faced it head-on and killed it in close combat. During this period of danger, even Little Fox wanted to take the initiative to attack Sand Leopard. The danger factor is 26, but that's all. Klein slowly put away his runic blade. 2 wounds appeared on the back of his hand. They were scratched by the Sand Leopard. This was already the 29th catacomb, today's 1st and 7th excavation. More than 2 hours had passed since Klein walked out of the 23rd catacomb. During this period of time, he continued to dig according to the hints in order to train his knife skills and increase his combat experience. He would always do it alone. He didn't rely on the Little Fox, nor did he use the runic crossbow. Up until now, Klein's strength was truly astonishing. The lizard's blood gave him an extremely fast reaction speed. Along with a runic speed blade that could cut through metal, it wasn't a problem for him to face crypt creatures with a danger factor of less than 25. This Sand Leopard had a danger factor of 2.6. It was fast enough to leave 2 wounds on Klein. But it wasn't a problem. It was just a flesh wound and a little blood. Klein took out half a bowl of sticky healing medicine and smeared it on the back of his left hand. When the healing medicine touched the wound, it was very cool and the pain was quickly alleviated. After smearing half a bowl of healing medicine on the wound, the pain was gone. It's almost noon. After plundering the resources, I'll rest in this catacomb later. Klein rubbed his belly, which was already growling. He had put his heart and soul into every battle today, so he had used up too much energy. After a round of plundering, another batch of resources was obtained, starting from the 24th catacomb to the 29th catacomb. The 6 catacombs mainly brought 2 crafting blueprints and 6 runes: 2 wind runes, 1 fire rune, 2 water runes, and 1 earth rune. Klein had already learned the excellent crafting blueprint for machetes, so he planned to put this one on the market and exchange it for another crafting blueprint. The other perfect blueprint for making soft armor wasn't made of complicated materials. It was made of copper and iron, as well as a wind rune and an earth rune. Klein was currently wearing a very thin piece of armor, just like a piece of clothing. It could protect his chest, abdomen, back, and other critical areas. Furthermore, the runic armor's defense was astonishing. Ordinary sword could only leave a scratch on it, and it was impossible to pierce through it. Klein entered the runic base. Little Fox followed closely behind. I'll have instant noodles for lunch. I must add more meat, haha. Klein dug out 2 packets of instant noodles in the upper catacomb. If Little Fox were to eat as well, he would have to add more meat, or she wouldn't be full. Woo-woo. When Little Fox heard about eating, her eyes were like 2 light bulbs. For what instant noodles were, she wasn't sure. All she knew was that her master's food had never been sloppy. It would definitely be delicious. On the balcony, Klein had already set up a barbecue rack. He added charcoal, wood, and started a fire on the stone pot rack. He added water and waited for it to boil at the same time. He sliced a few types of meat. Now, Klein had too much meat on hand. The meat and blood of crypt creatures that tasted bad and had no effect were all placed on the trading market. A runic device manufacturing blueprint or a runic device finished product. Most players were willing to exchange runes for the runic device manufacturing blueprints. No one was willing to exchange it with him for the time being, even if the price he offered was very tempting. There was no need to mention the finished runic device. Most people would keep it for their own use unless they had extra materials to make it again. While Klein was focused on cooking, the space on the left side of the mud wall in the catacombs fluctuated. Two men and a woman had arrived in the catacomb. The three of them were fully armed. They stood apart upon entering and observed their surroundings vigilantly. Over there, the three of them were all attracted to the castle not far away. The entire catacombs world was incomparably huge, and in the first few days, it was already not easy for two players to meet each other. It was even more difficult for individuals to meet each other one after another. Xaviera first met the retired scout, Charles, and then they met the young man, Paul. Charles had been a soldier and had extraordinary fighting abilities that on the first day, the first underground cave he dug, he met a crypt creature that took him a lot of effort to kill the crypt creature. After that, he had to fight 2 battles to the death every day. Now, his strength was extraordinary, and he also had runic weapons. Paul and Xaviera were relatively weaker, but after meeting Charles, they gradually improved. It seemed that no matter what the two encountered, the well-informed Charles would definitely be able to solve it. But what was going on with the castle in front of them now? They looked at Charles, hoping that Charles would be able to give an explanation. The resolute-looking Charles shook his head and said in a deep voice, "This is also the first time I've seen a castle. I've never seen it in the catacombs before. Brother Charles, what should we do? Are there game NPCs inside?" Xaviera said in a low voice. She was afraid that if she made too much noise, it would alert the creatures in the castle. Such an ancient castle suddenly appeared in the catacombs. There was something strange about it. "I think it's possible." The young Paul nodded. Charles thought for a moment and said, "Don't go near it first. Take a look around the castle, that if there's danger, immediately evacuate this place. Also, search the nearby area to see if there are any treasure chests." "Okay." The other two agreed. "Let's go." Seeing that the two of them were nervous, Charles smiled and said, "Don't worry, there's no danger here. There might be more resources hidden in the castle." The three of them did not think about other players at all. Everyone had the same runic base. How could a broken stone house be a tall, ancient castle? "Follow me." Charlie walked in front. Among the three of them, he had the best equipment. He had a runic dagger and a layer of perfect light armor on his body. Xaviera also had a runic dagger. Because the runes were not enough, Paul could only use a fine, straight dagger. The three of them first came to the front of the ancient castle. The door was locked tightly. They began to circle. They were still more than 10 meters away from the ancient castle when Xaviera stopped and twitched the tip of her nose. "Do you guys smell something special? It seems like instant noodles." Yes, it was instant noodles. The three of them exchanged glances and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They had eaten barbecued meat and buns recently, but to be honest, the stimulation to their taste buds was very dull. There were no condiments. The three of them couldn't bear to exchange food and drinks for condiments, so they had been in a stalemate. Now that they smelled something that seemed to be instant noodles, they salivated wildly. Their stomachs couldn't help but grumble. "It shouldn't be instant noodles, right? It might be another smell." Continue investigating. The three of them followed the outer perimeter and arrived on the other side of the castle. "Quick, look, up there." Paul's eyes were sharp, and he saw a figure on the second-floor balcony. Xavier rubbed his eyelids and exclaimed, "It looks like Klein." "What?" Charles and Paul were shocked. "Why is he here?" I'm not sure, but he seems to be making lunch. Could he be making instant noodles?" The three of them guessed that it was possible, and their eyes widened. "Fuck, this guy was carefree. The IT makes people envious. Should I get close to him? Why not? Maybe I can pull him into the team. Also, I have to ask him about this ancient castle." Charlie made a decision and took the lead to walk closer to the ancient castle on the balcony. Klein was humming a tune as he cooked instant noodles. He unintentionally lowered his head. When he saw the three figures approaching, he frowned slightly and muttered, "Another bunch of players? What a coincidence. They actually appeared at this time." Furthermore, there were 3 of them. If they were up to no good, he would have to delay his mealtime later. Below, the only woman shouted, "Excuse me, are you Klein?" Klein placed his hands on the handrail and looked down at the 3 of them. That he said coldly, "Is there something the 3 of you need? If there's nothing, I want to eat instant noodles. Don't disturb me." There was a moment of silence. After a moment, Charles said loudly, "Mr. Klein, I'm Charles. I've heard a lot about you. These are 2 of my teammates that I would like to ask you if you're willing to join our adventuring team. You should know that the deeper you dig into the catacombs, the more danger you will encounter. The crypt creatures will gradually become stronger. With teammates taking care of each other, the chances of survival will be higher." Klein remained cold. The 3 people below looked at each other. "Mr. Klein, can I ask you a question?" Charles's attitude was always polite. He'd be able to live a few days on his own. He was no simple character. Klein paused for a moment and said, Please leave as soon as possible after asking your questions. Charlie said loudly. Mr. Klein, is this castle a special building in the catacombs? We want to understand this information. If we encounter it in the future, we can be prepared. He was a scout and placed great importance on information. It's not a special building in the catacombs. Klein changed his tone and said playfully, do you guys want to come in and take a look? A tour? Xaviera and Paul were intrigued as they hurriedly looked at Charles. Captain, shall we go in and take a look? Charles looked at them and asked, is Klein inviting us? Do you want to? The two of them had eager eyes. Perhaps Klein would even treat them to a sumptuous lunch. Charles muttered, don't go in. There might be a trap. I think there's a problem. The two felt a chill in their hearts. Indeed, his originally cold tone had suddenly softened. It was too strange. The three people below were whispering. Klein couldn't hear them. A moment later, Charles said loudly, thank you, Mr. Klein, for answering our questions. That we won't be going to the castle. That I hope you won't mind if we disturb you. With that said, the three of them turned around and left. They headed straight for one of the earthen walls and began digging. Klein watched them and saw that the direction they were digging in was the catacombs he had come to. However, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they came out after digging the tunnel and sat down to eat not far away from the tunnel, very cautious. Klein sighed. The three of them were considered smart and didn't have any greed. Klein thought for a moment before saying, it's best if they don't do anything petty. Let's cook first. Klein focused on cooking the instant noodles. After adding the pieces of meat, the entire pot of instant noodles was filled with a fragrant aroma. The instant noodles didn't need to be cooked for too long. That if it was cooked too long, it would lose all its firmness, and it wouldn't taste good at all. He took it out of the pot and placed it in a bowl. Are you sure you can eat it? Klein asked Little Fox on the table. Woo, woo, woo. Little Fox patted her belly. All right, it's an crypt creature after all. You can't compare it with cats and dogs. Klein filled a bowl for Little Fox. The noodle soup was bright, and the meat floated up and down. The air was filled with fragrance. Let's eat. Klein took out all the remaining noodle soup that he stood on the balcony and ate the noodles while observing the movements below. Slurp. He took a mouthful of instant noodles and enjoyed it. Charles and company were roasting meat and sipping water. Although there was the aroma of roasted meat in the air, it felt like instant noodles to the three of them, an illusion. It was all an illusion. They couldn't help but look in the direction of the ancient castle. They were envious. After a moment of silence, Charles said, what the hell is this ancient castle? Ask the people in the channel, but no one knows. I also went to the World channel to ask, but no one knows. Someone has already sent a private message to Klein. Let's see if he'll answer. Speaking of which, it was indeed a little dangerous just now. Thankfully, we were smart and didn't fall for it. Could it be that this fellow's resources were snatched from the players? It's too terrifying. Sigh, when will we be able to dig up instant noodles? Xaviera and Paul chatted nonstop. On the contrary, Charles was silent. Most of his attention was in the direction of the ancient castle. He was constantly on guard. Klein liked to do other things while eating, but he began observing the situation below, seeing the three of them obediently barbecuing meat. He opened the chat channel to watch everyone chat and gather some useful information that he had just noticed that everyone was talking about him again. That castle must be a special building in the catacombs. Klein just doesn't want to talk about it. Why haven't I encountered a castle before? Maybe that fellow is spouting nonsense. Everyone, the next time you meet Klein, you better be careful. From Paul's description, Klein's behavior is a little rash. The evil big shot Klein. Due to Paul's subjective description, Klein seemed to have become a sinister and terrifying, suspicious person. Klein didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After lunch, Klein checked the notifications from all directions. Charles and company had come from the left catacomb, while Klein had come from the right catacomb. Now, Charles and company were going to Klein's previous catacomb, so Klein only had 4 directions to choose from. Excavate upwards. You will receive some resources. Pay attention to the bedbugs on the ground. Once you step on them, the smell will follow you for an entire day, but it's enough to disgust you. Excavate downwards. There are 2 wooden treasure chests there. There's a nest of single-horned sandhounds resting. There's fertile soil in the catacombs ahead. It's suitable for planting. Excavate the catacombs behind. There's a gold-digging dwarf that carries a large number of items with it. You can choose to kill it to snatch the treasure or make some deals with it. If you want to kill it, there's a high chance that it will escape. Gold-digging dwarf? Klein was stunned when he saw the notification in the catacombs behind him. Are there any other crypt creatures that can be traded with? Open the illustration manual. Klein read silently. A list of illustrated manuals appeared. Searching for gold-digging dwarf. The list scrolled. It stopped at a certain line. Gold-digging dwarf. A type of crypt creature that walks upright. It's short and has a deformed appearance. Every gold-digging dwarf has a different appearance, but they always carry a big bag with them. Inside is the treasure they collected, and they're mobile merchants in the world of the catacombs. They were smart and trustworthy. They were born with an affinity for sand, which gave them an excellent ability to drill into the earth. They have a sense of danger, they are strong, and most crypt creatures cannot catch them. They like to search for treasures everywhere, and they also like delicious food. Ability, quickly burrow into the ground. Weakness, constitution is vulnerable. Danger factor, 8, check the details of skill. Quickly burrow into the ground. Able to burrow into the ground in a second. After reading the information, Klein had given up on the idea of killing the gold-digging dwarf. Although the danger factor of a gold-digging dwarf was low, its escape ability was too outstanding if he could make a trade. Klein lit the barbecue grill again. Perhaps he could try to lure it with barbecue. Even if there was no trade in the end, it would be nice to see a gold-digging dwarf, although the illustration described that gold-digging dwarves like good food. What if it didn't suit their appetite? Different regions of a country would have different tastes. Some would not like it if it was spicy, while others would like it to be light and plain. The real world and the catacombs world were needless to say. Just because little fox liked to eat roasted meat didn't mean that gold-digging dwarves also liked it. The barbecued meat was quickly prepared, but he sprinkled the seasoning bottle, and the air was fragrant. Klein put away the barbecued meat and walked out of the runic base. Shoo! The runic base emitted a burst of light and disappeared on the spot. Klein carried the shovel and walked toward an earthen wall on the other side. Charles and company were constantly paying attention to Klein. When they saw Klein walk out of the castle, they first stood nervously near the entrance of the passageway, that if Klein were to attack them, they could quickly drill a hole and leave. That I could see wasn't a coincidence that the three of them chose to dig this mud wall. With his rich investigative experience, Charles could easily deduce from some footprints that Klein had come out from this place. Therefore, if Klein had any ill intentions and wanted to attack them, they could leave from this place, but Klein wouldn't be able to catch up. Furthermore, the next catacombs was absolutely safe. Suddenly, a ball of light exploded from the ancient castle. Following that, it turned into beams of light that landed on Klein's body. The ancient castle disappeared on the spot. This is runic base. The three of them were dumbfounded. Previously, the three of them had suspected that Klein was lying and firmly believed that it was a special building in the catacombs. At this moment, seeing the familiar way of disappearing, the three of them were suddenly enlightened. The ancient castle was Klein's runic base. Holy yes, why is his runic base different from ours? Has it been repaired? That's not right. That I never saw someone in the chat channel saying that the runic base would turn into a castle after being repaired. The three of them looked at Klein in a daze. Look, there's a fox beside him. Is it a tamed pet? Oh, that seems to be the case. Can crypt creatures be tamed? We could try in the future. They noticed the little fox again. Overall, Klein was too mysterious. The three of them wanted to thicken their skin and ask, but they were afraid that Klein would do something to them. They watched helplessly as Klein dug a tunnel and disappeared from their sight. Kacha! 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 Klein stopped after digging for more than 3 meters. He turned his head and asked, Little Fox, did they come over? Little Fox was squatting at the entrance of the cave. She secretly peeked out half of her head and peered at the 3 people not far away. Woo-woo. Klein received a response. Calling twice meant no, and calling once meant yes. All right, it looks like they really don't have any thoughts. Klein shook his head and focused on digging. He had already thought it through. If the 3 uninvited guests came, it meant that they had evil intentions. That it was a good time to make a move. They could block him in the narrow passageway. Soon, the passageway was dug open. Klein put away his shovel and didn't even take out his weapon. That he instructed Little Fox to not show any hostility after entering. He stepped in, and Little Fox followed behind. The 30th catacombs. The space wasn't large, and it was less than 10 meters across. Klein immediately noticed an ugly creature a few meters away. Behind it was a large bag filled with items. That it was round and bulging. That it was leaning against the large bag and nibbling on a dried, colorful biscuit with its tiny feet. That it was immersed in its delicious food. The fellow was about 1.3 meters tall and had a pair of short legs. Its skin was wrinkled, mostly brown, with many dark green spots. It looked like a combination of a goblin and a dog. Its eyes were one big and one small, and its nose was long. When the gold-digging dwarf saw the situation, it hurriedly got up and stuffed the unfinished colorful biscuit into its mouth. Then, it grabbed the large bag that was as tall as it was. He didn't immediately escape. Instead, he carefully observed Klein and the little fox. If they were to make a move, he would immediately choose to escape. Klein and Little Fox stood where they were. Woo, woo, woo. Little Fox cried out. Her voice was gentle and filled with goodwill. Hello. Klein took out the freshly roasted meat and shook it gently. When the wind blew, The aroma of the roasted meat immediately wafted towards the gold-digging dwarf. It had already smelled the aroma and couldn't help but sniffed it. It stuck out its tongue and swept away the crumbs of the biscuits at the corner of its mouth. Klein smiled and said, I have no ill intentions. I just want to complete a transaction with you. Look, I don't have any weapons in my hands. Klein revealed a smile that he thought was genial. The gold-digging dwarf was still highly alert as it mumbled a bunch of words. Klein didn't understand a single word. Klein looked at the gold-digging dwarf and said, Little Fox, can you communicate with him? Tell him that I'll barter with him for something. He could only entrust it to Little Fox. Little Fox cocked its head and thought for a moment before it whimpered again. The gold-digging dwarf didn't understand it very well, so he chatted for 2 minutes before the other party understood. First, he pointed at the bag, then at Klein's barbecued meat. Yes, I'll barter with you. Klein smiled. The gold-digging dwarf rolled his eyes as saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. At a moment later, the gold-digging dwarf nodded and opened the bag. There were many items inside, and they were extremely miscellaneous. Klein quickly scanned the bag and saw runes, gold, silver, jewelry, and a short sword. Trade runes. Klein took out a wind rune and simply gestured at the gold-digging dwarf. The gold-digging dwarf nodded his head repeatedly before reaching into the large bag to fiddle with it. When he retracted his hand, there was a water rune. That works too. Klein's eyes lit up as he threw the roasted meat in his hand to the gold-digging dwarf. The roasted meat wasn't worth much. That'd be why throwing it to the gold-digging dwarf first. He could gain his trust. That would give him a foundation for cooperation. The gold-digging dwarf seemed to be quite satisfied with the taste, and he casually tossed the water rune to Klein. System notification. Water rune +1. Klein took the water rune and couldn't help but think that if he had drugged the gold-digging dwarf in advance, he would have been able to turn it upside down. But it was also possible that the gold-digging dwarf would have been able to tell that the drug was inside, and the trade would have been interrupted. Klein was equally satisfied with this transaction. Exchanging a piece of barbecued meat for a water rune was a sure win. The gold-digging dwarf was on guard against Klein and Little Fox as he chewed on the barbecued meat. He narrowed his eyes and enjoyed the taste of the barbecued meat. After finishing it, he licked his tongue, still not satisfied. Do you still want to make the transaction? Klein took out the grill and a few pieces of raw meat, constantly swaying them in front of the gold-digging dwarf. The gold-digging dwarf observed them for a moment and roughly understood what he meant. Then he reached into the large bag and fiddled with it. He opened his palm, and 4 runes appeared. 2 earth runes, 1 fire rune, and 1 water rune. There were still no wind runes. It was likely that this fellow was out of stock. Wait a moment. Klein's face was filled with smiles. This was too easy to earn in the current trading market. The price of exchanging runes had unknowingly increased by a lot. 1 piece of meat wasn't enough to exchange for it. He lit the fire and began to roast the meat. Klein's actions were well done as he finished roasting the meat. The gold-digging dwarf let down its guard and moved closer to observe Klein's actions. You want to steal my knowledge? Klein wasn't afraid of this being stolen. It was likely that he wouldn't be able to meet this gold-digging dwarf in the future. Klein placed the 4 pieces of roasted meat in a large bowl and gestured for the gold-digging dwarf to come forward and retrieve it. The gold-digging dwarf hesitated for a moment before quickly grabbing the large stone bowl. After checking the goods, it threw the other 4 runes to Klein. System notification. Earth rune +2, water rune +1, fire rune +1. Klein pointed at the black pepper powder and smiled. Do you have anything else? I can use this to exchange with you. Without the black pepper, the roasted meat wouldn't have any unique fragrance. If Klein wanted the black pepper powder, there were many sellers on the market. 2 to 300 ml of water or half a piece of meat would be enough to exchange for it. The gold-digging dwarf looked at the 4 pieces of roasted meat in his bowl, then looked up at the black pepper powder and nodded repeatedly. He continued reaching out to touch the things. Very good. I hope it's something good. Klein raised 2 fingers and added, If it's runes, I can accept it, but at least give me 2 pieces. It's not easy to obtain this thing. He was trying to bluff, but it was unknown if the gold-digging dwarf could understand him. The gold-digging dwarf took out a round bead. It wasn't big, but it was completely vermilion in color. It was extremely alluring. Klein asked, Can I take a look? Klein needed to look at the item first. If it was an ordinary material or a piece of jewelry, it wouldn't be worth much to Klein. It couldn't be compared to runes. The gold-digging dwarf stretched out his hand and handed the bead over. He thought for a moment before pulling it back. From the looks of it, he still had some misgivings. Don't worry, I'm a trustworthy person. Klein placed a stone bowl filled with black pepper on the ground. The gold-digging dwarf hesitated for half a minute before throwing out the red bead and gesturing at Little Fox. Are you talking about giving it to the Little Fox? Klein received it with one hand and looked at the details of the item. System notification. Ordinary bloodline pill +1. Ordinary bloodline pill. Condensed from the blood essence of the crypt creature. After a crypt creature takes it, it can increase its ability, but it cannot break the upper limit. The item isn't bad, that I can give you the black pepper powder. Klein accepted it with satisfaction. The gold-digging dwarf wouldn't be able to increase the upper limit by taking it, which was why it would keep it instead of taking it on its own. Are there still such things? Klein asked. The gold-digging dwarf shook its head. Take it. Klein stepped back and distanced himself from the stone bowl. The gold-digging dwarf carefully stepped forward and happily grabbed the stone bowl that IT observed it up close, sniffed it, and danced and shouted. Let's continue. Before Klein could finish a sentence, the gold-digging dwarf poured the black pepper powder into a small cloth bag before throwing it into the large cloth bag. IT grabbed the large cloth bag and plunged it into the ground. The large cloth bag followed the gold-digging dwarf and sank into the soil. A bronze-colored plate was thrown out from the ground. Klein was speechless. He wanted to continue the transaction. But this fellow actually left. Is this plate for me? Klein went forward and picked up the bronze plate that IT seemed to be made of copper or iron. There was a distortion on the surface. System notification. Reputation trading card plus 1 reputation trading card. It comes from a gold-digging dwarf. They will only give the card to a sincere buyer. With the card, if they encounter other gold-digging dwarfs in the future, they will choose to trust them 100%. Is this considered getting the certification of a gold-digging dwarf? Klein took back the card that if he encountered a gold-digging dwarf in the future, he didn't need to expend any effort to communicate with it. He could just directly show the card. Klein squatted down and said with a smile, "Little fox, come, hold it." There was a round ball between his fingers. Without a second thought, Little Fox opened her mouth and swallowed the blood ball. Little Fox's limbs were stiff, and the fur on her body stood up one by one. She looked like a kitten whose fur had exploded. The blood ball melted in her mouth and entered her body through her throat. Energy exploded in her body. This state lasted for a few minutes. Klein saw with his own eyes that behind the fox, a third tail was gradually forming. According to the tail foxes' description, the more tails they had, the more powerful they were. IT could have a maximum of 9 tails. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The fox slowly regained her movement. When she turned her head, she saw that she had gained a furry tail. Yes, she gestured. She chased after the tail in circles. That IT was obvious how happy she was. System notification. Pet tail foxes completed their metamorphosis, and their strength has increased. New ability, copper skin and iron bones. The system promptly responded. New ability. Klein hurriedly opened the pet interface to check. Tail fox, name. Little fox, status. Healthy ability. High-speed movement, copper skin, and iron bones. Checking the details of the ability. Copper skin and iron bones. After the ability is activated, the defense of the entire body is greatly enhanced. Lasts for 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. This ability lasts for 5 minutes. That's quite a long time. Klein patted Little Fox's head. After this short transaction, the number of runes was as followed. Wind rune 2. Fire rune 5. Earth rune 5. Water rune 7. Among them, some of them were obtained from the morning trading channel. I only have 1 strength bracer. The strength of my 2 arms isn't balanced. Combined with a strength bracer, the earth rune and wind runes are sufficient. As Klein thought to himself, he opened up the manufacturing industry. He consumed 2 earth runes, 1 wind rune for copper and 2 gold. The second strength bracer was completed. Klein put the second bracer on his left arm. That moment, his left arm was also emitting a warm current. Let's go to the next catacomb. Klein couldn't wait to find a crypt creature to practice with. He observed 5 directions. After some consideration, he chose to dig to the left. There was an iron violent bear in the catacomb on the left, and the resources weren't too bad. According to the description in the illustrated manual, the iron violent bear had a body that was as tough as iron, as well as innate divine strength. Danger factor, 28. The wound on the back of Klein's left hand had fully recovered after noon. His left arm was also equipped with a strength bracer, allowing both hands to be used at the same time. Half a minute later, in the 31st catacomb. The moment Klein stepped in, a gigantic figure pounced at him. Iron violent bear. This fellow's entire body was dark and had a metallic luster to it. Its hair was like sharp spikes, and it was standing upright. Its body was 2.5 meters tall. That IT pounced at Klein, and the pressure it brought wasn't low at all. Little Fox dodged to the side. Klein also rolled and easily dodged. The runic blade had already landed in his hand. He brandished the dagger with one hand. Ziz, ziz. It landed on the iron violent bear's fur, causing sparks to fly. The iron violent bear howled in pain. Klein had cut a bloody scar on its thigh. Klein stood firm and held the dagger with both hands. Little Fox was instructed to only watch the show from the side. After comparing the physical difference between Klein and the iron violent bear, it was rather worried. Klein swung his knife over the bear's head and slashed down rapidly. The iron violent bear roared angrily and slapped its paws wildly. A cold glint flashed in Klein's eyes, and his speed knife swept past at an extremely fast speed. The strength bracers on his two arms glowed faintly. The strength of his arms was augmented. The strength runes on his chest became scalding hot, and his lifeblood churned. Both arms chopped down at the same time. He fell heavily to the ground. The iron violent bear staggered backward, on its face. A blood scar slowly appeared, extending from its forehead down to its trachea. Blood spurted out. Klein sheathed his knife. The blade wasn't stained with blood. This was one of the characteristics of the runic blade. The iron violent bear fell to the ground. System notification. Soul +2. Klein went forward to collect the iron violent bear's corpse before dissecting it. He obtained 10 meat, 2,000 milliliters of blood, and 1 skin. The iron violent bear's meat wasn't worth mentioning. It didn't have much nutrition, was thick, and was difficult to chew. It was as hard as a stone. It had to be extremely hot before it could be boiled to a pulp. With the principle of not wasting it, Klein directly put it on the market and only took basic materials. As for whether anyone wanted it, that was unknown. Perhaps someone was willing to give it a try. The blood of the iron violent bear had a special effect. Iron violent bear blood. Smearing it on the surface of the skin, it can increase the hardness of the skin and increase its resistance to blows. It was similar to the rock armor crocodile meat. However, the crocodile meat had to be consumed, so the effect was slowed. If the iron violent bear's blood was directly applied, the effect would be relatively faster. The iron violent bear was born with tremendous strength, and its body is even harder. However, it can't withstand a full strength strike from me. There was a faint hint of excitement in Klein's expression. With all the strength in his body, the strength of his saber was extremely high. Coupled with the sharpness and speed of the runic speed blade, the iron violent bear couldn't react in time. He was killed head-on. Phew, I'll open 2 bronze treasure chests first. Klein exhaled and sheathed his blade before walking to a corner. The 2 bronze treasure chests were adjacent to each other. After checking, they were opened at the same time. System notification. Bronze treasure chest +2. System notification. Wind rune +1. System notification. Excellent magic cup blueprint +1. System notification. 250 milliliters pure milk +2. System notification. Iron block +2. Klein's heart skipped a beat. Could it be another runic device manufacturing drawing? He looked at the details of the item. Excellent magic cup blueprint. Will male adventurers feel lonely during the journey? The magic cup is the best companion for male adventurers. It is easy to forge, freeing their hands and creating the future together. Klein gaped at the description that it really was that type of magic cup. Sigh. Klein still chose to learn it. It was definitely not for his own use. Although the items were vulgar, if they were put on the market, there would definitely be people fighting over them. However, it wasn't easy to make them. The key ingredient was a sponge. He had yet to dig it up. Klein rested for a moment and continued digging the next catacomb. He picked another cave with crypt creatures. This time, Klein didn't plan on making a move. Instead, he wanted to test the strength of Little Fox with a runic crossbow in one hand and a runic blade in the other. Klein watched from the side to prevent any unexpected incidents. Little Fox's opponent was a sand-eating beast with a danger factor of 2.7. It was on par with the iron violent bear. The sand-eating beast also had agile movements. Its thick coat of fur gave it a decent defense. Its weapon was its right claw, which could easily cut through rocks. When the two sides fought, they would exchange blows. Little Fox was slightly more relaxed and could dodge at will. After the improvement of the blood pill, even if Little Fox did not use its new ability, its strength was not what it used to be. Suddenly, the sand-eating beast claw landed on Little Fox's body. Clang, like metal crisscrossing, sparks flew in all directions. The new ability, Copper Skin and Iron Bones. Little Fox stood where she was and received a claw attack without a scratch. Clang, she received another claw attack. She was still safe and sound. Woo-woo. Little Fox cried out proudly. Following that, she raised her claw and aimed it at the sand-eating beast's face. The sand-eating beast cried out in pain as its eyeballs were directly scratched open. Little Fox took advantage of her victory and continued to attack, leaving a few scratches on the sand-eater's face. The outcome was decided. Without waiting for Little Fox to kill it, Klein raised his runic crossbow and shot an arrow, ending the life of the sand-eating beast. System notification. Soul +2. Klein went forward and took away the sand-eating beast corpse. There was nothing special about this fellow's flesh and blood. From the description, it didn't taste good as usual. He casually threw it into the trade channel. Now, when other players saw Klein hang the flesh and blood of the crypt creature into the trade channel, they wouldn't attract much attention. They were all numb. Just today, Klein had already put up many good opportunities. Everyone knew of Klein's strength. When they prayed that they wouldn't encounter a crypt creature. On the other hand, the crypt creature was praying that they wouldn't encounter Klein. This was the difference. The little fellow's performance isn't bad. Klein patted Little Fox's head. Just now it had wagged its tail, clearly seeking credit. I'll give you half a bottle of milk tonight. Klein's praise greatly pleased the little fox. With his large hand caressing she squinted her eyes and let out a moan. And when she heard that there would be milk to drink tonight, her three tails rose to the sky. Klein laughed and said, "The effects of the copper skin and iron bones isn't over yet. It's quite irritating to the touch." Klein laughed and left the dumbfounded little fox behind. He strode towards the only iron treasure chest in the catacombs. I've used up all my last excavations today, that I hope that the iron treasure chest won't disappoint me and give me something good. Klein secretly prayed for a moment. That he took a deep breath, that he opened the last treasure chest of the day. System notification. Iron treasure chest +1. System notification. Gold nugget +2. System notification. Silver nugget +4. System notification. Wind runes +2. System notification. Excellent fertilizer manufacturing blueprint +1. System notification. Perfect dexterous belt blueprint +1. 2 manufacturing blueprints. Klein looked at the details of the 2 manufacturing blueprints one after another. Excellent fertilizer manufacturing blueprint. Waste material made from flesh and blood. Fertilizing plants can increase their growth rate by 2 times. Perfect dexterous belt blueprint. A combat rune device, a lightweight belt. When worn by the user, they will receive wind buffs and greatly increase agility. It really is a rune device. Klein grinned. Learn everything. Success. That he opened the production list. Perfect dexterous belt. Wind rune 4 halves, silver 11/4, gold 8 halves, copper 86/10, animal skin 13 halves. All the materials were available. He chose to forge it. System notification. Wind rune 2, silver 4, gold 2, copper 10, night whistler leather 2. System notification. The creation of the perfect dexterous belt has been completed. A heavy belt appeared in Klein's hand. That it was called the dexterous belt, but it wasn't light at all. The belt was bronze in color, soft to the touch, and hard on the surface. Like wind runes, it was held in his hand as a gentle breeze blew. Will this thing work if I wear it? Klein wore the belt doubtfully. When the 2 ends were buckled together, the entire belt was tightened and stuck to the waist. It was neither loose nor tight. A gust of wind blew past his waist. The nimble belt was still heavy, but there seemed to be nothing at the lower part of the belt. Klein jumped lightly on the spot. His body had become lighter. Let's try my running speed. Klein put everything in his bag. He stomped on the ground. He charged out like a cannonball. Klein ran around the cavern once. Behind him, dust was flying everywhere. Just his running speed was more than 5 times faster than before. Little Fox, come and catch me, Klein shouted. Little Fox thought that he was playing a game with her, so she joined in with a buzz. Klein ran in front while Little Fox chased after him. Klein was clearly faster than the Little Fox. However, Klein suddenly changed directions or dodged a few times, easily dodging the Little Fox's claws. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Little Fox was flustered as she activated her ability to move at high speed. She only pounced on the Klein when her ability was about to end. Klein was quite satisfied with the results of the test. The perfect dexterous belt didn't focus on increasing running speed, but more on dodging in a small area. As long as my defense increases, I'll be an all-round warrior in the future. Klein didn't lack strength now, and his agility had caught up. There was no need to talk about equipment. They were all perfect runic devices. No player could compare to his luxurious equipment. If the game had a combat power ranking, he would definitely be able to compete for first place. Excellent fertilizer. Meat 32:1, blood 2,200 milliliters per 200 milliliters. Fluorescent grass 26:4. A portion of Klein's meat and blood was put up on the trade channel. The synthesized list didn't show the items that were on the shelves. The meat and blood in the inventory were either intended for his own consumption or had special effects. The sand-eating beast blood and meat had just been put up, but it hasn't been sold yet. They've all been removed from the shelves. Klein was prepared to use them all to produce fertilizer. The sand-eating beast had 5 units of meat and 1,200 milliliters of blood. The IT was enough to produce 5 servings. Selected. Production confirmed. System notification. Sand-eating beast meat, 15. Sand-eating beast blood, 1,000 ml. Fluorescent grass, 20. System notification. 5 excellent fertilizers successfully produced. Klein placed the fertilizers into a wooden barrel. There was quite a lot for 5 portions of fertilizer. The fertilizer didn't look good, and it looked a little like meat paste. Fortunately, the smell wasn't too bad, so it could be placed in the house. Each portion of fertilizer could be used twice. Klein went to the balcony. The fragrant rice tree and sweet fruit seeds that he planted this morning were growing at a rapid pace under the stimulation of the planting in total. Only a few hours had passed, and the fragrant rice tree seed had already turned into a 10-centimeter sapling. The sweet fruit seed was about the same. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "At this rate, shouldn't we enter the ripening stage tomorrow? If I add a bit of fertilizer now, I wonder if I'll be able to see the fruit tomorrow?" Klein clicked his tongue and praised. He didn't know if it was the problem with the seeds or the effects of the planting pot, but the growth rate was indeed fast. Klein said, "Apply fertilizer." Klein added a large amount of fertilizer to both sides. System notification, excellent fertilizer. 1. There were 4 portions of fertilizer left. With so much fertilizer, it should be enough for them to eat for a few days. Klein put away the barrel and left the balcony after a few minutes of observation. He went downstairs. He took out the water condenser. Klein added 60 pieces of wood to the water condenser at once, and it could run for 15 hours. In the end, he could harvest 5,250 milliliters of water. This bit of water is only enough for one day. If I want a more comfortable life, I'll need another water condenser. Klein opened a manufacturing list again that he locked on to the water condenser. Excellent water condenser. Copper 76/4, iron 68/6, with 25 halves, water rune 7/1, fire rune 5/1. He chose to make it. Another water condenser appeared. Klein didn't have much wood left, so he opened the trade channel. There were many people who exchanged wood for water. Klein chose to exchange 500 milliliters of water for 50 units of wood according to the price that in the past 2 days, he had exchanged 20 milliliters of water for wood. After intense competition in the market, the ratio of wood to water decreased continuously, and it had now dropped to 10 milliliter. Furthermore, there was still a downward trend. Compared to water resources, wood was more common. There were more suppliers. With more quantity, it was only normal for the price to drop, especially the one that had suffered the most today. Klein guessed that it was due to people forming teams. Not only did forming a team not result in a decrease in available resources, it had even increased that it could be seen that forming a team was the correct way to survive in the catacombs world. Add 60 units of wood to the second water condenser. I need to forge another wooden bucket. After Klein finished dealing with everything, he brought the little fox out of the base. The afternoon was still very long. Time couldn't be wasted. He continued his training. Little Fox wanted to go back to sleep, but Klein urged her to practice as usual. Even if she tried to plead with him, it was useless. The 3-hour exercise ended. Klein brought the exhausted little fox back that moment. The chat channel was once again in an uproar because of Klein. The cause was very simple. Klein's runic base was a castle. The news had already spread. About 5 minutes ago, Charlie's team stopped to rest. Paul was a chatterbox, and he felt uncomfortable if he didn't chat for a moment. His 2 teammates were only focused on resting, so Paul could only go to the regional channel to chat with others. There were people in the regional channel who boasted that their base had been repaired and was revered by a group of people as a big shot. There were even people who compared that guy to Klein. Paul had been tricked by that guy 2 days ago, so he immediately mentioned Klein's castle base. At noon, Paul had already mentioned the castle. That time, everyone thought that the castle was a special building. Now that it was mentioned again, there was a different way of saying it. It wasn't a special building in the catacombs at all. It was Big Boss Klein's runic base. The stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The regional channel was abuzz with discussion. Soon, the news reached the world channel. Everyone had question marks on their faces. What? Big Boss Klein's runic base is an ancient castle. Are you kidding me? According to the people at the scene, it's most likely a runic base. It would also turn into hundreds or thousands of beams of light and disappear in an instant. That can't be true. Any of you have a runic base that's an ancient castle? Or some other building? Mine is a small stone house that's about to collapse at any moment. Me too. I have to curl up and sleep at night, or there won't be enough space. Big Brother Klein, come out and say something. What's going on? I know that the runic base isn't like this after it's restored. 11. We live in a shabby house, and he lives in a luxurious castle. After a while, many people thought of their situation and felt extremely sad. They were here to survive, and Klein was here for a vacation. Dig to the left. There are 2 iron treasure chests, one real and one fake. Pay attention to the advanced disguise of the treasure chest monster. Don't be bitten by it. In the cave ahead, a group of wasps wraps themselves up, smoke them with fire, and you get a nice earthy honey. In the catacombs behind, no, it should be called the snake cave. It's too disgusting. Excavate upwards. There are bronze treasure chests and wooden treasure chests. I suggest a good search. There's a nest of sand hamsters under the sand. After swallowing some food, it'll be enough for you to eat for 3 days. Excavate downwards. It's empty. On the way back to the base, Klein checked the hints in 5 directions. Tomorrow, he would dig to the left. Treasure chest monster, what is this? Klein opened the illustrated book that he searched for it. He didn't find any information on the treasure chest monster. The illustrated book was incomplete to begin with, and only a portion of it was recorded. The treasure chest monster wasn't on IT. IT was probably not that powerful that IT could disguise itself as a treasure chest and wait for an adventurer to take the bait. Klein could probably imagine the appearance of a treasure chest monster. Perhaps it had a large mouth that could bite off an arm. Back at the base, Klein first went to the balcony to check on the fragrant rice saplings and the sweet fruit saplings. In just 3 hours, the fragrant rice saplings were already half a meter tall. The sweet fruit saplings were about a foot tall, but their branches and leaves were lush, like a cluster of shrubs. This growth rate is really fast. Klein exclaimed in admiration. He then watered them. Then, Klein returned to his bedroom. He took off his clothes and pants. He took out the blood of the iron violent bear and smeared it all over his body. Smearing the blood of the iron violent bear on his body could increase his resistance to blows. The blood wasn't immediately absorbed. Klein was drenched in blood and reeked of it. He smeared every part of his body, not sparing a single corner. The IT was a little itchy at first, but gradually, the blood slowly disappeared as if it had been absorbed by his skin. After about 5 minutes, the blood disappeared. There was no more blood on his body. He smelled it close to his skin. Other than the stench of sweat, there was no smell of blood. Klein poked his skin with his fingers. Overall, it had indeed strengthened. He used the dagger to scratch it a little, leaving only a white mark. There was no way to break the skin. Klein kept increasing his strength, and, at a certain moment, he finally managed to cut a bloody mark. The overall effect was pretty good. There were a lot of private messages today. Klein lay on the balcony. He took in a cool breeze and opened the private messages. They were all related to the ancient castle. They asked, "Boss, people say that the ancient castle is a runic base. Is that true? Boss Klein, can you tell me how to turn the runic base into an ancient castle? Brother, please feed me that I can play with you and guarantee your takeoff. Selling one unopened bronze treasure chest. Click on the link if you want. Note, I'll send it on my behalf to make a living. Please forgive me if I disturb you." There were all sorts of private messages. Most of them were related to the runic base. Has the catacombs world developed a small advertising business? Klein opened the private messages of his acquaintances. There were also a few reminders there. If the two of them returned private messages to each other, they would be added to the list of acquaintances. Both parties could also delete them on their own. Among the few private messages, there were some that wanted to trade with Klein, and there were also some that came to inquire about it. Klein glanced at the items that he wanted to trade, but he wasn't interested. He simply replied. Among them, Klein had sent a message. "I just learned a blueprint, and I want to make a deal with you. You must need a perfect runic crossbow too. You give me the materials, and I'll help you forge the real thing. You can also pay me the commission fee. Okay?" Alice didn't have enough materials, so she wanted to use this to earn the difference in price. Today, she had sent private messages to many players, but only one of them had gathered the materials and gave her a wind rune as a processing fee. Klein smiled and said, "Unfortunately, I already have the blueprint for the perfect runic crossbow, but I also have a runic crossbow, so I don't need it." Klein replied, "It seems like you were making a runic crossbow when you purchased the wind rune. That was so early as far as I know. There aren't many players who have long-range weapons now." Alice replied 2 times in a row. Then, "Do you have wind runes? I still lack one. I can use something else to trade with you. What item?" He would check the goods first. That if she didn't want to, was fine. The seed of a bread tree. The description is as follows. A short tree that can grow sweet bread that IT can be potted. It wasn't a bread tree in the real world. Bread trees in the catacombs world could grow bread. Klein already had 2 types of food tree saplings, so he wasn't lacking in food, but it was better than nothing that he could supplement the food types. "All right, I'll trade with you." After Klein replied, the other party hurriedly sent him a link to the trade. Before the trade, he checked the details of the bread tree seed. That IT was indeed as Alice said. There was no forgery that he chose the item. The transaction was confirmed. Wind rune, 1. Bread tree seed +1. Klein was left with 3 earth runes. An excellent runic planting pot required 1 earth rune. He made the planting pot. He filled it with soil. He buried the bread tree seed and planted it. Then he watered it and fertilized it, waiting for it to grow. Rice, fruit, bread. Klein looked at the 3 neatly arranged planting pots and could already foresee the good days ahead. In the next 1 or 2 days, or perhaps a little longer, perhaps 3 to 5 days, there would definitely be a bumper harvest. Seller. Klein 182.56. Trade. Common healing medicine. Requirements. Fluorescent grass 20. Black vine 20. Cold play grass 30. Red flower 30. Inventory. 2. Note. The medicine is working well, and the wound will heal in a minute. Trade. Find anesthetic. Inventory. 2. Message from the seller. An anesthetic can be used 3 times. Even crypt creatures cannot withstand it. Item. Excellent machete. Requirement. Iron block 20. Inventory. Message from the seller. A friendly price that if you want it come. There were a few items in total. Among them, the healing medicine and anesthetic were sold directly at 10 times the price of the ingredients. If someone really wanted them, they could purchase the scattered ingredients and gather a piece to exchange with Klein. This way, Klein would save time and trouble at AS for whether anyone was willing to accept the price. Klein believed that there would still be some. There would definitely be people who would want the healing medicine and anesthetic. Especially the healing medicine. There were quite a number of players who were injured. It's getting dark. I wonder if the night whistler blood I took today is of any use. Klein stood on the balcony, facing the night wind. He closed his eyes and felt a hidden power in his body awakening. It wasn't the strength rune, nor was it the strength risk guard that was taking effect. Good. It's effective. Klein clenched his fists. Go down and train. He jumped down from the balcony. Puffed. His feet landed on the ground. That he took out his runic blade and brandished it in the wind. He had been using a high-intensity knife technique every day, and now his knife technique seemed to have some form. Although it wasn't flashy, he pursued effective slashing, fully displaying the characteristics of the runic blade. That a few minutes later, he sheathed his knife. Unfortunately, the buffs only work at night. They disappeared during the day. Klein sighed. The night buff was a little too much. His strength had increased by about 20% compared to the day. That IT wasn't necessarily useless. Sometimes he might have to dig at night. The moment Klein woke up, he went to the balcony to check on the 3 plants. The bread tree was planted at the latest, and it was already 1.3 meters tall. The sweet fruit tree expanded outward like an afro. The top had already bloomed, and it was only a matter of time before the fruit grew. The fragrant rice tree grew to 1.5 meters tall, and its top was filled with plump fruits. Each fruit was the size of a fist. Didn't they say fragrant rice? He checked the details of the fruit on the top. Unripe fragrant rice tree fruit. Unripe. The inside is wrapped with many rice grains. When it ripens, the surface will crack. As long as you shake it hard, the fragrant rice will continue to fall off. It looks like I'll have to wait a little longer. IT should ripen by noon. Klein still wanted to eat porridge in the morning. He was obviously overthinking. In the morning, he could only continue eating meat. After eating, the little fox circled around the 3 plants, probably because she could tell that the food was edible. Half an hour passed. Klein and Little Fox arrived at the 33rd catacomb. Other than the treasure chest monster, there was no other danger here. Woo! Little Fox saw the 2 iron treasure chests and shouted happily. Klein smiled and stopped Little Fox. The treasure chest monster's disguise was indeed superb. From more than 10 meters away, there was no way to tell that there was a problem. Klein walked 3 meters away and swept his gaze across the 2 chests. Iron treasure chest, 1 level higher than a copper treasure chest. Usually there will be a small surprise when it is opened, or there might be a hidden danger. The interface displays exactly the same information and did not distinguish the chest monster. However, the golden hint for the 2 treasure chests was completely different. There are some good things in this iron chest, no danger. Treasure chest monster disguised as a treasure chest. Beware of its sharp teeth. Right side's good, left side's a treasure chest. Without another word, Klein raised his runic crossbow and aimed it at the chest monster. An arrow was fired. Little Fox was baffled. The next moment, the originally quiet treasure chest monster leaped up that IT was glaring angrily at Klein. Other than its eyes, it also had 4 legs, and it had pretty good jumping ability. Its large mouth was located between the lid and the bottom of the box that IT this moment. It opened its mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth that looked like saw teeth. You're not disguising yourself anymore? Klein laughed as the weapon in his hand turned into a runic blade. A cold light flashed. The treasure chest monster split into 2. The surface of this fellow's body was as hard as steel. Thankfully, the runic blade was sharp enough and Klein had sufficient strength. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to split it open. Woo woo woo. Little Fox jumped in fright. The treasure chest monster that had been split into 2 on the ground was covered in black blood. System notification. Soul +2. Klein collected the corpse of the treasure chest monster. Decomposition. System notification. Treasure chest monster meat +1. System notification. Treasure chest monster blood +100 ml. System notification. Iron +10. This fellow didn't have much meat on it, but he was able to decompose it into pieces of iron. IT was truly an oddity. Treasure chest. Monster meat. Each treasure chest monster meat has a very small amount, but each piece of meat is very elastic. IT is the essence of the treasure chest monster. If you consume it frequently, it will give you a mouth full of good teeth. Currently, it has a 3-star satiation index. Overall score, 66. Treasure chest monster blood. It is filled with the smell of rust and has no nutritional value that it is combustible and can ignite at a single point. The temperature of the flames is extremely high. Klein looked through the details and kept the flesh of the treasure chest monster away. Next, he opened the real iron treasure chest. System notification. Iron treasure chest +1. System notification. Excellent gas mask blueprint +1. System notification. Map. Medium-sized +1. System notification. Perfect sand fishing device blueprint +1. System notification. Wind rune +1. Fishing machine? Klein couldn't understand how to fish in the catacombs world. Could there be fish beneath the soil? He hadn't encountered any in the past few days of digging. He thought for a moment before saying, 2 manufacturing blueprints and a medium-sized map. It's not a loss to open the chest this time. Klein muttered to himself. There was naturally no need to elaborate on the medium-sized map. He could check the notes for the next 5 catacomb caverns and plan the route ahead of time. The other 2 blueprints, excellent gas mask. It is a daily rune device that it can guard against most poisonous gas and provide the wearer with purified air. The size can be customized. Perfect sand fishing device, a daily rune device. Add a little bait, bury it under the sand, and it's easy to catch sand fish. Both devices have good uses. With the gas mask, he would be able to access some of the gas chambers. Not to mention the fishing machine did not need to operate it at it, could just be buried in the ground and could fish itself. He just didn't know if sand fish tasted good. Learn it. Klein recited point 2, blueprints disappeared. Open the manufacturing list. Excellent gas mask. Wind rune February 1st. Animal skin November 1st. Iron 81 halves, silver 7/1, crystal 6/1. Perfect sand fishing device. Earth rune 2 halves, iron 81 tenths copper. 67 out of 10. The materials for the 2 runic devices were sufficient. Klein didn't plan on forging them for the time being, that he would talk about it when he needed it. Medium-sized map? This is good stuff. Klein spread out a piece of parchment that he had obtained at the last time he looted a corpse. The middle of the map was marked with a red dot, which was the catacomb he was currently in. After eliminating the previous catacomb, there were only 5 directions left. Klein directly looked for the special item marked on the map. Runic egg, silver treasure chest, and abandoned earth dragon nest. Klein quickly locked onto 3 locations and planned out a route. First, he had to enter the poison chamber. Below. Then he had to dig to the left to obtain a runic egg. He continued to head to the left catacomb. And if he continued digging, he would find a silver treasure chest. The last stop was the abandoned lair of the earth dragon. Klein lowered his head to look at the hint. I'll choose this route, that if there's any danger, I'll just change my route. It's not bad to turn into this catacomb. In the middle, there's an iron treasure chest. The first stop is the poison gas chamber. The gas mask has to be forged. Klein looked at Little Fox. She also needed a gas mask. Thankfully, this thing could be customized, where Little Fox wouldn't be able to pass through the gas chamber. I'll make one for myself first. Klein opened the production list again that he selected the gas mask, that he confirmed the production. System notification. Wind rune, 1. Sand-eating bee skin, 1. Iron 2. Silver, 1. Crystal. System notification. Excellent gas mask has been successfully forged. A mask appeared in Klein's hand that could cover the entire face. It was made of iron, and the eyes were 2 transparent lenses. The mouth and nose of the mask protruded. There was a pattern of wind at the breathing area. Klein put on the gas mask. It was just the right size and could breathe normally. I'll forge another one for Little Fox. When Klein made the second gas mask, he chose the target to be the Little Fox. After using the same materials, the second mask appeared. The 2 gas masks had different styles. The one for the Little Fox was more protruding, like a dog muzzle. Little Fox, give it a try. Klein squatted down and put it on Little Fox. Little Fox widened her eyes. Can you breathe? Klein asked. Little Fox nodded. It's quite strong, but don't take it off later. Klein reminded her and took out the shovel. Before digging, he checked the prompts as usual. Dig down. You will be enveloped by the poisonous miasma. It won't cause any harm to you. You will be able to find a copper treasure chest and some resources. After Klein confirmed it, he began digging down. The tunnel continued to extend downwards. Little Fox squatted on Klein's shoulder. She wanted to help with the digging. However, her efficiency was far inferior to a shovel, and it was easy to be a hindrance. About 25 meters down, a black membrane appeared. Klein directly jumped down. His body fell rapidly in midair. The floating propeller at Klein's waist spewed out gas. Suspended in midair, he had already noticed the differences in this. Cavern in the air, there was a lot of grayish-white gas. This was the miasma. I wonder what the miasma smells like. Klein couldn't help but mutter as he was in the miasma. The grayish-white miasma obscured his vision. The visibility wasn't high, so he couldn't see the terrain of the entire catacombs clearly. Klein slowly landed on the ground. Let's look for the bronze treasure chest first. Klein walked forward first. After walking for more than 20 meters, he came across a wall. There were many plants on the ground that he had never seen before. Klein squatted down to examine them. There were 3 types of plants in total. The first type had grayish-white grass leaves with spots on them. The second type was like a withered arm with flowers that looked like withered bones. The third type was red. The grass leaves hung dejectedly on the ground. Klein didn't dare to touch it. It could grow in the poisonous miasma, so it might be poisonous. Klein put on his ordinary leather gloves. The blueprint he had exchanged for the arm-length snake meat could be produced using animal skin. It's best not to touch it. It'll make your skin allergic. Be careful. The surface is poisonous and will cause itching. Don't let it touch your wound, or it'll fester. Notifications appeared on the 3 plants one by one in the interface. The details of the 3 plants appeared one by one. They were all poisonous plants, only growing in poisonous gas and miasma. Each of them was a material used to make poison. System notification. Poison spotted grass plus 12. System notification. White bone flower plus 10. System notification. White bone flower seed plus 2. System notification. Bloodstained grass plus 9. As usual, all the light was gathered. Klein looked around again, but he didn't see any more plants. Instead, he found a batch of materials on the ground. He continued searching for the copper treasure chest. After circling around for a long time, he finally saw the figure of the copper treasure chest in the corner. The golden text indicated that there were traces of poison on the surface of the treasure chest. It seems like I'll still be contaminated by the poisonous miasma if I stay too long. Klein knew that he had to act quickly. Otherwise, the exposed skin and hair of him and the little fox would most likely be contaminated. The dose of the poison wouldn't be large. However, it might cause some itching. Klein had a glove and opened it. System notification. Bronze treasure chest plus 1. System notification. Excellent skeleton potion blueprint plus 1. System notification. Excellent antidote blueprint plus 1. System notification. Wind rune plus 1. 2 potion crafting blueprints. If nothing went wrong, the skeleton potion was definitely a poison, while the antidote was naturally the opposite. Excellent skeleton potion blueprint. For creatures without poison resistance, it's a must-have item for taking risks to kill. Excellent antidote crafting blueprint. It can dispel common symptoms of poisoning, quick to take effect. Learn everything. Klein took out his shovel, found the right spot, and headed to the wall on the left to begin digging. As he dug, he looked at the synthesis formula of the 2 medicines. Excellent skeleton potion. Poison spot grass 12/3. White bone flower 10 halves. Bloodstained grass 9 halves. Water 8,200 milliliters per 100 milliliters. Fire source excellent antidote. Cold play grass 33/6. Sweet fruit 0/1. Rolling grass 0/5. Fire source. There were enough ingredients for the skeleton potion. The antidote only had cold play. Grass available. There was no need to worry about sweet fruits. There would be an endless supply in the future. He hadn't seen rolling grass at the moment. So he wondered if there was anyone selling in the trade channel that in order to leave as soon as possible. Klein dug as fast as he could in less than half a minute. He had already seen the black membrane. Klein first used soil to block the passage behind him to prevent more poisonous miasma from entering. Before stepping into the black membrane, he needed to check the situation in the left catacomb. Just because the map indicated that there was no danger didn't mean that there was no danger. Someone has already arrived in the catacombs on the left. However, the other party has encountered a troublesome vampire spider and has already been hung up, becoming the vampire spider's reserve food. Why avoiding the vampire spider sneak attack. Tearing the spider apart with your hands and displaying your manliness. You might even be able to win a woman's heart. Not only were there crypt creatures, but someone had already arrived before him. Klein frowned slightly. It's a woman? Should I wait for them to die before entering? Klein was worried that an accident might occur, so he hesitated for a moment before deciding to enter now. Before entering, he first checked the information on the vampire spider. He opened the illustrated book that he searched. The result appeared. The vampire spider is a crypt creature that likes to drink fresh blood. It has a bat-like face and likes to ambush. It often hides in an unnoticeable place to ambush the enemy. The surface of its body is like armor. Ability, blood-burning regeneration. Weakness, sensitive eyes cannot withstand strong light. Danger factor, 28. He checked the details of his ability. Burning blood regeneration. Consumes the blood in the body and rapidly recovers the wound. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. Klein silently took out the runic lamp and adjusted it to focus mode. If he couldn't beat it later, he would use the runic lamp to assist him. If he could beat it, he naturally didn't need it. This was called being prepared. It was better to be careful. Little fox, let's go, Klein said and took the lead to step into the black membrane. The scene in front of him changed. The 35th catacomb. Klein held the runic crossbow in his left hand and the runic blade in his right that he vigilantly observed. His surroundings, there were many earth pillars in the catacomb. Klein didn't see the vampire spider IT was probably hiding. Not far away, beside the earth pillars, there were two cocoons hanging. They peeked out their eyes and made muffled noises that IT was unknown whether they were calling for help or warning Klein to be careful. Angela was hanging upside down from a pillar of earth, wrapped in spider silk. She was desperate. Her boyfriend, Jack, was hanging on the other side. To be precise, the two of them became lovers only yesterday. She had to cling to a man, even if he was ordinary looking what if she sacrificed some of her beauty in order to survive? Just now, she and Jack stepped into the cave. They were happy to find a white egg. There was no need to think that IT had to be good. When the two quickly went to the big white egg, an ugly spider pounced from the side. Jack had learned some fighting skills before. He was agile and had a quick reaction, drawing a knife and fight with the spider. Angela did not idle on the side and helped Jack boost the momentum. However, the result was obvious. Jack couldn't break through the spider's defense at all, that he was easily knocked down by the big spider. Then it was her turn. The big spider didn't kill them on the spot. Instead, it trapped them in a cocoons and hung them high up. They couldn't move and could only call for help in the chat channel. Obviously, everyone was only concerned about asking, but there was no way to save them. God knew which crypt they were in. Even they didn't know where they were, just as they were in despair. A spatial fluctuation appeared on the mud wall in front of them. Someone was here. The two of them immediately perked up and looked over with widened eyes. IT was a mysterious person wearing a gas mask. A moment later, the mysterious person took off his gas mask. A familiar face appeared. Klein. They were too familiar with Klein and recognized him at first glance. If it had been anyone else, they would have thought that they were delivering food to the giant spider. If it was Klein, there was a chance of survival. He was one of the best among all the players. If even Klein couldn't defeat the spider, who could save them? But Klein didn't seem to notice the giant spider after he entered. The two frantically reminded him as their eyes kept glancing to the side, hoping that Klein could see through their thoughts. However, Klein only looked left and right before he walked forward in great relief. The end. The two nearly burst into tears. The large spider had already circled behind another large earthen pillar. When Klein passed by, the large spider would only need to pounce lightly to kill Klein from behind. Also, why didn't the fox beside Klein smell anything? The two of them were sweating profusely. Klein approached the large earthen pillar step by step, and the large spider was about to attack. Finally, the large spider found an opportunity to pounce forward. The scene it had anticipated didn't appear. Klein easily dodged to the side. His speed was as fast as an arrow. That slash was extremely sharp. IT was so fast that their eyes couldn't keep up. The giant spider pounced in midair, its two sharp front claws stabbing at Klein. However, time seemed to freeze. Its nearly 3-meter-long body stopped in midair. Cracks began to appear on its head. Thick green liquid spewed out. Its massive body fell to the ground. Its head was split into two. Its 8 legs twitched for a moment before it stopped moving. IT didn't even have a chance to use its recovery ability. The two upside-down people widened their eyes in surprise and delight. Was this a game? He was too fierce. He killed the large spider with a single slash. They were unable to break through its defense, but Klein killed it with a single slash. This was the difference. MHM. The two people shouted desperately, hoping that Klein could untie them. It was as if Klein didn't see them. System notification. Soul +2. He went forward to put away the vampire spider's corpse. The results. Meat 8, blood 1500 milliliter. The spider's meat wasn't tasty, and it didn't have any special effects. The blood waves contained traces of poison and couldn't be eaten. Klein could make it into fertilizer, so he didn't plan on abandoning it. The runic egg was more than 20 meters away. Klein went forward and put away the runic egg. There were still some things in the catacomb. All of it was ransacked. Angela and Jack shouted at the top of their lungs. Klein made sure that there were no supplies left in the catacomb before he walked over to the two of them. He saved them. Klein couldn't hear clearly. He took out the blade and cut open the spider's silk around their mouths. The two of them panted heavily. Big brother Klein, can you let us down? Jack asked carefully. The two of them couldn't move if Klein wanted to do something. Angela was willing. I can let you down, but you have to promise me 2 things. Klein opened his hand and took out 2 black vine fruits. He threw one to the little fox and took a bite of it himself. The sweet and sour smell spread. Angela and Jack secretly swallowed their saliva. How F-King generous. Not only did he have fruit to eat, but he also gave it to his pet. Please speak, big brother, we will definitely do as you say, Jack said in a muffled voice. First, after you come down, don't follow me to one of the catacomb caves, or I'll kill you. Yes, I will listen to everything you say. Second, I saved all of you. Make a deal with me, Klein said with a smile. What deal? Go ahead. They had no choice but to bow their heads under the eaves. Do you have any runes? Klein asked. Yes, I have wind runes and fire runes. Jack heaved a sigh of relief. As long as it was runes, it was completely acceptable. Klein looked at Angela. I don't have any. Angela's face flushed red as she stammered. But I have better treasures. Does Big Brother Klein want them? What treasure? Klein's eyes lit up. Could it be something good? Me, Angela said coquettishly. You? Klein's face turned dark. Women would only affect the speed at which he drew his sword. It would have been fine if it was someone at Xiao Yuling's level that Angela's looks were at most average. In addition, she hadn't showered for a few days, so the smell on her body would definitely be smelly. If you got close enough, you could smell it right away, like a stinky salted fish. Angela wanted to cry, but no tears came.
And that's the end of today's chapter from the Dimensional Diary. If you enjoyed wandering these worlds with me, don't forget to like the video, share it with fellow adventurers, and subscribe so you never miss the next story that unfolds.